Supervisor Hashak. Supervisor Williams.
Here. Okay, it looks like Supervisor Hashak is in the meeting. You may just have lost audio.
Yes, Supervisor Hashak is present.
Okay, great. Supervisor McGorty, could you lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and
justice for all. Okay. So we see Supervisor Hashak in the meeting. All right. Next on our agenda is public expression. Do we have any public comments on non-agenda items?
Yes, we do.
First on the line will be Ron Edwards.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. I was pleased to see over the last couple of weeks the report from code enforcement about gardens that they have eradicated. However, I was concerned at a number of meetings regarding a referendum to see a garden of 25 plants. It would be nice if there could be some detail. I'm assuming that operation had airport landing lights that was an egregious light violation. But also, I'm kind of curious as to when the sheriff is going to start upping their eradication efforts. Like I said, I want to thank code enforcement and the sheriff department for wanting to do that. Just would nice to see some of these larger grows being eradicated as opposed to 25 plant and 100 plant gardens. And I hope that the county has a good plan on going after those really egregious gardens. And I don't envy you today, and thank you, and look forward to commenting later on.
Next on the line will be Dr. Andrew Corin.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy, Board, and CEO Angelo. I'd like to give the Board a brief report of Mendocino County's tier assignment this week. As of Tuesday morning, we were assigned to the yellow tier for the 5th week. Note that the assignment is still being adjudicated for the following reasons. Mendocino average case rate from May 16th to 22nd was 6 per day, a red tier metric. Our test percent positivity was 4.5%, an orange tier metric. Our testing rate was 220, which is slightly less than the state average of 255. Our vaccine rate shows 63% are at least partially vaccinated compared to the state average of 64.6%. Hospitalizations and ICU admissions have also increased during this time. As of last night, we had 7 in the hospital, 4 of whom were in the intensive care unit. Note this represents 2 weeks of metrics meeting the lower tier status, so we could be moved back, which would mean more limited capacities for events, as well as closures for saunas, hot tubs, and indoor bars which do not serve food. In the past week, our case rate was down a little bit to 2.9. This is without a 7-day lag. I would expect these metrics will worsen after Memorial Day and then after graduation and July 4th celebrations. We are also surrounded by counties who are experiencing or recovering from surges due to variants, and we ourselves have seen more variants of concern, though none have been associated with outbreaks yet. I spoke on Friday, the 28th, with our CDPH representative and epidemiologists, and they acknowledge a reticence to move us backwards since we're so close to the retirement of the blueprint. Whatever the state's decision regarding our tier assignment, we are already increasing our contact investigation, contact tracing teams activity, including site visits where high-risk exposures have occurred for evaluation and increased training. Additionally, we're increasing our messaging for people to get tested and get vaccinated and plan their activities safely, especially for those who are unvaccinated, which is 100% of all the new cases. And that's the end of my report. Thank you very much.
Next on the line will be David Eister.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Board.
We can hear you. Please begin.
Super. So I'd like to make a comment about the May 25th Supervisors meeting and the discussion about the public safety audit of the. I thought that it was a really good example of bad communication. I thought that the group who made the presentation advocating for the public safety audit actually was the most clear-headed, level-headed, and best communicator of the discussion. And I thought that the actual discourse between the sheriff and the board was really poor. I understand that public safety is a sensitive topic. It's a complex issue. It's a part of the national conversation right now. But, you know, I think that a thorough outside audit of departments that have never had any, it's not something taken lightly, but getting the details of where our taxes go shouldn't be that controversial. A detailed examination of how our tax money is used might show that there are actual difficulties and hardships that public safety departments are facing. But instead of a reasonable discussion, the board was accused of wanting to defund the sheriff's life work, take jobs away from his crew. Now, the presentation by the group favoring an audit pointed out how anecdotal evidence is often used in place of data when there's requesting for funding by the sheriff. And the sheriff responded that he is literally fighting a dragon with a needle, which is exactly the kind of statement the presentation noted was often used. So the conversation veered here and there, and it seemed to fall apart. You know, the board spent much of their time defending themselves and the sheriff instead of asking productive questions. Supervisor Haschak noted that employment of Latinos in the sheriff's department was good, and it was good compared to other departments. But if I'm correct, I believe that there has been only one black deputy that has ever worked for the Mendocino Sheriff's Department in the history of the county. So I think that, you know, there are good representation. There's good representation by minority groups of one sort, but then there might be a lack of diversity. And if we do an audit might include demographics that looks at hiring practices throughout many different departments to see whether we really have inclusivity and diversity within these different departments. I think that'd be a really important thing. Chair Jurdy suggested maybe it was even the Democrats' fault for bringing the issue to the board, and that maybe they should deal directly with the sheriff instead. Maybe the public should go to the sheriff. But the sheriff actually pointed out that he thinks that he has good data already on file with the DOJ or with the Attorney General's office. But does the public really want to go do a public records request to the DOJ or to the Attorney General's? That doesn't sound like a lot of fun.
Next on the line will be Monique Ramirez.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Monique Ramirez, District 3. I just wanted to make a comment about the equity grant and finding out specifically when the applicants that have been approved are going to be notified. I did ask this question last night in the cannabis webinar that was happening, and the cannabis program manager stated that the notifications would be sent out very soon and that the website is being updated so that once people receive their notification that they qualify, then they can enter their qualification number and apply for the specific grants. And so I really appreciated that update, but it still doesn't provide an actual timeline of how long it's going to be until we are before applicants are notified. I personally applied in February and it's now June, and it just seems very interesting to me that it takes this many months to just find out if you qualify, and that the county doesn't have the program basically set up enough to be able to launch, and that they're still working out the kinks with the website. And so that just feels kind of interesting to me. But I do hope that we get some sort of notification really soon, especially as people are trying to figure out what they're doing for their operations this year, maybe building out better water storage facility infrastructure, and other things that their cannabis site may need. Having access to this grant funding, if they're eligible and you know, and are qualified to receive it, would be really great to know, hopefully in the next, I would hope by the end of this month. So it'd be great if the cannabis manager could provide an update. And also if there will be a press release given out on the county website for applicants. It just would be really good to know when this is all going to happen. So thank you so much for the opportunity to speak on this item. Thank you.
That concludes the current callers on the line. We did have 1 or 2 late submissions, but they have not called in yet. So that concludes public expression.
Okay, thank you. Next on our agenda is item 4A, which is discussion and possible action, including direction of staff to draft tax relief for licensed cannabis cultivators 10,000 square feet and less, and to increase taxes for larger farms in a manner that would be revenue neutral to the county. And the sponsor of this is Supervisor Williams. So Supervisor Williams, we'd like to lead this off.
Yeah, while studying the permitting licensing problem, it became clear that the county may have had good ideas, but acted before the state. The state came along and put a cultivation license regulation in place that was largely incompatible with us. And I think there may be a parallel with the taxation of cannabis cultivation. It seems like a good idea. 2.5% is nominal until you put it in the context of state taxes, the reality that cultivators may be doubly taxed. At this point, if we're talking about allowing larger cultivation sites to operate, I'd like to see where my colleagues sit on shifting the tax burden to those larger cultivators. And I understand the county is now expecting about $5.6 million, right? That's already allocated. Maybe it's going to law enforcement. That's my best read. And I think if we were to drop the tax to zero overnight, we would have a hole in the budget. But this item calls for asking staff to come back with some options to transition the tax so that the larger cultivators pick up the burden. And the hope is we could focus on environmental neighborhood compliance rather than putting another obstacle in place, which may be holding folks back from entering the legal market.
Okay, would anyone like to offer their thoughts on this? Supervisor Hashak.
Oh, thank you, Chair Jurdy. You know, the idea behind this is it's all right in trying to lower the burden for the small growers. But the idea that it would be offset by larger growers is just not what the people want in this county. And so I would be against it because we don't want to go to large growers. And so I don't see the benefit of really discussing this too much. I think that there are some issues such as, you know, if people want to cut back on their cultivation because of the drought and try to cut back their water usage, cut back their cultivation canopy, then we should be looking at some of those issues. But I don't think that we should be looking at, you know, the large growers at this point, because that's not happening with this drought, and hopefully it's not happening at all.
Supervisor McGordy.
So it seems like one of your principles, Supervisor Williams, is that programs should pay for themselves, and I think this is a case in point. So it costs to get people properly permitted. The county's expended a fair amount of money on it for a variety of reasons, and you know, I think we have to take that into consideration. There probably is a case you know, that bigger growers, if they've got the capacity to pay more, we can take a look at that. But I kind of agree with Supervisor Hasjack. At the moment, we don't have big growers, so there's no one to pass this off to. And it may be something to revisit in the future, but for right now, I think that we're better off sort of leaving things where they are. The taxation on alcohol is an example. They do give breaks to smaller wineries under 10,000 case production, and they charge. So the excise tax for them is quite a bit less than it is for larger production. But again, you have to have the industry in place, which we presently don't have. So I don't see how we can be reducing taxes as our costs to basically have a cannabis program continue to go up. And we're going to make a considerable investment to try to straighten out the mess that we're in right now with all of the unlicensed grows, and also trying to make our permitting process work better, which I think we're making progress on both. But we're going to have to pay for that, and it has to come from somewhere. So I, at this time, really wouldn't favor changing our tax structure until we have, you know, someone who could bear the freight. And if we end up having larger grows, then we should revisit at that time. But I don't see that happening for, you know, the earliest probably 2 years, based on trying to get through all the phase 1 applicants and then open up phase 3 to new growers. And by the time that they get their permits in place and state licenses, that's going to take some time.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. I wonder if this is an opportunity for the board to consider temporary reductions because of disasters, fire, drought, those types of things that we're talking about for the very small farmers. I actually am in favor of an additional tax for any large cultivation. If we, you know, we're sort of, I'm not sure why this came before the other item, because I think would have made more sense after. I mean, if the cultivation item passes today, I would just say that I am in favor of taxing farms that are over the current limit, maybe over 1 acre, maybe over 2 acres, whatever that looks like. If people want to have large scale cannabis, I think that they can pay a little more. And this board has asked for clarification as to where the funds are going. So that money could specifically be used for increased tourism or marketing, or could specifically go to fire departments. I mean, there's a lot of opportunity. If people want to have large scale cultivation in Mendocino County, then I'm not opposed to looking at some type of way for them to have some of the burden of the resources that they'll be using.
Okay. Supervisor Williams did provide a copy of the voter-approved tax ordinance that's in place, and just for the public's benefit, it again voted in by the public, and it does allow the Board of Supervisors to raise the tax from 2.5% to a higher amount effective as soon as I think it's 2020. And we have not done that, I think in large part because we knew that our permit program was struggling and the applicants were struggling. So we haven't chosen to do this, but we do have the authority. And so I've had a chance to talk with county staff about this tax collector, and they do have some input if we give some direction that they would provide in terms of how it would be implemented. It probably would take place over a couple of years. So it's probably not, at least it'd be easier for staff if it was implemented sort of retroactively based on actual revenues from larger cultivators to know what that was. Then it would be, the recommendation would be that it would be rolled into a reduced rate the following year based on actual revenues. Just on the concept, I think making it revenue neutral is, I think, essential for the county, because as Supervisor McGordy pointed out, we do have increased costs for enforcement coming forward for this program. And, you know, we might want to do it in a way so that the larger cultivation sites, for every $2 they generated, we the next year gave $1 reduction to the smaller cultivators, but so that we have additional funds for enforcement and for our services. So, but I think this is sort of a big picture agenda item, and it's not something that could be implemented right away, but it is something that the board, if we wanted to, we could sort of give direction to staff and indicate where we wanted to go should the dollars be available. So that's how I saw this agenda item. Any other thoughts? Supervisor McGordy?
Well, there was also the issue of some tax relief for people who aren't planting as much this year because of water, and I think that's legit. If we want to take a look at that, and there's a way of verifying it, certainly we're seeing impacts of drought on the rest of agriculture. I know personally, I'm telling all my customers for wine grapes, don't expect a full allotment this year because odds are we're going to have a lot of raisins by the time that we get to harvest time. So if our people are having to scale back because of lack of water, it's something that we should be a little understanding and compassionate about if someone wants to make the case, but they also have to prove to us that they're really scaling back and they're not just saying it.
I agree. Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. I agree with Supervisor McGordy on that. I talked to the program manager, Kristen Nevedal, about this idea, and she said that there are certainly some issues with it, but it is doable. So I would like to see board direction to our program, the cannabis program manager, to come back with the pros and cons of doing this and how it might be implemented.
Okay, I'll just get a quick check in with County Council to just confirm that we have the latitude in this agenda item to go into drought relief.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do believe, given the phrasing, you'd have the ability to look at relief for the existing cultivators of 10,000 or less on a short-term basis. Just any final action would obviously have to be something that comes back. But as phrased, this would just be direction to give staff or direction to staff to come back with some options.
Okay, thanks. Okay, more thoughts from the board? Supervisor Hashak.
Well, if I could just add that I think that this would be a win-win if cultivators are reducing their production, then that's saving water for the community. And if we can give them tax relief, that would help them out too. So I see it as a win for the cultivators and a win for the community in this drought situation.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
I have no further.
So would the board like to give direction to staff to come back with options on some sort of verifiable program for drought relief? And if so, would that direction also include, which might be more long-term, in terms of the phasing of the implementation, but this idea of the larger cultivation sites providing a longer-term tax relief for smaller cultivation sites. Supervisor McGordy.
They seem like two different motions, so I would support the idea of having give staff direction to look at a tax relief program for this year if cultivators are reducing their size of their plantings this year. I think that's one issue that we should give direction for.
Okay, is there a second?
Should we have public comment?
Good point. Do we have any public comment on this agenda item?
Yes, we do.
First on the line will be Michael Katz, followed by Monique Ramirez and Ron Edwards.
Good morning, board. This is Michael Katz, the Executive Director of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. Thank you for taking our comments today. We sincerely appreciate this item being brought forth by Supervisor Williams. We have long advocated for tax relief for the small farmers of this community. And, understanding that we still have to determine what the expansion capabilities will be of this new ordinance, any expansion beyond 10,000 square feet will ultimately be larger than the existing operators. And so any tax relief that can go to the 10,000 square feet and under cohort is sincerely appreciated. If there is not the ability immediately to remove the cultivation tax from existing operators, there are several items within the current tax ordinance that we sincerely would hope that the board would consider revising, specifically related to, as was mentioned, the voluntary reduction of canopy size should be met with an equal reduction in tax burden, and we support a system being developed for that. We sincerely believe that in the case of cultivation and micro businesses, it's important to ensure that non-operational businesses are not being asked to pay a tax on activities that they are not undertaking. Right now, the estimated tax is due quarterly, and then at the end of the process, they can appeal for that to be returned, but the appeal also costs money. So, as far as the appeals, we would want to ensure that operators are not required to pay a fee to appeal their tax obligation when they choose to close their business, or if their farm is lost due to fire or circumstances beyond their control. We really appreciate your consideration of these items and look forward to continuing the conversation of how to improve tax equity for cannabis businesses in Mendocino County. Thank you for your consideration.
Next on the line will be Monique Ramirez.
Hello, Monique Ramirez, speaking on behalf of the Covelo Cannabis Advocacy Group. We submitted a memo on this agenda item. If the county is going to expand cultivation size beyond 10,000 square feet, our recommendation would be that it would require a 5% cannabis business tax for those cultivation sites. We also really want to advocate that the cultivation business tax calculations need to be based on the gross receipts minus the state mandated cultivation tax that is currently being required of everyone. We also strongly encourage the board to consider revising the appeals process. In our memo, we talk about the fact that there are people that have been impacted by crop loss, failed testing, natural disasters, such as the August Complex fire. And if there was some type of affidavit form that an applicant could fill out to demonstrate that they have experienced these issues, then that could replace the appeal process to reduce the unnecessary filing fees that applicants seeking that tax relief have to pay. Imagine somebody that loses their entire home, are homeless, and lose their garden, and then have to come up with $360 to pay for appealing the tax. Like, we have to figure out how to make this work. We understand that there needs to be cost recovery for staff time to process applications and review and go through the appeal process. But I think we need to streamline it because fire is going to continue to be prevalent across California. It's the reality that we're all facing. And so we need to come up with a mechanism that can be streamlined and not require people to pay fees when they literally have no money. We also do believe that the cannabis business tax minimum requirement should be eliminated, and it should just be based on how much product you sold for the year and give the percentage 2.5%, or if it's 5% or whatever, that's what it should be. We would love to see the elimination of the cultivation tax for small operators. That would be wonderful, but if that doesn't happen, to not require this minimum would be great. We also would like to see that distribution, manufacturing, testing, and processing license holders should have to pay also pay 2.5% cannabis business tax fees instead of the current flat tax fee of $2,500. And we really support the county providing tax relief at this time, especially because a lot of people that were impacted by the fire last year are receiving feedback from the distributors that their product is not marketable because of smoke damage, ash, failed testing. And so they're getting their product returned. And it's past the cutoff time now to do an appeal. And they are now still held to the obligation of paying their 2.5% cultivation tax. And that's unfortunate.
Next on the line will be Ron Edwards, followed by Paul Hansberry.
Good morning, board. Again, it's nice to see the county moving towards normalization of the cannabis process. And I think that the reduction of the tax and the drought issue is extremely important, as particularly those cultivators who are being good neighbors and wanting to preserve the water table in their neighborhood. This would encourage them to continue that practice rather than discouraging them. And I'm really glad that a number of organizations, and I totally support MCA and CG, the Covelo group with Mo, in reducing that burden of when you go out of business to having to pay that appeal. I haven't been able to find any other example in the county where when you close your business, you have to pay an appeal on a tax. So I think that that's really going to be important, particularly as people are making decisions whether to go forward, if they could afford phase 1, phase 3. So really, I appreciate the board taking up that issue of that appeals fee. Thank you very much.
Next on the line is Paul Hansberry.
Hello, supervisors. This is Paul Hansberry, Lovingly and Legally. I want to echo the concerns from Monique and from the MCA, and actually of all the speakers, particularly with the minimum cultivation tax. It should be, to be fair, what you're actually selling. A crop failure and then coming up with the money for an appeal or for the tax is just pouring more salt on the wounds. I know in my case, I actually filed a non-operation or notice of stay stating that I wasn't going to be cultivating, but I still was billed and was charged with paying the cultivation tax, and I had to pay a $341.81 fee just to appeal it. Now I made it in time. But the problem is that I was talking to someone in the cannabis program. They said they do it in their spare time. It takes them 10 minutes for each thing before it's kicked up to the next level. So $341.81 for 10 minutes. He says he could do 20 in a day in his spare time in between calls. It just seems really unfair. First of all, that we'd have to do that. And secondly, the amount of money that would have to come up just before you're kicked up to the $1,300 if he sees something that's a little fishy with it. So I don't really believe that was thought through. And I'm glad that you're considering it. The taxation should be based on what is actually sold on gross receipts. And I do believe that consideration should be seriously weighed. You'll find a lot of support, and not just for the drought, for the reduction, but for make it as a part of policy. Because once this program will get up and running, it will be smooth itself out. And when that happens, you're going to need further adoption of these thousands of people that have yet to come to the table, and you need to incentivize them instead of penalizing them. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
And that concludes public comment.
Okay, going back to the board, do we have a motion to entertain?
I would move that we direct staff to come back with proposals for all of the ideas discussed today.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion.
Mr. Chair, I may ask for a little bit of clarification on that. There were a number of different ideas thrown out, and it wasn't entirely clear to me which staff would be doing what. If I could ask, if we get a little bit of clarity as to what specifically staff would be looking at and which staff would be looking at it.
Cannabis program manager would be working with the tax collector and planning and building to identify opportunities to bring fairness, parity with other counties, and shift the burden of cannabis cultivation taxation to larger farms should they materialize, and provide, come back with ideas for providing tax relief for the drought in a way that would encourage cultivators to reduce cultivation during the low water period.
Okay. Clarification. Does it second agree with the motion?
Yes.
Okay. Any other discussion on the motion?
Chair Jurdy, I think that our deputy clerk, Atlas, will read this back to ensure that we have it correctly.
I have direct the cannabis program manager to work with the treasurer, tax collector, and planning and building services to identify opportunities to bring fairness and parity with other counties and shift the burden of cannabis cultivation taxation to larger farms should they materialize, and come back with ideas for providing tax relief for the drought. And then I need the last line one more time.
To encourage cultivators to reduce size during low water conditions.
We've got it.
Okay, thanks. All right.
Chair Jurdy, is there a time frame on this? I think that there's a few different offices involved. Cannabis manager, the treasurer's office, most likely county council will be involved, some in planning. Is it just as soon as possible, or do you have a time frame on this?
Well, I'm looking to the make of the motion, but it seems to me that the drought issue is more time sensitive than the other.
Agreed. I think as soon as possible, but leave it to staff. The goal is to set good policy rather than rushed policy.
Okay. Any other feedback from county staff? Okay. Can we have a roll call?
Supervisor McGordy?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Chair Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
And Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
All right. Okay. That takes us to item 3A, which is noticed public hearing, and which is discussion and possible action to introduce and waive first reading of an ordinance adopting Mendocino County Chapter 22.18, Commercial Cannabis Activity Land Use Development Ordinance, and making corresponding amendments to Chapter 10A.17, Mendocino County Cultivation Ordinance, and Chapter 20.242, Cannabis Cultivation Sites, sponsors, planning and building services. And just looking at the clerk, the board, he noted all correspondence and telephone calls received.
Yes, we have.
All right, thanks. I guess we're going to go next to planning staff.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy, Julia Krog, Assistant Director, and I have here with me Kristen Nevedal, Cannabis Program Manager, as well as we have available on the line Matthew Kudrowski, Deputy County Counsel. So today we are reviewing the sort of second set of recommendations from the Planning Commission from their meeting on May 6, 2021. And what I'd like to do is I'm going to share my screen so that way we can review the memo that staff prepared for this item and sort of walk our way through that memorandum. So I'm sharing my screen now. So everyone should be able to see the memorandum here. And starting with the first recommendation from the Planning Commission, The Planning Commission on May 6th, they adopted a secondary resolution which provided concurrence with several of the recommended changes from the board from April 27th, 2021, but also had further recommended changes to the proposed ordinance and also other considerations for the board. So I will run through each of those, and please stop me if there's any questions about a particular item. And I'm not able to see everybody on the screen, so just pipe up if I should halt for a moment. So with the first item, this relates to the Appendix A table. So the recommendation from the Planning Commission was to revise *6 on the Appendix A to read that parcels in the ag and rangeland zoning districts that have a minimum parcel size of 10 acres or larger may cultivate up to 10% of the parcel area or 2 acres, whichever is less, with the issuance of a major use permit. So this recommendation further limits the medium outdoor cultivation type pursuant to *6 of Appendix A. And what it really does is it makes it so that all parcels greater than 20 acres in size would be limited to no more than 2 acres of outdoor cultivation. And parcels less than 20 acres in size would be limited to outdoor cultivation of no more than 10% of the parcel area. So that is a change from what the board has previously discussed, and staff had noted this within the red line of the table that is attached to this agenda item. The second recommendation from the Planning Commission was to revise the table on Appendix A for cultivation sites in the RR10 zoning district. And the recommendation was to change the required land use permit for the specialty indoor, specialty mixed light, and small mixed light cultivation types in the RR10 district from a minor use permit to a major use permit. So the change with that is really also a change of cost in the application, as well as the required hearing body. Minor use permits can be reviewed by the zoning administrator. The zoning administrator can choose to kick those up to the Planning Commission, but all major use permits are reviewed by the Planning Commission. There's no other hearing body on that. The third recommendation was with regards to *7 on Appendix A, and this relates to Phase 1 applicants that may be transitioning into Chapter 22.18. So the idea from the Planning Commission was to revise the language to really make sure that there was clarification about the size allowances for Phase 1 applicants to come in under Chapter 22.18. And the recommendation was to ensure that the Phase 1 applicants cannot increase the size or type of their allowed cultivation beyond that which was allowed for their zoning district and parcel size under Chapter 10A17 and Chapter 20.242. So there is revised language, which is noted here, that would speak to this change. And this is really more, our intention from staff was that that would be what was required, that there would not be able to increase the size necessarily. But the Planning Commission wanted to make sure that was very clear and explicit within these regulations, meaning that you cannot go, up to a larger, if you were only at 5,000 square feet of cultivation area, could not increase to 10,000 square feet unless that was allowed for your zoning district and parcel size underneath the Phase 1 regulations. The fourth recommendation related to the definition of tilled, and the Planning Commission recommended that the board adopt a definition for tilled that reads land which has been turned or stirred by plowing or harrowing or hoeing. And this definition came from the source here, vocabulary.com, and it would only be applicable to cultivation in the rangeland zoning district. Additionally, the Planning Commission in their fifth recommendation here relates to previous crop history. And I'm not going to read the full definition here of previous crop history, but this was a definition that came from the source here, Britannica.com, and again, would only be applicable to cultivation in the rangeland zoning district. I do want to note that staff has modified the word fiber in the above definition to be spelled fiber with an ER. Both are correct spellings, but one is more often used in the United States and the other more often used in Europe and in British English. So
Julia,
yes.
I'd just like to make a comment on that because I've looked at this a lot. So, the intent that I had with this is it was an area that was already cleared in oak woodland in particular. And I would also include pasture crops in there because there was a lot of area that has been cleared that were planted to pastures, and there are forage crops. And that's not quite the same as feed crops for livestock. It's a little bit different. But there is a history of, in the 50s and 60s, there was a lot of oak woodland conversion that the University of California actually encouraged, saying that get rid of those oak trees and plant annual grasses and legumes for livestock. And we see that, particularly in Potter Valley, inside of the irrigation district. There's places that have been grazed, but they were definitely converted, and they're not necessarily tilled on a regular basis.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I have concern here as well. I wonder if we should use agricultural activity, which is defined by state statute, rather than vocabulary.com. And the hope would be we may avoid inconsistency with state law.
I think that's really desirable, is to follow state law whenever possible, because that's how we've gotten into problems when we're not consistent with what the ag code is.
So would we have 3 for agricultural activity as defined by the state?
Yeah, that would be fine with me.
I like that idea.
Okay.
And just for clarification for staff, would that be then just replacing the definition related to the, the previous crop history, but then still maintaining a definition for tilled? Or would that be essentially replacing both the definition for tilled and previous crop history?
We could just add to it, or agricultural activity is defined by the California State Agricultural Code.
That works for me.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Thank you, Chair. I think that it should be explicitly stated in the ordinance that this board also means previous cannabis activity. That would be my intent. I don't know if we should take a straw poll on that, but I see that in the definitions and over the course of these conversations, it hasn't been explicitly stated, and we need to provide clear direction on that.
I support that as well. But I think the board's goal here is to avoid opening up new rangeland for cannabis cultivation. And whether it's previous agricultural activity or previous cannabis cultivation, which some of us would consider agricultural activity, I think that's included. But I'm supportive of adding explicit language to avoid any ambiguity later.
So I'm a little concerned with cannabis, in that I think that there's been some rather egregious land use. It's one thing to clear; it's another thing to totally change the grade and bring in road base and everything else. I mean, that's quite different than someone who's cleared trees 50 years ago to plant crops. I see it as being different, and part of the reason why we're facing some really difficult regulations is because I think the environmental community on a statewide basis has really objected to some of the activities that the cannabis industry employed for establishing themselves in woodland and other forested areas. So that's my main concern with including cannabis as a previous agricultural activity.
But as a way to include it, but condition it, because I think there are cultivators who are working under the sheriff's program previously. And that seems above board. They're working with local government. I don't want to penalize them and tell them that they can't use that land that was previously allowed. But I'm with you on somebody who's bulldozed land against county code and hasn't taken out permits and hasn't paid tax. I don't think we should give them the benefit of now finding compatible land.
Yeah, well, you bring up a good point, and it's always the intent of people who are trying to be above board. But but if we shouldn't just give a blanket pass to people who have committed some rather egregious things in the last 5 years, and they happen to be on rangeland. That's the thing that I'm concerned about.
Agreed. What about agricultural activity or cannabis activity, which was in good standing with county?
Yeah, I think I could go along with that.
If I may ask for clarification, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
So, as it stands, anyone who is already applying within the Phase 1 permit program would have an ability to go ahead and, if they're apply for a Phase 3 permit, essentially being grandfathered in and having their application transferred over. So, what I'm not quite clear on is the intent here to be essentially expanding this to people who were previously in good standing with the county, but then did not apply for Phase 1 and may or may not have been cultivating illegally since then? Or is the intent only for those people who are the Phase 1 applicants who would be transferring over? Or is the intent some other category that I'm not quite seeing?
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, Supervisor Mulhern.
We haven't gotten there yet, but the dates that we're going to be discussing are from January 1st, 2000 to January 1st, 2020. And some of those folks would have been in the sheriff's program then. So I think that we are not only talking about Phase 1 operators, but we are talking about people that may have been cultivating cannabis in the past throughout those dates. So that's where we would get to the clarification.
So if I understand you right, Supervisor Mulhern, there has to be some record that they attempt to comply with the regulations of the period of the era. So
to be very frank, there are a lot of reasons why people that have previously cultivated cannabis may not have been involved in the legal county programs, either through the sheriff's office or through the Phase 1. But I think that if they can show proof that they've been using the land for that agriculture purpose, which we, this board has said that cannabis crops should be treated as agriculture, that if it fits within that date range, I personally believe that they should be offered the opportunity to apply for a permit, whether it's in, whatever zoning that they're in, they have the opportunity to apply. We know that they can't be cultivating right now if they haven't previously been in Phase 1 and Phase 2, but an opportunity in the future. And so, the benefit in my mind for the land use permitting path is that each project will be vetted on its merits on a case-by-case basis. And I can't tell you the address or the parcel number of a project that might fit this criteria. I just don't want to count those people out.
Well, it allows them to enter into the application process. They'll still, of course, have to go through a fairly rigorous review, which will probably be CEQA compliant. And I think that that's okay. The key that we need to understand is that a lot of these sites are upland, which really have huge impacts on the watershed if they're diverting water. So it's really critical that we, when we can, regulate, mitigate, or flat out deny people the right to cultivate if it's just in an inappropriate area. So I think that's okay to at least allow an application, but they're obviously going to be looked at very closely.
Supervisor Ashok.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. I guess I would like to hear from the cannabis program manager to see about the history. We've had a real shaky history with proving people were legacy growers, and that has been problematic. And so I'd like to see what kind of thoughts the program manager or code enforcement has about enforcing or using this kind of criteria for Phase 3.
Sure, thank you. This is Kristen Nevedal, Cannabis Program Manager. I think that the language with the reference to was in good standing with the county is pretty limiting in a helpful manner, because it would force folks to have some sort of verifiable record that they had been producing cannabis there, either under the 9.31 program
or potentially Julia has some other information, I believe, on this as well.
Yeah, it sounds like possibly our ag commissioner or our ag department may have some records of gardens in the 2016 and 2017 years. However, we probably need to check in with our ag commissioner to see what type of information they have related to those various gardens.
Yeah. So I think the in good standing helps limit it. We wouldn't be, I don't think, in a position based on this language, having to make a judgment call about what we were seeing. Was it cannabis or not cannabis? So I think it probably makes it a little clearer than what we've dealt with previously.
Okay. So are we ready to go on to another? Supervisor Mulhern.
I just want to be clear with the board that I think that there may be cultivators that could operate legally in a regulated market that may not previously be in good standing in either 931 or phase 1 for whatever reason. Through the use permit process, the burden of proof would be on the applicant. And if the Planning Commission or the cannabis program did not believe that the proof of previous cultivation was adequate, then that could be determined at that time. So just again, you know, it's really project by project specific measure. And I don't know what a specific project looks like, but I would like to give as many people the opportunity to get into the regulated market as possible. And we would limit it if we said in good standing with the county previously.
Second.
Could you restate the motion?
Well, I think that we've covered a few different things, but in particular, in referencing prior crop history, that previous cultivation of cannabis would be included in the definition.
And you're excluding whether or not they were in good standing with the county?
I would not add that into the motion.
But you would expect the Planning Commission to evaluate whether it's appropriate given circumstances we may not be able to contemplate today.
Absolutely.
I can support that.
Okay, well, why don't we, I guess, have a vote on this particular motion? But we can't even do that because we haven't had public comment. Well, I guess we're contemplating. Let me go back to staff on this. You know, we have not yet opened up the public hearing. We're hearing the staff report at this point. I want to make sure that it's appropriate to be taking motions at this point.
Mr. Chair, I would suggest holding off until later. At this point, I think it might be better just to go through the staff presentation, then have the public comments, and then have the board discussion and direction.
Okay, all right. Supervisor Hashak.
Yes, thanks, Chair Jurdy. Is on that question about, you know, previous crop history and cannabis production and good standing. I guess my question would be to the Planning Commission, is that a role that they would take on as being the verifier of whether the person was actually, you know, growing cannabis there?
So I can try to answer that question a little bit, Julia Krog, Assistant Director. So what would be happening is staff would be reviewing information that was submitted as part of the application materials. We would be providing a recommendation to the Planning Commission for their consideration. And ultimately, the Planning Commission would have to decide whether or not they agree with staff's recommendation on that particular case. So it is ultimately that the Planning Commission would be that deciding factor, but with recommendation from staff. And then, of course, there are appeal procedures if an applicant or adjacent property owner is dissatisfied with the action by the Planning Commission. They can appeal that approval, denial, whatever it may be, to the Board of Supervisors.
Okay, right. Can we continue on maybe now with the staff report?
Absolutely. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen again. And since we were just talking about agricultural activity as related, I think we were talking about instead of having the previous crop history, I've just pulled up here the memorandum, which is part of the board packets attachment 2 on the agenda item. But this is from the May 6th Planning Commission packet, and this is where we had agricultural activity defined, and you can see this comes from the California Code of Regulations. So I just wanted to make sure I clarified with the board that this is the appropriate agricultural activity definition that you were seeking to utilize in replacement of previous crop history.
Yes.
Perfect. So then I'm going to go ahead and move back over to the memorandum. I just wanted to make sure that that was clarified. So I was looking at the right one. So going on here to recommendation number 6 from the Planning Commission, the board had posed the question to the commission about what would be an appropriate time frame for demonstration of prior crop history. Now we will be talking more about prior agricultural activity. So the Planning Commission recommended that it be demonstrated during the time period of January 1, 2000 to January 1, 2020. So essentially this provides a 20-year period during which a prior crop history or prior agricultural activity history can be demonstrated during. The 7th recommendation from the Planning Commission was to revise section 22.18.050C3 to require the cultivation site be limited to the footprint of the site that has been previously tilled with a prior crop history. Now, since with the previous discussion, when I use prior crop history, we'll be really thinking more about agricultural activity in that definition. But the idea here was so that way you would not be able to expand the footprint of your cultivation beyond those areas that were previously tilled and cleared. So they just wanted to make sure that there would be no expansion of that footprint beyond that already impacted area. And again, this is only applicable to the rangeland zoning district. So this seems more of a clarification than anything else. The 8th recommendation was related to the 3rd paragraph of section 22.18.030, and it would be revised to read as follows: that one land use permit for cannabis cultivation may be applied for and granted on a legal parcel. The land use permit may allow for one nursery, one outdoor cultivation type, one mixed light cultivation type, and or one indoor cultivation type pursuant to the limitations identified in Appendix A. Additional outdoor canopy may be allowed so long as the parcel qualifies for *6 of Appendix A. And this language really clarifies the allowance for multiple cultivation permit types on a single parcel, provided that the cultivation of each type does not exceed the maximum allowed for that zoning district. The 9th recommendation from the Planning Commission was to revise the finding in section 22.18.070H1 to remove the word cleared and rely on the definitions of tilled and previous crop history, now agricultural activity. So this would make cultivation in the rangeland district permissible on lands that have been previously tilled and have a previous crop history or agricultural activity history, as demonstrated in aerial photographs during the period of January 1, 2000 and January 1, 2020. So you can see staff has now included here how that revised finding would read. The 10th recommendation from the Planning Commission was to revise the finding in section 22.18.070I1 to replace the word unintended with the term growth inducing, and then rewording of the sentence for clarity if necessary. So initially the Planning Commission had recommended these wording revisions, but then ultimately they decided to strike the finding entirely, which is noted below. I will get to that as item 16 in this memorandum. The 11th recommendation from the Commission was to revise section 22.18.050B3 to include the sentence that this paragraph shall not be construed as permitting phase 1 applicants that do not currently utilize water delivery to begin doing so. And this recommendation was to clarify the intention of the previously discussed direction from the board to phase out water delivery for phase 1 applicants applying for a land use permit under chapter 22.18. The 12th recommendation from the Commission was to revise section 22.18.070J to include the following additional finding, which would read that medium indoor and medium mixed light shall use renewable energy sources for heating, cooling, and energy light loads. And the staff comment on this is that it really does provide greater clarity on the previous Planning Commission recommendation from March 19th, and then the board direction received from April 27th, 2021, regarding what types of energy use at a cultivation site for medium indoor or medium mixed light requires the use of renewable energy sources. And then minor revisions to the language within the ordinance were made by staff to provide clarity on this recommendation of the Planning Commission. The 13th recommendation was to revise section 22.18.070J2 to refer to cultivation structures as opposed to cultivation sites, and end the sentence before the word however. So this revises one of the findings applicable to all mixed light and indoor cultivation sites, and it would now read as follows, that the proposed cultivation structures will not project above an existing ridge line. The result of this recommendation is that there is no flexibility provided for sites that are proposed on parcels located entirely on top of a ridge and are unable to locate development such that it would not project above a ridge line. So essentially this revision to the finding makes it so there's no real exception. So if you have no area on your site that cannot project above a ridge line, this finding would not be able to be made, and staff would most likely be recommending denial of that particular permit. The 14th recommendation from the commission was to revise section 22.18070 to include the finding that cultivation structures will be sited and designed to avoid or minimize visual impacts from public rights of way. Public rights of way may be a confusing terminology, and we just don't have that as a defined term, and it has not been previously used in any zoning regulations. So staff recommends that instead of public rights of way, that be replaced with public roads, which is, while still not a defined term, it is used more commonly in our existing zoning regulations. The 15th recommendation from the commission was to revise section 22.18.070 to include the finding that lighting should not leave mixed light and indoor cultivation areas. Security lighting shall be shielded and downcast. And so if the board chooses to include this finding in the proposed ordinance, staff recommends revision of the phrase cultivation areas to cultivation structures to provide parity with some of the previous recommendations. And this modification provides greater consistency with other findings within the same section applicable to mixed light and indoor cultivation. That means moving the phrasing from cultivation areas to cultivation structures. The 16th recommendation was to delete finding 1 from section 22.18.070I. This is what I previously mentioned in item 10 above, where there was wording revisions, but then ultimately the Planning Commission chose to strike the finding entirely, finding it to be duplicative to other findings within the regulations.
Chair Jurdy, if I could ask a question about number 15.
Yeah, go ahead.
About lighting should not leave mixed light. Why is that should and not shall?
That is a great question, and I think that would actually be a very appropriate revision. I think that was just an oversight by staff not catching that it said should.
So it should be shall.
Yes, that would be appropriate to make it more, mandatory of a compliance.
Right. Okay.
All right, great. So I'll go ahead and continue on then with number 17 would be to revise section 22.18.70B to strike the clause to the maximum extent feasible. Now this relates to the section that speaks to limitation on slopes greater than 15%, environmentally sensitive areas, oak resources, etc. So the above clause was discussed by the Planning Commission and it was reviewed and approved as part of the resolution. However, when staff rewatched the video of the Planning Commission, we saw a separate change that had been recommended by the majority of the commission that would create an outright prohibition on removal of oak woodlands as opposed to just avoiding or minimizing any impact. It was inadvertently not captured in the resolution, and so to implement this recommendation, staff recommends striking oak woodland from section 22.18.070B and instead adding a separate finding applicable to all land use permits that would read, the proposed cannabis cultivation site will not result in removal or impacts to oak woodland resources. And staff would recommend that this be added as new finding C and then relettering of the paragraphs in this section accordingly. And staff, oh, sure, go ahead.
Okay, Supervisor McGordy.
So when we talk about oak woodland resources, are we talking about removing a bunch of trees, a single tree? What exactly is the intent here?
So it would be any sort of oak woodlands as defined or maybe provided by a biological analysis or a botanical analysis that may be prepared for the particular project. So that was at least the recommendation from the commission, but of course the board could choose to make that more narrow. And it does speak to oak woodland resources, which is also inclusive and can be inclusive of individual trees as well, that may be like heritage trees, except those types of improvements.
Yeah, so I'm trying to figure how restrictive you want to be on that. So obviously removing multiple trees is a serious problem, and I would never support that. There may be cases where you've got a tree that is what I call senescent, where basically I'm worried about it breaking down because we can see evidence of serious problems with the tree. I had one in my driveway for many years that finally gave way. And if that was near, infrastructure, that would be a real problem. And I would support removing a dangerous tree. So that's the only concern that I have, is that there's some understanding on the part of whoever's reviewing these permits that hazardous trees could be removed.
Sure, and if I may, Julia Krog, Assistant Director, when we had originally prepared the draft regulations, if you recall, it read that the applicant shall minimize to the maximum extent feasible impacts on oak resources. That provides a little bit more flexibility for the decision-making body to determine whether or not the impacts or any associated removal is limited to the maximum extent possible, but still allowing for some level of removal if deemed appropriate and under particular conditions. So again, the board could decide to either reject, modify, or agree with this recommendation from the Planning Commission. It is stronger in that it is essentially an outright prohibition on any removal of oak resources.
And I think that's a little extreme. I think that there still should be some reasonable accommodations if something is a serious problem. I don't support clear cutting oak woodlands, but there will be occasions where there may be trees that are just, they're past their time, and they should be removed for safety reasons, if nothing else.
Supervisor Mahorn.
Thank you. I wonder if there is a way to include that it can't have occurred during the permitting process, because I think what we don't want is for people to clear trees in anticipation of getting a permit. I agree with Supervisor McGordy that there may be cases when a tree could potentially be removed and there could be mitigation measures for planting additional trees in a different location, or those types of things that would be vetted during the use permit process.
I support that as well.
I have a question for Julia. In the coastal zone, we're very familiar with a pretty extensive consultation process. Basically, if you're in the coastal zone, you want to add a bedroom to a house, or very modest modification, you're almost certainly going to be required to hire a botanist, some other planners, just to navigate the permit program. I'm not sure that the board necessarily wants to go quite to that extreme. If we're talking about like one tree that is posing some sort of hazard. So is there some way, maybe you don't have language right now, but maybe this board, we could come back to this, where it could be something to the effect of, with the exception of the removal of 1 or 2 trees that pose a hazard or are dying, or diseased, then the language suggested by the Planning Commission, because I'm just a little bit concerned that language by the Planning Commission might generate the requirement for possibly a fairly extensive study and expense when in some cases there may be virtually nothing to study.
Sure, and I think staff could think about some tentative language for consideration of the board related to trees that may be a safety hazard. And just so the board is aware, typically how we handle that within the coastal zone is we do require an arborist report to support that. Staff is really not, qualified to make the determination of whether or not a tree is hazardous or maybe, having some sort of dying of, beetle infestation or something like that. So we really do rely upon a professional's evaluation of that particular tree to support when we allow it to be removed for those types of activities.
All right, thanks. Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, Chair. I would support requiring a professional report. I'm sure that there is a cost to that, but if people have a justification, then I think it is important that the not only the Planning Department, but the Planning Commission would have a professional's opinion on this particular item.
Supervisor Williams?
I think we may have some existing language already considered that accomplishes everything discussed. Maybe staff could bring that back later.
Yes, staff can bring back maybe a couple different options. I mean, of course, the one is still sticking with how it was written previously and what was reviewed by the Planning Commission, which has that flexibility in the language, which states to the maximum extent feasible. But additionally, we can also work off of the recommendation from the Planning Commission and try to provide essentially some exceptions within there related to if it's for safety or, a dead, dying, or diseased or hazardous tree.
Okay, great. Do we want to continue on?
Yes, absolutely. Let me share my screen again. Okay, so we talked about number 17 here, and we will come back to that. Now, the 1 through 17 were really some very specific changes, and now in order to, in addition to those specific changes to the ordinance that we discussed previously, the Planning Commission also had further recommendations for consideration of the board. So I will continue with our numbering. So in terms of number 18, they recommended considering a separate definition for parcel for section 22.18 related to parcels created by certificates of compliance as raised during the meeting. So the Planning Commission was concerned with the allowance for certificates of compliance to establish a parcel upon which a land use permit could be sought. So staff really just wants to note that there are a couple different legal parcel definitions. With Chapter 10A17, there was a separate legal parcel definition, which included the date of January 1, 2016. And under Chapter 22.1A, we're utilizing the definition that is already included in the zoning regulations, which reads that parcel means a unit of land or lot, which upon application is eligible for a certificate of compliance. Staff does not believe it necessary to change the definition of parcel, as certificates of compliance are one of the most typical ways we see of demonstrating that you have legal parcels on your site.
Could we clarify a little bit for me, because I'm not quite familiar with all of the planning terminology, a certificate of compliance. What precisely does that mean? Is that an existing legal parcel?
So yeah, typically these are sort of historic parcels that may be unrecognized at the moment because maybe they're old patents, they're older sort of documents that establish them as separate parcels. So we have the application process where somebody can bring in documentation showing that they have these existing parcels that maybe have been by the assessor's office not recognized as and taxed separately, having separate APNs. So we have that process where we can do the deed research, and then out of that, we issue a certificate of compliance, and we may be determining that you are, only have one legal parcel, or you may have multiple legal parcels, and then we record a new document that acknowledges those separate legal parcels, and then that way you have clear evidence going forward that these are separate units of land. And I'm unsure if there's anything additional that council wishes to add on that, but we do have this defined process within our code already.
Okay, I'm seeing a hand raised in the chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, just to add on briefly to what Ms. Acker had said, essentially, the Subdivision Map Act is the current mechanism of subdividing land and either changing, subdividing, or merging parcels. However, before the Subdivision Map Act was enacted, various configurations of land were created essentially by a number of relevant legal doctrines governing how the land was transferred. And the certificate of compliance process is something written into the Subdivision Map Act that allows someone to get something from the county saying, yes, we've looked at your deeds and this configuration of the land is in fact a legal parcel and can be transferred in this manner. So, you might have 1,000 acres, or a person may have, say, 1,000 acres of land, which might all be one parcel because of the way it was historically transferred or initially deeded out. On the other hand, it could be a combination of 10 different parcels that were acquired at various times and kind of lumped together, and that requires a significant amount of historical analysis and deed research. And that process exists in the certificate of compliance process exists so that there's a way that you don't have to redo that every time. The county has recognized it, that's a legal parcel, and then we record it and move on.
Supervisor Williams?
I support the staff recommendation. I think this idea is well-intentioned, but I think it'll just create a whole slew of new problems if we try to decide that some legal parcels are not legal parcels.
Julie, could you pull up your screen again? Because I don't have your screen at the moment.
Absolutely. So here we were just talking about number 18 here, and you can see the current definition of parcel from the Division 1 zoning code is here in italics.
I do have one question on certificates of compliance. The examples that I'm familiar with are areas that were once a thriving town, like say the town of Westport, which at one point was bigger than the city of what became the city of Fort Bragg. And so my understanding is that there are historic parcels where people have gone back to the county and shown that they were multiple parcels on the land that they have. Is staff aware of those certificate of compliance being found in more rural areas in addition to those former bustling towns?
Yes, we have found that, just by time, there have been some sites that maybe at the assessor's office, they're being all taxed in the same manner. So they would all be combined under one assessor parcel number. But we have seen that we've granted certificates of compliance in some more rural areas. Specifically, I'm thinking about, we've had a couple instances with Mendocino Redwood Company where we've reviewed their lands for certificates of compliance.
Okay,
so if there's, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Chair Jurdy. So a question would be, if a person had various parcels, could they apply for a land use permit for each of those parcels?
As presently written in the regulations, yes, you would be allowed to have a land use permit on each legal parcel that you have.
So is there so one person could own 10 different permits with the land use process?
They potentially could, yes, if they went through and obtained the proper permits and approvals on those various parcels.
Now, would there be a way of restricting that?
So I know that under Chapter 10A17, the restriction was there was a limitation on how many permits that any one person could apply for. So, that is what I understand could potentially be the mechanism, but I do see there is a hand raised with the clerk of the board staff.
If I may respond, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, conceptually, an ordinance could have some sort of means of limitation as to the number of permits a single person would be able to hold. The thing that I would just caution you about is that can get pretty complicated and pretty difficult when it comes to business entities, right? So one of the things that was frankly a bit challenging with 10A17 was how that applied in where many of the applicants wanted to apply in the name of a business entity or create a corporation. There's a lot of reasons if you're doing business that you would want to set something like that up. So generally speaking, we may have a situation in which the permit holder is a corporation, and so obviously if you're trying to limit ownership to a single person, or how many permits a single person can own, one way around that is for them to simply create a bunch of different corporations and to have a separate corporation hold each different permit, and then there might be mechanisms that can sort of peer behind that, but that gets pretty complicated pretty quickly because you start to get into things like how do you demonstrate the ownership, what percentage of ownership is sufficient, is it control versus ownership, various other things that frankly can be a bit complicated. So there are ways to do that. I would just say that's not a small undertaking, and I don't know that that's something that we would necessarily be in a position to be able to tackle today. And I just did want to add something with respect to the question regarding the legal parcels. Just because this is an area that I find that people get confused about quite commonly. A legal parcel is very different from an assessor's parcel number. So the legal parcel or a lot has to do with how the land is transferred and is recognized by a certificate of compliance. So there are many instances in which there might be multiple APNs for a single legal parcel. So if there's anyone who's watching this right now and getting excited because they've got land with a bunch of different APNs thinking they're going to apply for different use permits, I just think it's important to temper that expectation and have people understand that the assessor's parcel number just has to do with the fact that there may be different tax rates or that the land might happen to not fit on one map. And that may be the reason that there are multiple assessor's parcel numbers for a particular lot of land. Thank you.
Well, if I may, that does beg the question. So if somebody does have actual multiple legal parcels inside of a larger one, can they apply for a permit for each one of those legal parcels?
They would need to first demonstrate that those are separate legal parcels, likely by going through a certificate of compliance process, because staff, our assumption when we see multiple assessor parcel numbers under one ownership, our assumption is always that those are one legal parcel, all those APNs combined, unless there is a very clear evidence that shows otherwise. And sometimes when we can't see that clearly, we tell them that we see it as one legal unless they can demonstrate otherwise to us by applying for a certificate of compliance. But yes, they feasibly apply for a land use permit on each legal parcel that's recognized.
So for instance, on my own property, I have two legal parcels that are legally, distinct. So could I apply for a cannabis cultivation permit for each one?
Yes, you could.
Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, a parallel may be someone who owns a plot of land in Hopland and another in Redwood Valley. Can they grow grapes on both, or do they have to choose one?
I have a question that we might need to go back to the table, but when we talk about minimum parcel size and zoning districts, I believe we've given exceptions to the minimum parcel size in some of the zoning districts. The presumption is that there are a limited number of parcels, some grandfathered parcels that are below that zoning district in terms of, say you had R10 zoning district, but there may be a few parcels out there, many that are below 10 acres in size. Through the certificates of compliance, would someone be able to take a 10-acre parcel if they could prove that it's actually consisting of 3 parcels and go through the certificates of compliance, create 3 1/3 acre parcels or however those parcels are configured, and still be eligible to apply for the cultivation that's allowed in the R10 zoning district?
Sure. So, they may first need to go through and do certificates of compliance to recognize underlying legal parcels. But then if you wish to reconfigure the boundaries, you would have to go through a boundary line adjustment application process, which is also subject to CEQA. And then also the board actually has a policy from back in 2010 that if a parcel is not developable in its current configuration, you can't do a boundary line adjustment to make it developable. So, we see this where there's like these little postage stamp lots. And I can think of one example where an individual had, I think, 5 little tiny postage stamps, like 25 by 50 feet in dimensions, and wanted to adjust those into 5-acre parcels so they could make them developable. And there was very clear direction from the board that was not something that they desired to support. So continuously, we make findings whenever we're looking at smaller parcels being made into larger parcels, whether or not they're developable in their present configuration, and whether or not that increase, we do have to think about what additional development may be authorized as part of that, and also taking into consideration existing development that may be on those parcels. But conceivably, yes, somebody could take a site and recognize underlying certificates of compliance and then adjust those so that way they would qualify.
So giving that specific example, the R10 zoning district, someone could, in theory, if they had 3 legal parcels that they could prove, would they still be able to, under our draft ordinance, cultivate the normal amount in the R10 zoning district as if they had a 10-acre parcel, but in fact, they have now 10 3-acre parcels, or 3 3-acre parcels?
So yeah, we'd have to look at, obviously what type of cultivation they're seeking on it, but conceivably, yes, they could.
Mr. Chair, if I may respond as well.
Yeah.
I think that the question that you're getting at is whether essentially a parcel that is non-conforming, given the minimum parcel size in that zoning district, would in and of itself, or would still be subject to some sort of separate minimum parcel size requirement under the proposed ordinance. So, for example, you might have a non-conforming rangeland parcel, and under the current ordinance, you may be in rangelands, let's say with a hypothetical minimum parcel size of 40 acres. And if you have a non-conforming parcel that is 9 acres, because there is a 10-acre minimum built into the cannabis ordinance, it wouldn't be able to cultivate. However, if you had a non-conforming parcel that was 15 acres, so it's under the rangeland 40, but is over the 10-acre minimum put in this ordinance, then that would in fact be allowed. So. I guess the point I'm making is that it's not whether or not the parcel is conforming under the minimum parcel size in that zoning district. It's whether it meets the minimum parcel size set forth in the cannabis ordinance. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, and to that point, because I would like if we could go back to the table. The zooming is not very functional when we keep pulling back from the ordinance that we're debating and discussing. Okay, so on the R10 area, what is the minimums? Do we have a 10-acre minimum on the R10, or could someone conceivably have a parcel substantially less than 10 acres in the R10?
There is the sections of the asterisk footnotes here, asterisk 2 and asterisk 3, that do allow, if you share at least 50% of your parcel boundaries, that you can potentially apply for some larger size permits that you would not necessarily be allowed based upon the minimum acreage here. So in the RR10, you can see we have some allowances that can be allowed on 5-acre parcels, and then other allowances that can be allowed on 10-acre parcels. And then we do have these 2 asterisk footnotes that do allow for some flexibility.
Okay, so we've, in the ordinance itself, we established a minimum threshold of 5 acres in the R10 zoning district.
Yes, and the only exception being to that, you see this asterisk 2 here, where if you have a site that has is between 3.5 and 5 acres and shares at least 50% of its parcel boundaries with parcels 5 acres or larger, they can potentially apply for some of the larger size permits.
Okay. Well, for those of you who have more R10 neighborhoods than my district, and I think that would be several other people here, you might want to just be sure that that's what you want in the ordinance. Okay. Do you want to go on to the next section of the?
Sure. So continuing further past number 18, going on to number 19, the Planning Commission recommends that the board consider further defining emergency situations for the purposes of water delivery. And this is something that I think staff has said previously could be defined by the applicants and reviewed by staff as part of their land use permit applications, or alternatively, the board could consider establishing a definition to add to Chapter 22.18. What staff has provided here is some of the emergency definitions from our coastal zoning regulations. And so in our coastal zoning regulations, emergency is defined as a sudden, unexpected occurrence demanding immediate action to prevent or mitigate loss or damage to life, health, property, or essential public services. This really comes into play when we are addressing emergency coastal development permits, and there is authority given to the Director of Planning and Building Services, which allows that in the cases of a verified emergency, the director can provide temporary emergency authorization to proceed with remedial measures until such time as a coastal development permit application is filed. So instead of the emergency definition, the board could also consider using the phrasing of disaster, which is also defined in our coastal zoning regulations. And disaster in the coastal regulations means any situation in which the force or forces which destroyed the structure to be replaced were beyond the control of its owners. And obviously there would need to be some revision to the phrasing of disaster to speak more to cannabis activities rather than structures.
So I'd just like to address that for a second. It seems to me as though, like in the case of a drought emergency, it's also considered to qualify as a disaster. But the way that I see this is that when you pull your permit, you have to establish that you have the capacity to water your crop, either in terms of stored water or a water source that's capable of delivering adequate water. And, you know, should we run into a situation like now, this is when the term of emergency or disaster would apply, when we have a defined drought. But in other words, what we don't want is to give permits to people that are really marginal in their water supply, and they're going to be in a drought problem every year. So I think we have to make that really clear in the permitting process, that people have to demonstrate that they have adequate water for the crop that they want to grow in a normal year. Does that make any sense? Do you follow that?
Yes, yes, that's great. Any further comments on that, or should I move on to number 20?
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. So just to follow up with that comment by Supervisor McGorty, is that, you know, we're requiring a hydrological study for these sites. And that I got a email this morning saying that those hydrological studies could not deny a person's application for a permit. So is that true? Because it seems like this hydrological study is the crux of what Supervisor McGorty is talking about showing that you have adequate water on that site. And that's what we really want to prove.
I agree with that completely. That's exactly right. And the only time that you'd be allowed to truck water in is if a year like this one, where it's not a normal year and you have an inadequate water supply because of the climate conditions. But it would not be something that would be routine.
So my question for staff is it true that what we're doing right now would not give the hydrological study the ability to deny an application?
If I could ask for clarification, I'm not entirely sure I understand the question. So the hydrological study, I mean, ultimately it's the Planning Commission that would be denying. So is the question whether the inadequacy of a water supply would be a basis for denying the permit, or is the question
Yes.
Okay. I believe that would be a basis for denial. I don't know if Planning and Building wants to add any comment on that.
Yeah, that is correct. That would be a basis for denial. Essentially, you would not be able to make the required findings that you have adequate water to serve your proposed activities that do not impact neighboring properties.
Okay, thank you.
Julie, as a follow-up to that, because I'm familiar with the hydrological studies that are pretty much very, very often, if not always, required in the coastal zone. And so the process for that, it's hard for me to believe that the county has a history of approving subdivisions after that hydrological study showed that there was inadequate water. Are you aware of the county approving any subdivisions after the hydrological study showed there was a negative impact on adjoining wells?
No, I am not aware of any instances like that. Normally, if there is a finding that it would cause impacts, that's typically a basis for denial of that project. So if there's no other comments on water, I'll go ahead on, and actually we are going to talk a little bit about water in the next item too. So number 20 here on the memorandum, the Planning Commission recommended that the board consider allowing a cultivation site to use a water source on a separate parcel if there is an easement or other form of water sharing agreement. So as you can see here in the staff comment, it would clarify the finding in section 22.18.070D, which requires that and this is the quote, the cultivation site is served by a legal water source located on site. And staff has no concerns with this clarification recommended by the Planning Commission. So what the board could consider is adding after the word on site, this parenthetical or on a separate parcel if there is an easement or other form of water sharing agreement. So then the recommendation 21 from the Planning Commission was to consider requiring applicants to provide documentation showing their legal right to access the property. And the concern that was expressed by the Commission was wanting to see legal deeded easement to demonstrate access to the parcel and ensuring that the easement is adequate for the proposed cannabis operation. And specifically, they were referring to it needing to be commercial in scope. And staff does not find that it's necessary to add this any additional required finding, as section 20.196020B, which is the use permit findings, already requires that all sites demonstrate that they have adequate utilities, access roads, drainage, and other necessary facilities have been or are being provided. The recommendation 22 was to consider adding a requirement for the priority processing of applications from phase 1 applicants that are complete. And staff has no objection to this approach. And just to make sure that the board is clear on this, it was really that if there was a phase 1 application that was complete, that would be processed prior to any new applications received. So folks that are not currently underneath the phase 1 permitting system. Recommendation number 23 was to recommend the establishment of a mechanism to allow phase 1 applicants applying for permits under chapter 22.18 to continue cultivating during the application process of chapter 22.18. And staff's only comment on this is that, we have been working to determine if there is a pathway that may be able to allow individuals to continue cultivating while in application process. So we have heard that sentiment expressed from both the board and the Planning Commission. And then the last and final recommendation from the Planning Commission was that the board prioritize identifying mechanisms and resources to identify groundwater supply and security for Mendocino County communities. So staff's only comment on this is that if the board wishes to, sort of initiate those sorts of discussion, to include the County Water Agency and the Division of Environmental Health in any discussions regarding future study of groundwater resources within the county. And so with that concludes the review of the memorandum. I do have the Appendix A table as well as the ordinance itself available. And would just need to see direction from the board to move to those different areas. And then if it's all right with the board, I'll go ahead and stop sharing my screen now, and then you can direct me to go back to portions of the memorandum if you desire.
Okay, Julie. Supervisor Williams, you have a question?
And maybe you could leave it up for a moment. I saved my questions for now, and I think I can move through it fairly quickly. Could we go to 6? My concern on 6 is we want to avoid ambiguity. We don't expect that cultivation would have been continuous for the 20-year period. Certainly if there was a drought in there, we may have cultivators who stopped cultivating. Should we add language, perhaps, quote, at any time, quote?
I don't see a concern with that. I think that's just more clarification.
Okay. And then 8, is it necessary, or is that something that we may want to just remove?
For number 8, it was just more of a clarification for, I think, the public as well, to ensure that they were aware that there is the ability to apply for multiple cultivation types on a property, and then that all really needs to fall underneath one land use permit on the site. And the reason for having one land use permit on the site is so that there's comprehensive CEQA analysis of all the activities occurring. If instead we had a separate permit for each type of cultivation on a property, you would sort of have a piecemeal analysis of the environmental impacts.
Okay.
So, I don't know if council has anything more to add on that. I would recommend keeping the language just to make sure it's clear and explicit for the public.
Legally, I don't know that we particularly need to add it because I don't know that it changes anything in terms of the intent. But I know that this is an area that planning and building has gotten some questions, and some questions have come to my office as well. So this may help cut down on any confusion by members of the public.
Okay. And then on 11, the water hauling. Is 11 the water hauling? No, maybe I'm off way. Julia, where's the water hauling sunset?
So this is the section on number 11. Let's talk about just not, incentivizing phase 1 applicants if they were not already utilizing water delivery to begin doing so.
Yeah, so I guess I'd like to check in with my colleagues on, do we really want to allow any phase 3 permits that rely on water hauling? I understand it was allowed previously. I happen to think it was a mistake, but it was allowed for phase 1, and we need to give reasonable time to phase that out. But I don't know about having applications submitted through our phase 3 process utilizing limited staff resources on a basis of water hauling.
No, I don't want anyone to apply for a new cannabis land use permit if they have to haul water. They have to demonstrate that there's adequate water on the site. If there isn't, they're probably in the wrong place.
Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. So yeah, I thought that we weren't allowing water hauling in phase 3, and I don't see this as allowing it, except for phase 1 people who are moving over, and then they would be phased out by January of 2023.
I don't know that we want to move them over because we're utilizing limited spaces in phase 3, and they're going to have to phase that out anyway. So why even transition them to phase 3? Why not have them stop the water hauling first?
Well, because I think that there are some people who, if they need to go through this phase 3, and they have been water hauling, and that's their history, and that's been allowed, then we've been giving, the idea was to give them this transition time.
So I maybe we could do a straw poll on this one. I would rather not have water hauling come into phase 3. I think it's what I hear most from the public, outrage that it happened. And this looks like we're allowing it to happen again. And I understand it's a transition, it's well-intentioned, but I don't think we should do it.
Okay, I see a hand raised in the chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to suggest before the board starts voting, it may be appropriate to open the hearing and take the public comment.
Okay. Julia, how much more do you have to go through? We might want to take a break pretty soon.
I have nothing further. I think we were just going back through any comments or questions from the board on staff's presentation. So I completed mine.
Chair, I only had one other question, if you want me to.
Go ahead.
So on 12, I think there's an opportunity to align with state law, and I think CDFA is requiring some changes by 2023. Sorry, the number was 12.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I'm scrolling and I'm going, wait, I don't think I heard the number. So.
I think I said 2023. I apologize. It was a date. Item 12.
No problem.
Yeah. So, and maybe our cannabis program manager could add input here, but my goal is to align with state law.
I can comment. This is Julia Krog. I did see in some of the public comment letters that there was discussion that there is some level of requirements at the state level to have movement towards renewable energy sources by January 1, I think it was 2023, and I'm unsure if you have anything more to add.
I don't have the language in front of me, but I can pull it up if you'd like me to. It is a reporting requirement that comes up for all cultivation types, including processors. So there's a reporting, there's 2 triggers. And so if you'd let me pull it up, I'll bring the language back to you in a moment here.
So I think we'll probably bring back that language after we've heard public comment or any other considerations from the board. It'll take us a few minutes to pull that up. But were there any other portions of the memorandum that the board members would like me to scroll to so we can review those together?
Okay, Supervisor Mohern.
Thank you, Chair. I had 2 questions. I guess before we go to public comment, I'm also happy to take a break if the team in the office needs that. On number 3, regarding phase 1 applicants' ability to increase the size of their permit, if they were in an appropriately zoned location in Appendix A, could they apply for I guess it would be a use permit under phase 3 to increase their size, or does this just mean they can never increase their size ever if they were already in phase 1?
Thank you for that clarification. It's meant to be that you don't get the exception from the Appendix A zoning districts and parcel size so that way phase 1 applicants, their exception is really to do what they're doing right now, what was allowed under Chapter 10A17. Now, if they're saying an RR10 zoning district and 10 acres in size, they could potentially apply for a land use permit to go up to a larger size. They just need to comply with the zoning district and parcel size criteria of Appendix A. So it's not a prohibition. It's just making sure they conform if they are going above their current limitations with the requirements of Appendix A.
Thank you. And then my other question was on item 13 regarding cultivation structures. So I certainly understand the desire to not have cultivation structures above a ridgeline, but does this not include individuals that may, for instance, be interested in growing sun-grown cannabis in an area that is perhaps on a ridgeline, but would not include using a structure?
Thank you for that question. This finding is really only applicable to mixed light and indoor cultivation, so it would be for sites that have structures. So there's not a prohibition for sun-grown cannabis.
Thank you.
Supervisor Hajek.
Yes, thank you, Chair Jurdy. My question is about Appendix A. And for the small mixed light tier 1 and 2, that for upland residential, it's a minor use permit. But if you go to small outdoor, it's a major use permit. So I'm wondering why upland residential is a minor use permit.
I will have to go back and look at the history of the changes to the table. I'm sorry, I don't remember all of them in front of me, but I will go back and look at the various red lines, and I can come back and report back to the board after about how that distinction occurred. It may have just been, you know, an oversight to not capture that one said major use permit, or it may have been intentional. I'll just want to go back and take a look at the past tables presented to the Planning Commission and board before I give you an answer on that.
Yeah, because it seems to me that that should be a major to align with the RR10. You know, it's a residential area, so. And to do major for a small outdoor doesn't seem to jive with minor for mixed light.
So I will take a look at that, and then we can report back to the board on that. And then I do just want to return back to the energy discussion that had been brought up by Supervisor Williams. And I believe Kristen has pulled up the state documents.
Yes, thank you. So there's two triggers in the Cal Cannabis regulations currently. Beginning January 1st of 2022, an applicant for renewal of a license must include the following records for each power source indicated on the application for licensure for the previous annual license period. So they have to account for the total electricity supplied by the local utility provider, the name of that local utility provider, and greenhouse gas emission intensity per kilowatt hour reported by the utility provider for the most recent calendar year available at the time of submission. Total electricity supplied by a zero net energy renewable resource that is not part of a net monitoring or net metering, or other utility benefit. The total electricity supplied from other unspecified sources and other on-site sources of generation not reported to the local utility provider, such as greenhouses and fuel cells, and greenhouse gas emission intensity from these sources and average weighted greenhouse gas emission intensity considering all electricity used in the previously mentioned sections. So this is a kind of a combination of the language found in CDFA regulations section 8203 subsection G 1 through 4. But that section, well, actually the section 8305 A and B of the Cal Cannabis regulations or CDFA regulations has additional requirements that beginning January 1st, 2023, all indoor, tier 2 mixed light license types of all sizes and nurseries using indoor or tier 2 mixed light lighting techniques shall ensure that all electricity power used for cannabis activity meets the average electricity greenhouse gas emissions and intensity required by their local utility provider pursuant to the California Renewables Portfolio Standard Program. Evidence of meeting the standard includes the following. Number one, if a licensee's average weighted greenhouse gas emissions intensity is greater than the local utility provider's greenhouse gas emission intensity, the licensee shall provide evidence of carbon offsets from any of the following sources. And then there's a list of sources provided herein. Number two is that new licensees shall report the average weighted greenhouse gas emissions intensity used during their licensed period at the time of license renewal. So instead of providing the previous year, it looks like they would estimate, they would provide the previous year at renewal, not upon standing up that new license. If a licensee's average weighted greenhouse gas emissions intensity is greater than the local utility provider's greenhouse gas emissions intensity for the most recent calendar year, the licensee shall provide evidence, again, of greenhouse gas offsets or carbon offsets, my apologies, or allowances to cover the excess of carbon emissions. And so that's currently what is in the Cal Cannabis regulations around energy consumption disclosures and renewable energy requirements.
Could we have given that this sounds redundant and the state has put more effort into their language, could we have 12 just reference the state requirement? I don't know that we're providing anything extra here, and it may cause confusion having two standards.
Staff has no objection to that.
And then, Kristen, while you're here, what do you think about number 8? Is it necessary? And are there any unintended consequences out of an abundance of caution, I would recommend moving this maybe to a frequently asked questions. It does help explain the ordinance, but I don't know that it really adds any value to the ordinance, and it may cause confusion with the cross-referencing of state licenses.
I mean, this is Kristen Nevedal, Cannabis Program Manager. I'm not sure that I have a strong opinion either way on this, to be honest with you. The questions are coming in, so it does provide clarity, but I would actually defer to legal counsel about whether or not this could be removed from here and then provided in a permitting policy document or a clarification document. I would not take issue with providing this language or this clarification in a policy document for the community. But I think this is better suited for legal counsel than for myself.
Mr. Chair, if I may just add, legally, to reiterate my prior report point, legally, I don't see any reason you need to keep this language in here. You could certainly delete it, and you'd have the same effect if you feel that it would be more appropriate to put it in a policy document.
So I'd like to recommend that and see if we have support.
Okay. Preferences? It looks to me like it doesn't make any difference. So I'm okay with it being in a frequently asked questions or some other document that people could reference.
That's fine.
Right, and I'll just note for the board that the ordinance already does include provisions for planning and building services to provide a guidance document related to applications and application materials. So that's no problem.
Okay, back to number 12, just for clarification. So if we go to the state definition, I just want to make sure that we all have the same understanding of the practical effect of that. So if they're saying the renewable portfolio or carbon offset of the energy source for the cultivation site needs to be comparable to the local energy source here in Mendocino County, and this is a county ordinance for the unincorporated areas of the county, those parcels are served by, if they have a local power source, it's served by Snow and Clean Power. I mean, probably like 90+% of the residents have Snow and Clean Power versus opting out and going to PG&E. So Snow and Clean Power's default energy source is about 90% carbon free. Their Evergreen program is 99.9% carbon free. So what would the practical effect of going with the state policy, which I get it for consistency's sake. I think we probably should just go with the state, but it seems to me that we'd be basically requiring that they're 90% carbon free, or they have carbon offsets to achieve 90% carbon free.
Yeah, if I may, through the chair, this is Kristen Nevedal, Cannabis Program Manager. I think you are absolutely correct here. I think there's a couple of notable things that should be mentioned about this language here. So Cal Cannabis, so the state regulations apply this renewable energy requirement to all indoor Tier 2 mixed light license types of all sizes and nurseries using indoor or mixed light techniques, mixed light Tier 2 techniques. So mixed light Tier 2 techniques are greater than 6 watts of lighting per square foot, not to exceed 25 watts of lighting per square foot. So if you were to defer 100% to the state, you would be capturing nurseries in here that utilize anywhere from more than 6 watts per square foot on up because of the reference to ML2 and indoor. And you would not be capturing mixed light Tier 1 if you just deferred 100% to the state's requirements. Mixed light Tier 1, I think it's worth noting, is limited to less than 6 watts of lighting per square foot. However, mixed light Tier 1 generally does not use that lighting year round, simply because it's not enough lighting to help assist flowers. The lighting cycles for mixed light tier 1 cultivators is utilized during the vegetative state, usually for a period of 2 to 3 weeks during the initial planting, just to ensure that the plants don't prematurely flower as they're settling into their final flower canopy area. So the energy consumption on mixed light tier 1, not only is it less than 6 watts a square feet, it's also not a flower production, simply these limited 2 to 3 week windows in most cases. Additionally, mixed light tier 1 cultivators, there are a lot of them that do not use lighting at all. They simply are in that mixed light tier 1 license type under the state because they choose to utilize light deprivation activities, which in of itself triggers the requirement to move from an outdoor license to a mixed light tier 1 license.
So for clarification on that, you said that the state has this exemption for 6 watts or less than 6 watts per square foot. And that the cultivators might typically be using lights for 2 or 3 weeks, you said. So if they were exempted from this standard, could they then be using a diesel generator for 2 or 3 weeks?
Potentially, it would likely be overkill, frankly, but I mean, I think that it depends on how we have the energy. I'm pretty sure that there is some language in here that doesn't allow generators to be utilized as the primary source of power. There's also language in here about other combustion engines, such as for water pumps, because of noise considerations. So I'll leave that there. And if we wanted to look at that language more specifically, it looks like Julia has it in front of her.
Yeah, we do have in the required findings, section 22.18070E, that discusses that the proposed or would require a finding that the proposed cultivation site does not rely upon a generator as a power source and or an internal combustion engine water pump.
Okay, so you're satisfied that encompasses if someone says, but it's only for 2 or 3 weeks?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
So, and then I would, oh, sorry, there was a comment.
Go ahead.
Oh, so I was just going to go back to Supervisor Hashak's question regarding why the major use permit was required for small outdoor. And looking back through the modifications that have been made to this Appendix A table, it appears that was made by the Planning Commission on March 19th, 2021, to increase that required permit from a minor use permit to a major use permit. Originally, staff had minor use permits across the board for the UR district.
Supervisor Hashak?
So my question then to the board is, do we want to make that small mixed light tier 1 and 2 a major use permit? And I would say yes.
Yeah, I would like to have them not at all. I still believe that we should have any expansion should be all sun-based, but at the very least, this has to be a major use permit if we're going to do any of this. I still would like to restrict our anything under plastic to be basically our phase 1 applicants, and that's it. But that's my own prejudice.
Okay, I would support making that a major use permit.
I'd support what Supervisor McGorty just said.
Which is limiting, want to clarify what that would be?
Yeah, so what I said basically was that I would, support allowing phase 1 people to get permits, but I would not allow any more expansion of this.
Okay, Supervisor Williams?
Can we make sure we limit changes to avoid having to go back to Planning Commission? Looking at the time frame, this needs to be passed by June 30 with a second reading. Maybe council could give us some direction here. Are we within a defensible position to be making these changes, or do you have any heartburn?
If I may respond to the chair, we're analyzing as the board is sort of making comments. We're analyzing. We may need a little bit of time at some breaks to be able to determine which changes might require sending things back to the Planning Commission. I'll note that on the change of the definition of agriculture, from I believe it was use for crop production to agricultural use, that was something that was specifically in front of the Planning Commission, and therefore something we were able to rely on. We need to sort of repeat that analysis with each proposal that gets thrown out here.
So what is the process? Will you warn us when we're making a change that may require going back to Planning Commission? We don't want to get to the end of the day and have to backtrack. Or do you want a placeholder for some of these ideas? Yeah. And maybe you could come back and tell us whether we have the discretion.
Yeah, I think a placeholder would be helpful. Some of these are easy for us to identify as either having a basis or not. Some of them take a little bit more time. And as the discussion's evolving, it's a little bit hard to flag it as we're going along.
So if I may, Counselor, can you just tell us generally what our task is limited to today as we're trying to wrap this up and meet our deadlines? What can and can't we do, in your opinion?
So, at this point, the board has the ability to go ahead and to either accept the recommendations of the Planning Commission, reject the recommendations of the Planning Commission, and go with a prior version that the Planning Commission had already considered, or accept one of the other alternatives that had been presented to the Planning Commission that they had considered but chosen not to recommend. Any change that the Planning Commission has not previously considered does have to go back to them. It's a little ambiguous as to what exactly that means. We think that minor word changes or tweaks to some of the phrasing may not be things that have to go back. I will say candidly, the language of the ordinance is not clear enough to even make that proposition, entirely clear, but we think that that's pretty reasonable. Anything that's really outside of the scope of what they had considered previously, though, is something that's going to need to go back. And just given the timelines, in particular, if the board finalizes today, we would be looking at adoption on the June 22nd meeting, which would be shortly before the June 30th deadline. So realistically, I don't know that there is going to be time to be going back to the Planning Commission again.
And so in the future, we can always revisit this ordinance, right, and amend it?
Oh, yes, that is correct. Now, the important thing to be aware of is that any changes that you make after the June 30th deadline are going to have to undergo environmental review. That being said, the environmental review is likely to be a lot less onerous for either minor changes to the ordinance or in particular changes that might be more restrictive in ways that would be protective of the environment. Generally speaking, there is both a relevant CEQA exemption that can come into play with respect to environmental protection measures. There's also a likelihood that the initial study is going to come back with no significant environmental impacts that need to be studied if we're looking at what is essentially an environmental protection measure. So passing the whole thing is something that I think is very important to get done before the deadline. Changes that could be made later, you'll have to look at exactly what you're looking at changing to determine how extensive the environmental analysis will have to be, but generally speaking, those are going to be a lot more feasible.
So if we're restricting some of the permitted activity on environmental considerations, then we're probably kind of have less exposure than if we were to say wanting to expand something to increase the footprint of cultivation.
Yes, that's correct. Generally, the amount of environmental study that'll have to happen as part of that process should be significantly less.
Well, thank you for that clarification. That really helps give us some good guidance here.
All right. Are we about at that point where we can go to a break before going to opening up the public hearing?
Yes, staff has nothing additional, but again, we're available if there's any questions from the board.
Okay. Well, if that's acceptable, I think It's just about 11:15. If we could come back at 11:25 and open the public hearing, that'd be great. Well, I think we've asked extensive questions of staff, and now is a good time to open up the public hearing. Request that members of the public who've submitted request to comment call in now, and let's open the public hearing. And my hope is, assuming we don't get through all the public hearing in the morning, that we propose that we take public comment until 12:30. Just a little more than an hour, and then take a half-hour break and come back at 1 o'clock and continue the public comment, if assuming there's additional public comment at that point. So let's open the public hearing at 11:26 and begin taking public comment.
We have about 12 people who registered, so we'll start letting them in.
First on the line will be Amanda Ryman, followed by Michael Katz and Monique Ramirez.
Amanda, you can press *6 on your phone to unmute.
Next will be Michael Katz.
Good morning, board. This is Michael Katz, Executive Director of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. We would like to acknowledge the massive effort that each of you, county staff, the Planning Commission, and public stakeholders have undertaken to work together to develop a cannabis cultivation ordinance and program that will work. It has been a long road fraught with challenges, but we strongly agree that this discretionary land use-based permit program is a necessary component of a sustainable regulated cannabis economic sector in Mendocino County. An untold number of existing businesses in phase 1 and 2 may need to seek conditional permitting under the CCAO in order to receive fully CEQA compliant annual licenses from CDFA, and they should be allowed to avail themselves of this process rather than having to shut down or move away. It is imperative that existing operators have this pathway, and we encourage the community at large to stand together in support of these existing tax-paying small businesses and say no to any referendum that could put many of our licensed community members out of business. We make the following recommendations as a compromise, identifying all of the input from stakeholders throughout the community. We sincerely believe that we have taken into account all the various stakeholders, and with our willingness to compromise, hope and encourage this board will do the same. We propose adopting the recommendations made by the Planning Commission, allowing limited expansion with a major use permit in selected zones, while also implementing reasonable limits on the stacking of licenses, as was mentioned earlier today, as far as individuals potentially extending and having more licenses. The truth is that additionally, we believe that it is essential for any additional expansion for there to be an economic impact report done prior to any additional expansion beyond what is recommended by the Planning Commission. And that no expansion should be permitted until after the current state of emergency related to drought conditions has been lifted. Further, we think it's essential that all of the previous discussed protections for phase 1 and 2 operators in this ordinance are included, including the ability to continue operations while applying for a permit. We understand that the intent is there and that the desire is there, and we would sincerely like to see that codified in the ordinance to make that fully clear, and that then the policy will be developed to implement that. Additionally, we'd like to see the streamlined application process codified and the prioritized processing, which has been supported by this board. We also suggest and appreciate that the board has decided to go with agricultural activity, and we suggest also aligning with the state regulations for energy usage. We truly believe this is a compromised position, and we encourage the board to support a compromise that has everyone's interests in mind and enables us to move forward together as a community. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Next on the line will be Monique Ramirez, followed by Ron Edwards and Brian White.
Hello, Board. I'm Monique Ramirez, District 3, representing the Covelo Cannabis Advocacy Group. Our recommendations are as follows. Our top priority is that we want to see an established priority processing of applications from the Phase 1 applicants that are complete, that's been identified in the staff memo. The second one is to recommend the establishment of a mechanism allowing the Phase 1 applicants that are applying under the Chapter 22.18 to continue cultivating during the application process. We really believe that that is extremely important and hope that the board can work to figure out a way to make that happen. Number 3, do not allow 10% expansion in Mendocino County. Allow up to 22,000 square feet of cultivation for the Phase 1 operators wishing to expand, as well as those entering in the new 22.18 chapter ordinance, with the additional allowance of up to 1 acre on ag zone parcels that have a minimum of 20 acres. Allow the Phase 1 operators transitioning to the Chapter 22.18 to continue to utilize the trucked water from legal water tenders until 2023 that's been identified already. We strongly encourage that hydrological studies be required for sites larger than 10,000 square feet and not based on gallons used per day. We would strongly like to advocate for requiring a minor use permit for nursery licenses instead of major use permits. We would like to see a cap on indoor and mixed light operations to 10,000 square feet or less to encourage sustainable cultivation practices. And we'd like to see that the rangeland, the RR10 be allowed to have a specialty cottage or specialty license on a 5-acre parcel, and not necessarily have to show that their neighbor parcel is between, that they neighbor 50% of the boundary and stuff like that. A 5-acre parcel can easily accommodate a 2,500 square foot footprint, and we should see that reflected in the zoning table. Also, the boards had discussion earlier about license stacking, and County Council made the comment that it can be hard to verify that with the ownership and stuff like that. But we just want to highlight that when you apply at the state level, you do have to indicate your business entity information and your ownership of your structure of your business. So that is not something that's necessarily hard to do, but we definitely want to see some sort of cap on licenses for this new ordinance. Otherwise, we will turn into Santa Barbara with license stacking and it will be consolidated to just a few companies. We don't want to see that happen in Mendocino County. So we urge the board to revisit that and have a further discussion. And thank you so much for the time to speak.
Next on the line is Ron Edwards, followed by Brian White and Sarah Bodner.
Good morning, board again. Ron Edwards. I would strongly recommend the Planning Commission recommendation in item number 1 of that 2-acre cap. I think that, today is not necessarily representative of where people are. I think after the last meeting, when you had over 400 comments on this expansion, that the community has now taken it upon themselves to start private meetings. I have attended a number of these to where they're talking about a referendum. And I really don't want to see the Phase 1 and Phase 2 cultivators caught in this fight. I think that the opposition to the 10% is real. It's extremely strong. But again, the cultivators in Phase 1 and 2 should not be caught in that mix up between those two. So strongly recommend the Planning Commission's recommendations, as it is a compromise. I mean, originally I would like to see 1 acre, and this would be 2 acres would be a good compromise. It would give us a chance to see how this program works. And in the future, if things are going fine, then the board could come back and look at it. But I think going with the Planning Commission would get this through with the least amount of problems for those Phase 1 and Phase 2 cultivators. Also, I strongly support Monique's recommendation on the nursery, because the impact of a nursery is quite less than standard cultivation. The amount of water that's used, it's really just a quick in and through process. So if you could make those nurseries, which are going to become even more important going forward as we bring in more cultivators into the county. Thank you very much.
Next on the line is Brian White, followed by Sarah Bodner and Hannah Nelson.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, hi, my name is Brian White. I wanted to thank all staff for their hard work. I can see it's a very difficult process to make everybody happy here. I strongly urge you to adopt this ordinance. We need to get this industry on a organized, level playing field. As a current rangeland farmer, I plan on doing crop rotation from what I'm currently doing into cannabis. I am in favor of the 10% farming economies of scale. Our neighboring counties, keeping us in the marketplace with them at the pace that they're at would be important. But I appreciate your time, and I strongly urge you to adopt this ordinance, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Next on the line is Sarah Bodner, followed by Hannah Nelson and Mark Schaefer.
Hi there. Good afternoon, Chair Jurdy and members of the board. This is Sarah Bodner representing the Cannabis Business Association of Mendocino County. I want to echo the support and appreciation voiced today for this board and the staff in the Planning Commission for all of the work over the last many months to develop this ordinance, and for your support in creating a discretionary land use-based permitting program that will at last provide a viable pathway to state licensure for Mendocino County operators. We'd like to start by joining the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance and members of the agricultural community at large and asking our community to support this ordinance and to oppose a referendum which could jeopardize the future of the legal industry and even result in a multi-year moratorium on commercial cannabis, forcing more people into the illicit market and only exacerbating current problems. A referendum is not the solution. The proposed ordinance today is the path forward to a more compliant, enforceable industry. We support many of the comments that staff made, and I just want to provide input on a few items regarding the Planning Commission's recommendations. Acreage caps. While a fixed 2-acre cap is only going to serve to handicap local operators and prevent Mendocino from being competitive, we would support a phased approach if the board deems it wise to progressively expanding canopy limits in the coming years. We wholeheartedly support the adoption of the definition of agricultural activity to best align with state law, and as well as the aligning with state law over the renewable energy requirements. And lastly, regarding tree removal, we strongly support the existing language that was in place and are very concerned about repeating the phase 1 debacle over tree removal where there was an outright ban on it. The use permit process allows for thorough review, conditioning, and remediation of any tree removal if it's deemed appropriate for a particular site. Sometimes when you're farming, the most ecologically appropriate location for a cultivation site may warrant consideration of responsible tree remover. We'd like to see that process left to the discretionary review use permit process and that tree remover be considered where it's appropriate. Thanks for your consideration.
Next on the line is Hannah Nelson, followed by Mark Schaefer and Devin Jones.
Good morning. Thank you for letting me speak. This is Hannah Nelson. I'd like to refer you to the memo that I submitted, but specifically I want to address a few items that came up during your discussion. When the board was discussing item number 23, staff indicated that it's still defining a pathway forward with regards to allowing phase 1 and phase 2 operators that may kind of flop over to a new ordinance to keep going. I would suggest coming up with specific language that at least prevents cultivation prior to permitting, except to the extent authorized by for phase 1 and phase 2 under 10A17, if the applicant is still in good standing under that program. And that way it's very clear and not left to a possibility that no cultivation could continue one way or the other, at least under the prior ordinance terms. Additionally, there's a number of areas where it was noted that there are undefined terms, and I would urge the board to not adopt an ordinance which has undefined terms. I think that in every instance possible where there was a recognition of an undefined term, there should be a definition. We've seen how undefined terms can cause a lot of heartburn later and a lot of time-consuming discussion. Additionally, under number 11 regarding water hauling for phase 1 and phase 2 operators, I think that Supervisor Williams' concern regarding water hauling in general is understandable, but if the phase 1 and phase 2 operators have been specifically encouraged to flop over to a land use permit because of how the prior system was created, and there is a phasing out of water hauling, there's no reason why they should be denied that ability. They've been operating in good faith all of this time. If they can prove that they're purchasing from a lawful water hauler, from a lawful water source, there's no reason that they should not be allowed to continue. We're talking about the discontinuance of operators that have done nothing wrong. Additionally, in my memo, I mentioned the need to look at refinements of the 10A17 ordinance, and I would request that the board discuss a schedule for when language would be coming back to the board on recommendations that the board already made with respect to those refinements. My recommendations to adopt a land use.
Next on the line will be Mark Schaefer, followed by Devin Jones and Blair Auclair.
Thank you, board. This is Mark Schaefer from COMCHI. I'm a current embossed receipt holder and farmer in the COMCHI area. And, you know, I'm paying pretty close attention to a lot of the fear that's going on outside in our community right now around how this is going to play out after the passage of this ordinance today, or whether or not that would happen. And I think that it's really important that this point in time that we come to a compromise position on what expansion looks like. And I'd really like to hear the Board of Supervisors actually acknowledge that and address that. I'm in alignment with the memo from MCA, and I would like to really, you know, see our Board of Supervisors step into a leadership role to try and acknowledge what could be happening with a referendum coming down the pipe, and whether or not that could potentially cause harm to a lot of families and existing businesses. And I'd also like to hear the Board of Supervisors continue to address what it might look like for phase 1 operators that are going to need to move over into a land use permit process as being prioritized in getting their applications through. That's all I have for today. So thank you again for the work that you're putting into this.
Next on the line is Devin Jones, followed by Blair Auclair and Amanda Ryman.
Good morning, Board. This is Devin Jones, Executive Director of the Mendocino County Farm Bureau. Farm Bureau submitted previous comments to this board on January 25th and to the Planning Commission on March 19th related to the proposed language of Chapter 22.18. Since the previous discussions at both the Board of Supervisors and the Planning Commission did not fully vet the comments and the concerns expressed by Farm Bureau, the Farm Bureau Board of Directors voted on April 8th to oppose the recommended action of adopting 22.18. This statement of opposition was included in the comments submitted to the Board of Supervisors on April 15th. Since then, it is appreciated that several points of concerns brought forward from Farm Bureau were addressed in part during the Board of Supervisors conversation on April 27th and the Planning Commission on May 6th. To be clear, the Farm Bureau Board is not against the legal cultivation of cannabis, nor are they opposed to the consideration of the allowance of new permits. The opposition is based on the fact that the county has not demonstrated under Phase 1 that they have the capacity to provide adequate oversight for either assisting applicants with compliance or with verifying that applicants are in compliance with the county ordinance. Because of this, there's a lack of faith that the county will provide an improved response through the implementation of Chapter 22.18. Farm Bureau does not feel that the county has the current capacity to be the lead agency in CEQA review, and the planning commissioners will be put into a difficult role of having to make determinations related to CEQA on a project-by-project level in Chapter 22.18. If the county continues to be inconsistent with permit review, then the frustration from the public regarding environmental and social impacts related to cannabis cultivation will just continue. The goal should be to move cannabis cultivation from the black market to the legal market while preventing impacts to resource lands and ensuring compatible uses. If the county does not have the ability to adequately implement the permit process and provide the oversight that will be necessary with Chapter 22.18, then the county should reconsider whether they are in a spot to move forward with adopting this ordinance. Thank you.
Next on the line is Blair Auclair, followed by Amanda Ryman, and then a voicemail.
Hello, this is Blair Auclair. I'm a 10,000 square foot cultivator here in Covelo. I wanted to support MCA's memo in many ways, but also I have restrictions about expansion here in Covelo, and I think that there needs to be deep consideration of a very frustrated community with what's going on with both illegal cultivation and allowing large expansion of cannabis. I definitely agree that we can't have expansion with our current drought situation. But also we're in a very tricky situation and we need to have a pathway forward for legal cultivation. I would definitely recommend not anything larger in Covelo than 22,000 square feet, in line with CCAG's memo. Whereas other parts of the county, that might be something different. And I would even extend that to potentially all of District 3, which Supervisor Haschek had recommended at another point in the at another meeting. And I highly recommend that the supervisors can consider the potential of what the referendum could do, and what are some things we can do to prevent that from potentially moving forward. I also wanted to bring up the license stacking, and that CDFA has a pretty, I believe, comprehensive way of understanding and considering who is holding a license and what relation people have to other licenses. That's something that is required to be disclosed in state annual permit. And I would not want to see license stacking happening in our communities. And I believe that's it. Thank you for your time and careful consideration.
Next on the line is Amanda Ryman, followed by a voicemail.
Okay, great. Hopefully y'all can hear me now. Sorry for the technical difficulties. This is Amanda Ryman. I'm representing Flow Cannabis Company. I wanted to thank the Board of Supervisors for their continued diligence on this issue, a very complicated issue. And of course, I think by now everyone knows how our company feels about the ordinance. We support the Phase 3 ordinance. We were glad to see the change to the definition of agricultural activity to be more in line with the state. And we do support expansion. We understand that each project is going to be subject to site-specific CEQA, including having to prove that they have adequate water and that the environmental impact of the cultivation is not going to be significant. So we would really encourage the board, even though right now so much focus is on the details, to also look at the big picture and where we want to see Mendocino County 5 years from now, 10 years from now? And are we doing things now based on the fear that happens with change that is going to prevent us from being viable in the future? And I know that the board is thinking about this, but as we really start to get into the weeds, no pun intended, I think it's also important to think about the role that Mendocino County can play in the future of economic development. And even though a lot of people have voiced concerns about expansion, the reality is there's 85,000 people in this county. And most of them don't care about cannabis as much, but they do care about money for mental health, for schools, for fire, for public safety. They care about having regulation around the things that impact their environment. And I think we have to remember that even though the cannabis plant itself is the cause of much controversy and discussion. So thank you very much and have a great day.
Next, I will be playing a voicemail.
This is Madge Strong in Willits, and I'm commenting regarding item 210613, which is the Phase 3 cannabis ordinance that is on your June 2nd agenda. I think that there's unfortunately a temptation for you to tinker with all sorts of compromise positions, like a cap of how many acres can be grown in various zoning categories, or a percent of the landowner's holdings and things of that sort. But really, I think that is the wrong approach, because you are still flying blind. You do not have information. You do not have an environmental impact report. And I hope that you will simply do the right thing, which is what Sonoma County recently did. Put the whole thing on hold, do the environmental impact report, get the data that you need so you know how many acres you're talking about. When you do a 4-acre limit or a 2-acre limit, all of which is an enormous expansion from what's currently allowed, you are opening up this county to a whole different level of activity and culture. And believe me, the residents don't want this. It's already happening all over the place. People are very upset, and you should be our representatives. Do the right thing, put this on hold, do an environmental impact report. Water alone is enough to put this on the back burner, but everything else about it is equally important. So again, I urge you to put it on hold, do the environmental impact report, which you should do anyway. It should not be done case by case. It's the wrong way. No cumulative impacts are identified. It puts an incredible burden on every single applicant instead of the county doing the right job in the first place. Thank you. Again, this is Madge Strong in Willits.
This is Atlas Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. That concludes public comment for this item.
All right, thanks, Atlas. That was far fewer public comments than I was expecting. So it's 11:54. I guess that concludes public comment on this item. So we will close the public hearing at 11:54 and bring this back to the board. Maybe Supervisor Hashek, go to you second. Maybe it'd be an opportunity before we get into any motions, people perhaps could just sort of talk about the ordinance and what they're hoping to achieve through the ordinance. We've heard that request from some of the speakers today, and talk about the big picture. I think it's kind of important for the public to understand how we got here, why we have this ordinance, and what we're hoping to achieve with it. Supervisor McCourty?
I've thought about this a lot. So if we adopt this ordinance, we'll have the most environmentally stringent, CEQA-compliant crop production system in the United States of America. It's complicated and it's thoughtful, it's mindful. We've certainly heard from everybody. There is a lot of concerns, and I'm hoping we can process through some of them. But I just want to add a few things that I think are really important. I'd like to see this crop production system basically being sun-grown, because we're using solar radiation as our source of power for that. Organic, which almost by default, because of the pesticides that are registered for use in cannabis, we're going to have to do that. We've already committed to renewable energy, water efficiency, and that includes water storage and forbearance, making sure that we have a minimal impact on our water resources for this crop. In all respects, environmentally friendly. And that's thinking also about where we locate facilities. If we're going to have things like nurseries that need people to go in and out for a lot of labor, they should be located in places that are set up for that and not at the end of a country road somewheres. I also personally, minimal plastic. Plastic is the bane of our civilization. When people think about this era, they're going to go back and say, what were people thinking when they put plastic all over the place? So wherever possible going forward, I want to minimize plastic. If there is a way to farm without it, and I want us to do that. We need to finish phase one. So we really can't talk about any expansion until we got what's on the table taken care of and squared away. And I think we're making really good progress with that right now, because we have our new cannabis program and our division with our program director, Kristen Nevedal. I think this is a really effective change, having watched the cannabis program really wreak havoc on two different departments. I think finally having a dedicated place to process the permits is really a smart idea. And that's one of the best things I think our board and our staff has come up with. We really need to end illegal grows. We have to have active code enforcement. We've committed to that. And if we do that, we'll have a net reduction in acreage, not an expansion of our program. And we'll take out people who really don't care about the environment. They just care about money. They don't care about our community. They just want to make as much as they can, as long as they can. And they have no commitment to being legal or to looking after our community. I think phase three has to be a very orderly process. We can't even think about starting to take applications until we finish up phase one. So I'm guessing that's around the 1st of January, 2022. And I think that's the only acceptable way to go. And we can only accept applications at a rate that we can process them. So I don't want to see us get cascaded with 1,000 applications. It should be, we accept applications as we have capacity. That's really important. Yeah, and during that time, so anybody who's applying for a new permit, if they're not already in phase one, they can't grow, construct, or any activity until their permits and licenses are approved. There's probably going to be, if you look at this realistically, a lot of discussion about, does this mean we're going to have this endless expansion of cannabis all over Mendocino County? If you actually look at what the needs are locally, there, as I said before, there's two industries. There's one that's centered around kind of our legacy industry of kind of artisanal growing of flowers and other products, and for small scale production. And there's probably a larger industry that's based on processing. And based on the best numbers I can get, we would need 500 to 600 acres just to take care of the processors. And that includes some of the existing acreage that we have already that's in the ground. But I see that as kind of the expansion that Mendocino could handle from an ag economic point of view. And that's something that I think Ron Edwards mentioned, is we should do a little bit of an economic impact analysis at some point as we start phase 3 to see what's realistic in terms of us, what's the capacity of Mendocino County to handle that. So put that in the context that we have 26,000 irrigated acres in Mendocino County. If we had 500 acres of cannabis, it would use about the same amount of water as probably our pastures do in Potter Valley, is what I kind of figure in terms of consumptive use. And of course, we're generating a lot of economic activity in terms of jobs and so forth. At the same time, we're asking the good graces of Mendocino County, and I think that Devin Jones' comment about people don't have confidence in us right now to do a good job with this is a real sincere comment that we have to address. And I think we're trying really hard to as a board. Also, because of small growers, and again, thinking like an ag economist, the small growers have to have access to market, and direct sales is an important part of it. And I'm not sure if cottage grow is really the right term. I like micro enterprise is a better idea. I don't know that you necessarily have to live on site, because people don't live on site in their wineries, and we have the equivalent of it. So that's something that we should think about, and that we don't necessarily have to make this a deal breaker today, but it might need some refinement in the future. And that's basically my thoughts. The last one is that I'd really like us as a board to take a field trip to Covelo and go see what's going on, because I think that would really sensitize us to kind of what's wrong with cannabis in Mendocino County, and make a stand of solidarity with the citizens of Mendocino County that don't like certain aspects of this industry and want to see it change. And I think it would make us show that we're on their side, and we're really, really concerned, and we want to do something too. We want to do the right thing. If we're going to have a cannabis program in Mendocino County, we want it to be world-class. We want it to be really, really good. And that's my comments.
Okay, other comments?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with everything that Glenn just said. And I would add that I've been talking to a lot of concerned Mendocino County residents about expansion, trying to clarify the true concern. Water is one of those concerns. I'm equally concerned about water. I think we need to move towards water scoring and requiring that cannabis farms avoid using groundwater in the dry season, more ag ponds. I think there's steps we can take. This ordinance puts us on a good path to better protection of water and the environment, but I think there's more we can still do. This is just the starting point for changing the direction of the cannabis program. But the other concern I hear is when folks talk about expansion, they don't want new cannabis cultivation sites. And I don't know that we have liberty to make that so, because phase 3 is already on the books. It was approved back in 2017, and it will open. The board can't keep postponing it. And if it opens, it will allow the problems we've seen in phase 1, hoop houses, water hauling, no discretionary review, no chance for neighborhoods to give input before projects are approved. It's a ministerial process. And the worst is it probably won't result in state licenses. And it would just leave us in the current set of problems, but scaled up. And so, I hope the public understands we're not talking about allowing new cultivation. That's already the case. If we were to decide to not allow any new cultivation, I think that would really cement the county creating a class of people who can cultivate, and would probably end in an equal protection lawsuit, which I expect we would lose. And that would cost public money and force us to open. So it's terribly complex. It's hard to convey in sound bites why we're making some of the changes that we're making today. But I hope we have unity on this is going to provide a more enforceable ordinance that's better for the environment, better for neighborhoods. And I hope all 5 of us today in our own way can encourage the public to not engage in a referendum, because that would be a moratorium for several years, which would ultimately push cultivation back into the illegal market where we have no environmental oversight.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Thank you, Chair. I won't repeat what my colleagues have said because I agree with them on all of the points that they've raised. I think that for me, hearing from the community, one of the biggest challenges is, what are you going to do different? Because our community has seen the previous Board of Supervisors and county staff just spend an incredible amount of time on this issue. And I think that what we really get with this opportunity to move forward is to let the market play out within the state, within the nation, and perhaps the world, depending on who you talk to, and give it some time to see where Mendocino County really stands, and leave that up to the entrepreneurs of our community to show that that's not our role here as supervisors. Our role is to create good policy that protects the environment, our neighborhoods, and our communities. And I do hope also that we can really help the community understand in very bullet pointed reasons why we need to move forward with this ordinance today.
Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. Being the supervisor for the 3rd district, where most of the cannabis is being grown in this county, it's a unique situation. Probably with Supervisor McGordy, he has a lot of the cannabis, the remainder of it. And so I think that the two of us have a kind of a different perspective maybe. But, there are good aspects to this new ordinance. We have done some good things, the curtailment of water hauling, the prohibition of generators as a primary power source, the hydrologic survey for what's happening in your area with the well, and if it's going to affect the neighbors. There's restrictions on and limits on hoop houses. We need to still revisit that and see what else. There's restrictions on, allowing gravel in ag land to try to preserve the ag soil. Those are all good things that we're trying to do with this ordinance. But if we look at the big picture, and that's what people have been saying, look at the big picture, and listen to the people, stop, look, and listen. As Richard Wilson said from Covelo, that, you look at what happened in Sonoma County. They were on a similar path, even though their ordinance was different, but is similar. And they had one supervisor who was against it, and the other 4, due to public outrage, finally said, hey, let's put a stop on this. Let's look at the big picture and see, do an environmental impact report so that we do know what the impact of water, not just on your neighbors, but on the community is doing. Because we have people all over the 3rd district, at least, who are very concerned about the water. Like Devin Jones said, we have a history with our cannabis program that people have lost confidence in it. Hopefully we're on a new track and that we can get people through the phase 1 through to their state annual licenses. I think that the state has a real willingness to do that. And we do have a pathway, as we've seen. Our job is to get those people through and to make sure that we can get as many people through that system as possible. And we need to support the small growers, the people who've been at it, trying to become legal for the last 4 years, that they've put up with a lot. And I think, we need to do all we can. And that's my commitment, is to do all I can to help them get through the system as it is. It comes down to enforcement. We've talked about code enforcement. We've talked about law enforcement. We're going to have the budget next week, and we'll see what we actually do with developing a real proactive code enforcement and supporting the sheriff in law enforcement. Until we do those things, people are very concerned. We are hearing from big business that they want to expand, but that's not what we're hearing from the people of Mendocino County. The people have been speaking up at the Planning Commission, at our board meetings. It was almost, the silence was deafening today, where the people of the communities haven't called in, because I think that they've lost some belief that we're listening to them. And so there are really good things about this ordinance, but I think when we go to expansion, we're negating those good things, and we need to take it slow. We need to figure out we need to get our act together with phase one. The ordinance can go forward without the expansion, and that's what I would like to see.
Okay, thank you. So as I step back from this whole process, and I see, the arc of our cannabis program, just, 6 years ago, cannabis was about a paragraph in our legislative policy saying cannabis should be taxed and regulated and legal. And in the last 5 years, it's taken up maybe 20-25% of our board meeting time, writing ordinances. It's kind of a cautionary tale on be careful what you ask for, because we've spent an inordinate amount of time on this one subject. And during that time, at the request of the cannabis industry, we did not require use permits. We had a yes or no permit program. We later found out that fulfilling their request was not in their best interest, because it prohibited them from, in most cases, in almost all cases, from getting a state license. This ordinance is an attempt to create a kind of permit, a use permit, a discretionary permit with conditions that would enable them, once they obtain a state or county permit, to get a state license. So I see that as progress, although it took a while for us to get there. But again, it was because we were acting on at the request of the cannabis industry itself, not because the board or the county was somehow against the cannabis industry. Also at the request of the cannabis industry, at the legacy growers, as they like to call themselves, we have not allowed anyone who was not cultivating prior to January 1st, 2016 to apply for a County of Mendocino permit. I've asked county staff, and they're not aware of any other county in California that's prohibited new people from applying all the ways up until 2021 or 2022. In every other county, as far as they're aware, if you were not cultivating prior to 2016, you already could have applied for a county permit in those other counties, if those counties have cannabis permits. So we've done so much for the existing legacy cultivators at the request of the legacy cultivators. And at some point, and I think we're there, we have to say, they are not the only ones, not the only residents of this county who have the ability to apply and seek a permit from the county. And we've made numerous amendments to this ordinance, again, attempting to address any and all concerns that have come in. I think we could easily see ourselves making further amendments, even if we adopt it today, after the ordinance is adopted and in place. And as County Council has expressed, if the board wanted to make further amendments after June 30th, we could make further modifications if they were, especially if they were to further protect the environment. It might be a relatively simple amendment without an expensive and extensive environmental review. And I'm open to doing that. But based on what I'm hearing, I think it sounds to me like from County Council that we might be better off not making too many further amendments today, going forward more or less as the ordinance is written today with some modifications. And if we feel that there's a need to make further modifications that further restrict, for example, the issue of phasing this ordinance has been something we've discussed for some time now. But that's not in the ordinance right now. We've talked about how due to the drought, as a practical matter, nobody's going to be able to get a county permit until 2023. Maybe we might want to amend the ordinance at some point in the future to say that to get more than 2 acres, you have to apply after 2025 or 2026. So there's things that we could do to further modify that ordinance. But I tend to think that we'd be better off making those modifications after the ordinance is in place. But anyway, so just I think big picture, this does set the course of getting professionalism in the cannabis industry, getting it out of the residential neighborhoods where the public doesn't want it, getting it into the ag lands, onto basically land that's zoned for a commercial activity, where it really belongs. So I think that the ordinance, with all the modifications, is a sincere attempt to try to address the public's concerns. And I think it's our best effort at this point. And the workshop we had on code enforcement, the follow-up that we're going to have with the budget, we're hopefully able to further enhance the code enforcement in the county, I think is, a sincere attempt by us to address the community concerns. Would someone like to go back to the ordinance and any final amendments? Any Supervisor Williams?
Well, from time to time, I've been on the losing end votes, and I have to shrug it off. I like to have the opportunity to express why I have a dissenting view, but ultimately I have to defend the majority as it moves forward. Once the board majority has spoken, I think it's really our role to get behind the county. And I'm just curious if we could get a show of solidarity that, whatever the outcome is here, it may not be perfect for anyone, but we should all do our best to defend the county and move forward.
Supervisor McGordy?
Yeah, I would definitely do that. At this point, we've invested a huge amount of time in this. I think this is fairly thoughtful. It's not perfect. I think we will have an opportunity to address it in the future. I think what we don't want is to be Santa Barbara, and we're not going to be. The way that this is set up, we're taking our time. Our emphasis is on straightening out what we have, finishing up the phase 1 growers, and I agree with Chair Jurdy that the legacy growers have had a real sweet deal with Mendocino County, that we've tried really hard to take care of the existing industry. But it is time for us to straighten it out and move on. And for the people who are growing here illegally, it's time for them to stop. I think when we do those things, it'll really help build public confidence. Then we can talk about the phase 3 application process. And doing that in kind of a logical order makes sense. So, yeah, we need to do this as a group. We really do, and we have to stand together on this and be sincere and not undermine each other if we don't think that this is a good idea. If we don't think it's a good idea, we need to know now.
Okay. All right. Well, would someone like to make a motion?
Mr. Chair, if I could just ask, in terms of process, if the board wants to just adopt as recommended by the Planning Commission, that might be relatively straightforward. If, on the other hand, there have been a few possible changes that have been discussed here that I think would be within the scope of what the Planning Commission previously considered. If the board's intending to go through those, what I would suggest is maybe we can go through those, address those individually, and then break and give staff some time to review. And since we are, I think, coming up on the lunch hour here, what might make sense is to break for lunch first, come back, go through those if the board wants to do so, and then take another short break, give us a moment just to make sure that we don't have any concerns about whether or not those are outside of the scope of what can be acted upon today, and then come back for a final vote.
Okay. Well, okay. So I think I hear what staff's saying. So maybe this be a time to take a lunch break and come back later. It's now about 12:20. Maybe we should come back at 1 o'clock. All right, sounds good. All right, we'll come back at 1 o'clock. Go back through the ordinance to provide clarification to the planning department as to what any amendments we may want in the ordinance.
Okay, great. I can go ahead and share my screen and we can start walking through. I think the memorandum will be the best route. And then I do have available the Appendix A table as well as the ordinance itself. So starting with item 1 here, and I think what I'll do is I'll just pause after each one to see whether or not there was any disagreement with the recommendation from the commission, and then we can move on to the next item. So for the first one, this was about capping pursuant to *6 on Appendix A, stating that parcels in the ag and rangeland zoning districts that have a minimum parcel size of 10 acres or larger may cultivate up to 10% of the parcel area or 2 acres, whichever is less, with the issuance of a major use permit. Were there any objections to that recommendation from the commission?
Supervisor Mulhern, then Supervisor Hashak.
Yeah, I would like to continue moving forward without limiting any potential land use permits to 2 acres.
Okay, Supervisor Hashak.
Yeah, and I think that the 2 acres is still too much. And so I would go for 1 acre. And I don't think it should be in rangeland.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
I support Mo's position.
Supervisor McGordy.
Mo's position.
So what I'm hearing then is a majority, although, I'm sorry, Supervisor Jordy, please go ahead.
So we have a majority on that. As I mentioned earlier, we have the ability after the ordinance is adopted to put further restrictions without probably extensive environmental review because we'd be making restrictions. We might want to, I would support bringing back the ordinance, soon after it's adopted with an amendment that would phase in parcels, or not parcels, but cultivation larger than 2 acres. So, it could be, for example, we could say from 2023 to 2025 or 2026, 2 acres would be the max. And then after that point, the board would have the authority to go above 2 acres, after holding, say, 2 public hearings on the cannabis program, code enforcement, et cetera. That way it would give time for the ordinance to be implemented and for the public to see the implementation of the ordinance before going above 2 acres. But that would be, that the idea there would be a later amendment that we would do later this summer. But that's where how I would handle this. But I could support having no cap in this ordinance so that we would have the freedom to add that restriction later.
So Julia Krog, Assistant Director, what I've heard is, excuse me, with the majority, I've heard 3 supervisors in support of essentially striking this highlighted language or 2 acres, whichever is less, basically returning it back to just if you're on a parcel of 10 acres or larger, you can cultivate up to 10% of the parcel area.
No, I would leave it at 2 acres personally.
Okay.
So I don't believe that there's a majority there then, but.
Well, I would leave it at 2 acres because I was trying to define, how I would do it if I was writing the ordinance all by myself. But I would keep the 2 acres.
So what I believe I've heard so far is that we have, I think we have concerns from Supervisor Hashak about the allowance at all in rangeland for this 10% of the parcel area. I've heard Supervisors Mulherin and Williams suggesting to remove the language or 2 acres, whichever is less. And then I've heard from Supervisor Jurdy and from Supervisor McGordy to keep in that or 2 acres, whichever is less. So I think I'll need a little bit more direction here, or maybe there needs to be a little bit more discussion on that before we can move to the next item.
Okay, Supervisor Mulhern.
I'd be willing to discuss phasing at a future date, considering that we are given an opportunity for a couple of years to see what kind of permits come forward, to see if we believe that limiting will be necessary in the future.
And I'm in the same position as you, Supervisor Mulhern. I think 2 acres is a good place to start. It allows a larger grow to be possible in the right location, but there obviously is a lot of public concern about very large grows. So this I think is a compromise. It gives us a chance to look at an expanded program that would be probably on more conventional agricultural ground, and see how that works out. That's still a lot of cannabis. And I think that there's a chance for the entire process to be looked at and worked with, and then we can decide if we want to change things in the future.
Okay, Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. Does planning staff or the cannabis staff have any idea how many parcels would be eligible? And if we did do the 2 acres, how many, what the potential impact of that would be, such as a cumulative impact?
Sure, thank you for that question. I can't give you any exact numbers on that because, as again, getting back to the discussion about assessor parcel numbers versus legal parcels, there would need to be a determination made where you may have multiple assessor parcel numbers as to whether or not those assessor parcel numbers comprise one legal parcel for the purposes that they'd only be able to apply for one land use permit on multiple assessor parcel numbers. I do believe we did a calculation as part of the Planning Commission of just a real rough assumption, but I don't have that number right in front of me. I can pull that up though, if the board wishes. It would just take me a few minutes.
Okay, Julia, go ahead and look that up. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I can support the Supervisor Jurdy plan of phasing in. My worry is if we set a cap at 2 acres today, it limits the ability for folks that may not get approved under phase 1, 2, or 3, cultivating in the hills, co-owning land and cultivating together, which I think is a really key. The cooperative concept is one solution. It won't help everyone, but it's one solution to allow people to come out of land that will never qualify for a state license and work together on ag appropriate land. And I just don't see that you can do that at 2 acres. So I like the phased approach, but Supervisor McGordy, just make sure we're in sync. If we approved a 2 acre cap today, and then we decide a year from now that we want to increase it to 3 acres, I don't think we could without an EIR, which may be $1 million expenditure and take multiple years. So I would rather move in the direction of allowing cultivation without the cap, and then later this summer, as Supervisor Jurdy highlighted, reconsider a cap or a phased-in approach.
Okay, Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair. It all begs the question: what's the data on this? And this fear of having an EIR for these large grows. What are we afraid of? Is it we're always being asked, where's the data? Where's the data? Where's the information? And that's the way we get the information. And, what are we trying to protect? The big grows from not having to provide the information to the communities about what the impact will be to the environment, and to the water supplies and all that. So I just don't get it. And also, I think we need to look at license stacking for this. And, it was brought up, several people brought up that concern of making sure that we don't allow, multiple permits, even if we did go with the 2 acres.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, on the topic of why wouldn't we want to do an EIR today, besides the fact that law doesn't require it? An EIR will take into account all cannabis cultivation. And this includes all of the pre-existing legacy small farms that didn't come into phase 1 or phase 2. A lot of them didn't have the financial resources. They looked at it and thought they wouldn't be able to get through it. They were probably right seeing the outcome. I think if you do an EIR now, it'll trigger a moratorium, in which case now you have people cultivating illegally and no pathway to enter a legal market. The goal, my goal, and I hope it's the board's goal, is transition from illegal cultivation to regulated cultivation. I don't think an EIR today gets us any closer. I think it actually closes that door in a lot of cases. And I understand the approach of, well, let's clean up the illegal cultivation first. Well, to do that, you're shutting down thousands of small farms and telling them wait several years and then they can apply under the legal system once they're cleaned up. It doesn't strike me as a viable approach.
Okay, so we don't want to be at a standstill on this. I'm perfectly comfortable sticking with the 2-acre cap. I mean, I don't want the perfect to be the enemy of the good. And I think the one advantage of the 2-acre cap is it was widely reported that the Planning Commission recommended the 2 acres. And if we change this at today's meeting, it will be widely reported that we've changed it. So I think it might be best if we just stick with the 2-acre cap per parcel. That's just my thought. Supervisor McGordy.
So I just wanted to talk briefly about the environmental impact of expanding 2 acres onto agricultural land. So compared to the fact that we have an industry that's in an upland watershed area where the impact on water use is much stronger to the environment, or much more intense than it is when it's in the lower part of the watershed, where there's already developed water systems and irrigation's already going on. So long term, that's really where we want our agriculture to be, is in agricultural land, as opposed to areas that aren't really well suited for cultivation. We can't possibly know everything. I mean, but from my perspective, the biggest issue is we look at an expansion of an industry like this is on water. And of course, we're really feeling it this year in the middle of a drought. So anybody who applies, they will have to go through a CEQA compliant review of their project. So it does address their immediate impact on the environment in order to get their permit.
All right, Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. I could go for 2 acres on ag land and 22,000 square feet on rangeland. Because I think that what you're just saying, Supervisor McGordy, is we want to keep it out of these fragile lands, and rangeland is very fragile in our county. And regardless of whether there is previous impact, we don't want to have big grows on rangeland. So I think that would be
So I appreciate your discussion on the level that a lot of rangeland, you're absolutely right. There is some rangeland though that we've already talked about that was called rangeland based on its use, not so much on whether it was a particular type of vegetation and soil type. So for instance, I'm next door to rangeland that is exactly the same as mine, except it's always been grazed. It was never designated ag land because nobody ever cultivated it in the olden days. So that's my only concern about that. And as Brian White said when he called in, he farms rangeland. He has close to 150 acres of vineyard on property that is still designated rangeland, and it isn't. It's farmland at this point. So there's a little bit of ambiguity about what rangeland is in terms of its composition. And again, I think as we go through the CEQA compliant review process, this would come out.
Just to fill the void, I'll point out that oftentimes we'll hear that we need a full environmental impact report on this or that. And one thing I point out to people who maybe haven't tracked planning issues that closely is that if you do a mitigated negative declaration, it actually is requires more mitigation because it has to be fully mitigated. An environmental impact report, it usually requires more analysis, but it actually allows the agency to approve a project that has impacts. And in fact, one of the overriding considerations you're allowed to give is economic value to override the environmental impacts. You can't do that with a mitigated negative deck. So I just point that out, that when people ask for, no analysis, sometimes people will say is of value if it lacks an environmental impact report, is not actually accurate, and it doesn't necessarily result in more protection for the environment, just a longer, more expensive analysis.
So in your view, Supervisor Jordy, do you think that the process we're proposing is going to be resulting in more mitigation than if we were to go to a full-blown environmental impact report of how the cannabis industry affects Mendocino County?
I think the site-specific analysis will tell us how, if there are impacts with each project. I'm just saying the general call for whether it's this thing or this ordinance or something else, where people will say, oh, it needs a full environmental impact report and nothing less. Well, the nothing less is usually a mitigated negative deck. This is actually exempted from it under state law. But my point is that an environmental impact report guarantees really nothing other than the analysis, because you can always cite economic overriding considerations to override the environmental impacts.
There's also the other aspect of when these projects go for state licensing, they're still going to have to deal with the resource agencies, if I'm not mistaken. And when I think about Mendocino County farmland, one of the things that is really clear is that almost every piece I know has got creeks and rivers running through it, and with setbacks and such, I think it'd be pretty hard to even put together a 10-acre parcel for cannabis in a lot of cases, because there's so much riparian zone in our farmland that would affect what you could do in terms of planting with stream setbacks, if I understand what Cal Fish and Wildlife wants. I guess what I'm saying, there's a fair amount of protection that's built in this ordinance, as well as what, by the time that someone goes through the full process of licensing, what they're going to end up with. And as I told you, I don't, from a land use perspective, 600 acres of cannabis is kind of what I think the potential market is here in Mendocino County. And of course, we can't quite get our head around what's already here. But I think that's kind of the realistic market, that that's the size of the industry that we could have. And to put that in perspective, Anderson Valley has 2,600 acres of wine grapes planted. So, Potter Valley has around 1,600 acres of irrigated pastures. That gives you a sense of how much we're talking about in terms of land.
And if I may, through the chair, I do have the numbers of parcels, or the total assessor parcel numbers for ag and rangeland. So first, a thank you to our senior planner, Russ Ford, for running these numbers. And so the total assessor parcel numbers, and I want to again reiterate that this is just tax parcels. This is not necessarily legal parcels in the ag and rangeland districts that are over 10 acres in size within the entirety of the county, excluding the coastal zone, is 11,200 assessor parcel numbers. And the total acreage is approximately 752,185 acres, and that's rounded up. Now, those are all, again, just to reiterate that the assessor parcel numbers are not necessarily legal parcels, and also many of the areas on these properties would likely not meet the required findings for being approved for a cultivation permit. So it sounds like a significant number, but the reality is it'd be likely significantly less than that. Thank you.
So let me put that in perspective. I own my small farm along the Russian River. It's based on acreage. It's 32 acres. There's 2 legal parcels and 3 assessor parcels. And the usable land on that for agriculture is about somewhere in the neighborhood of maybe 11 acres. And if we were to have to put stream bank setbacks on this, or riparian zone setbacks, I'd have about 1 usable acre for cannabis. So what I'm trying to tell you is that by the time that we go through the review, the chance of having really big, large blocks of cannabis anywhere, I think is going to be kind of limited.
Supervisor Mulhern?
For Chair, I was wondering if you could repeat, you kind of threw out some dates there about when we might be able to review how the process was going of accepting applications and seeing how many projects were through, and I didn't write them down. Could you repeat them?
Well, I was just, again, just suggesting that if we were to have no cap in today's ordinance, I would support having this summer, soon, having a proposed revision to the ordinance that would put in a cap, let's say 2 acres, that would be in place with no one getting a permit until 2023. We know that already, just as a practical matter, and with the drought. And then say in 2025 or 2026, the board, pick a date, the board could, if as soon as then, the board, after holding 2 public hearings on the effectiveness of the cannabis program and the capacity of the program, could increase the cap above 2 acres. And I was kind of thinking like a maximum of like maybe 5 acres or something like that. But that would be an amendment to the ordinance that we would be considering this summer.
I think that's a good compromise.
I agree, but with the clarification that what we have been proposing and discussing was not no cap. It was 10% of acreage over 10 acres.
Yeah, it was the 10%, no cap on the 10%.
I'm sorry, can you please repeat your proposal one more time, so I will understand it?
So if we were to eliminate the 2 acre proposed by the Planning Commission and just stick with the 10% cap that we had sent to the Planning Commission, I would propose that soon, this summer, after this ordinance is in effect, we would have a brand new public hearing to put in a cap of 2 acres with no one getting a permit in that size until 2023, and that only after we pick a date like 2025, 2026, the board could be holding public hearings to determine the effectiveness of the program. And if at the end of those public hearings concluded the program was effective, it would have the authority to go up to, let's say, 5 acres maximum on ag land.
And what's the advantage of that versus what we have in front of us right now?
The 2 acre max?
2 acre max.
The only difference is in the future, we could go above 2 acres to something higher if we thought that the county could handle it. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, so Glenn, as I understand, with Dan's proposal, we remove the 2 acre cap, we pass it now. Late summer, we institute a cap and we decide on a target date, maybe 2026. And we can always become less restrictive. But if we set a 2 acre cap today and decide it's not appropriate, it will cost us not just the time of an EIR, but hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I support the chair's idea of being less restrictive now and then later this summer adding some restrictions.
It kind of goes to the idea that we had talked about at the last public hearing about phasing it in. What we got from the Planning Commission really wasn't a phase in; it was just a hard cap of 2 acres. I mean, I could live with it; it doesn't affect me one way or the other. I'm just saying, you know, it seems like the phase-in idea is maybe preferable over the 2 acres, but, you know, I could support the 2 acres as well. You know, so I think we need to somehow come to some sort of resolution on this, conclusion on this point.
Can we do a straw poll on the Jurdy proposal? I support it.
I support it as well.
I'm leaning that direction. I'm not quite there, but I'm just about there. I guess my concern is again, there has to be some kind of assurance that we actually take this up and do what we say we're going to do.
And Chair Jurdy, I would just say that, I mean, it's an interesting proposal, but I think that the people will see it as manipulation, and they will not be happy with the 10%. And then we'll spend more board time dealing with trying to put a cap on it later this summer. And it will just, it feels like people are being manipulated. And that would be my impression.
So I agree. The downside is it would require additional staff time, additional board time to have yet more hearings this summer. And personally, I don't really want to go through that. So that's why I could also support just as it is coming from the Planning Commission. But I think if we eliminate the 2 acres, I think we have to be committed that we would be putting in these phased in restrictions later this summer and as soon as possible. So I think that's the deal. Should we come back to this later this afternoon?
Well, where do we sit on it?
Well, I don't want us to change what the Planning Commission had unless at least 4 of us are feeling good about the change.
So I support it, and I could commit to coming back and supporting adding the restrictions.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. I do believe that as a fairly new board, we need to have an opportunity to get this cannabis program, if not right, at least better than it was. And this is our opportunity in the plan to review restricting acreages down to 2 later this summer, and putting in the timeline that you propose, I think at least gives us an opportunity to make sure that we have appropriate code enforcement, make sure we have appropriate PBS staff, make sure we have appropriate cannabis program staff. This would give us an opportunity to show the community that we actually do have good intentions of trying to help the cannabis industry thrive in Mendocino County. So I'm in favor of the proposal.
So I have kind of mixed feelings. So I want the cannabis industry to work, but I also have a lot of concern about the rest of the residents that aren't in the cannabis industry. And I guess what I'm not understanding, and I wish that it could be explained to me, is why 2 acres was kind of chosen. If they felt like, okay, well, that's still a lot of cannabis, which it is, or if there's some other reason for the magic number of 2 acres. The 10% does sound like an awful lot. I don't think we'd ever reach that. I kind of appreciate what I'm hearing is that if we say 2 acres, then we're faced with a really expensive proposition of changing that in the future. Whereas if we say we'll kind of revisit it a little bit later to give us more time to really work it out, I appreciate that as well. I also appreciate what Supervisor Hastrack is saying, is that a lot of people are really upset when they hear 10%. They look at what's going on and they're going, we don't need 10% acreage of Mendocino County. We already have more than Mendocino County can handle. So that's kind of what, that's a very legitimate point of view. And until we build some confidence that we're able to manage what we have, I can see why there's reluctance to move forward. So I'm kind of waffling a bit here, back and forth, trying to make up my mind what's right.
Chair?
Yeah, go ahead.
Does the agenda today allow us to both approve the first reading of the ordinance and simultaneously give direction to staff to come back with limits next meeting? Is there a way for us to tie these two ideas together?
I think we'll have to look to County Council for an answer to that question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm pulling up the agenda title right now. I don't know that you could make a conclusive determination at this point as to what you would be doing in terms of any future item. I think you could at least agendize a future item to discuss putting caps into place. Now, the issue would be that that wouldn't be effective until, or that wouldn't be enacted until after this ordinance had already been finally adopted, I believe, on the 22nd. But if you wanted to give direction to come back with something as part of that, I believe you could.
After opening the Pandora's box, one way of closing it would be to say we could just adopt it with the 2-acre cap, and a year or 2 or 3 from now, we'll assume that there are some successful cannabis operations on appropriately zoned ag land in the appropriate not in residential neighborhoods, but in the appropriate ag neighborhoods, and they come forward and pay the county to process a general plan amendment ordinance amendment that allows for the county to approve parcels or cultivation sites over 2 acres. I mean, that's also an option. So, maybe the best option at this point is just to keep the 2-acre cap and as recommended by the Planning Commission, and just allow a later process to unfold at the expense of those in the industry that want that change.
That seems a more reasonable approach. Or is there a way of saying that we'll start with 2? If things go good and we're not having multiple problems, we'll increase it after a certain period of time? And what, I don't know, but can we talk about a phased-in, dated approach?
I wish we could. Maybe County Council has an opinion that we can do that. I guess my impression was from talking to county staff that I didn't think we could do that based on the deliberations of the Planning Commission.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I don't know that we've got enough of a record of that being considered by the Planning Commission to be able to put that in at this point. I can ask my deputy to take a little bit of a look at that, but I don't know that we're going to be able to implement that now, which I think is the reason that the discussion has come down to either keep the 2-acre cap in and then possibly look at changing to expand it with environmental review at some later date, or take the cap out and look at putting some cap in at a later date, presumably a later date that would be before any of the permits had been granted at the 10% level. The second option, as I understand it, is less likely to be onerous in terms of CEQA because it's imposing a restriction that wasn't already there, as opposed to expanding the amount of cultivation. And I think that's been the principal driving factor in the discussion.
So what we're saying essentially is that it up to 10%, but we're likely to impose restrictions that would be less than that at a future date.
Yes.
Is that correct?
As I understand it, those are the 2 options the board has looked at. Either impose the 2-acre cap and look at possibly amending it after environmental review, or have no 2-acre cap, just the 10% cap, and then possibly impose some other restriction, whether it's 2 acres, 5 acres, whatever the number might be at a future meeting.
And we'd have to actually commit, right? It would have to be like the equivalent of a legal contract that we will do this at a future date. It can't be vague.
Well, we could, as part of the motion to approve or separate motion today, we could direct staff to bring this back as soon as they can, and we could specify what it is we're looking for. But it's just that because of the limitations on what the Planning Commission considered, we can't put this phase in, even though we did discuss the idea of phase in at our last meeting. I think we weren't contemplating the Planning Commission proposing a 2-acre cap, and they didn't, as I don't believe they really deliberated on a phase in concept like we discussed it to some extent at our public hearing. So again, it seems to me we have two options there. One is we commit today to have a hearing this summer to put in restrictions, or alternately, we just stick with the 2-acre cap, the 10% 2-acre cap, and at some later date, members of the industry can pay the county to pay for an EIR to allow for certain circumstances where it could go above the 2 acres.
Well, I support the idea of approving it without the 2-acre cap and committing to coming back and supporting restrictions for a phased in approach.
Okay.
And I would support a 2-acre cap with 22,000 on rangeland, because I think that's really, we don't know what we're doing there. And there might be a few anecdotal stories of people who have that have agricultural land that might be called rangeland, but for the most part, we're putting the rangeland at risk with this 2 acres. And if people have those misnamed ag lands, then they should, look to change the name on it.
Well, that's not a simple process, because I've actually talked to people who have rangeland, and even though it's been in agricultural production for 30 years, and when they discussed it with the planning department, they basically had to go through a general plan amendment, which is pretty complicated. So that's my concern about doing that. I think, again, if it's pretty clear to the planning department what's been cleared before, and other agricultural use, if that's the issue, that shouldn't be a big concern for rangeland. It's not the same as opening up, grazing land or stuff that hasn't been modified extensively.
Perhaps we could continue on to the rest of the ordinance and come back to this section later.
Absolutely. I can move on to number 2 here. Might be a little bit easier to get through, and we'll come back to number 1. So number 2 here, this was revisions to the table Appendix A, and the recommendation from the Planning Commission had been to change the required land use permit for the specialty indoor, specialty mixed light, and small mixed light cultivation types in the RR10 zoning district, and increase those from a minor use permit to a major use permit. And I'm just going to quickly flip over to the table here so you can see those changes are noted here as from minor to major use permits. And I can pause there to see if there was any comments or concerns on that.
So that means that anybody who wants to do that is going to be subject to comments and from neighboring properties and such.
Yes, that's a full public hearing for a major use permit that would be in front of the Planning Commission, and does have adjacent landowner notification as part of that. And then, of course, obviously at the public hearing, individuals who wish to either provide written comments or verbal comments may do so.
Okay, so I'm not seeing objection to the Planning Commission recommendation.
Great. So if there's nothing else on that item, then it seems that we may have consensus from the board on number 2 and following the Planning Commission recommendation there. For number 3 here, this is speaking to, again, the phase one.
Supervisor Hashtag raises his hand.
Oh, pardon me.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. So the RR10 kind of question goes back to Supervisor McGordy's desire to limit the mixed light hoop houses. And so, you know, when we're allowing it in RR10 up to 10,000 square feet of new hoop houses, I think there's a desire to limit that, not just for RR10, but for ag and rangeland and UR, upland residential. So I guess it's the question about what do we do with more hoop houses? And Supervisor McGordy had put out 1,000, you know, in his memo. I think that might be too small, but I think that, you know, I'm hearing 5,000 would be appropriate. So
what I was talking about too wasn't hoop houses. I was talking about greenhouses. Those are actually engineered structures that are, you know, more permanent and not. So what I don't want to see is this proliferation of plastic that just kind of blights our landscape. So.
Right, and that's what we'd be doing with this, right?
Well, I hope not. That's not what I intended. I really wanted to restrict most of our new plantings to sun grown and not really have any plastic at all. So I don't know. I'm stuck here.
So I guess why would we be allowing this mixed light tier 1 and 2 up to 10,000 square feet, and that would be, you know, hoop houses. So if we're trying to avoid that, why don't we avoid it at this point?
Okay, sure.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
Will this change trigger Planning Commission review?
If I may respond to the chair, if I understood correctly, this may trigger Planning Commission review. It sounds to me like the proposal was to eliminate the mixed light and indoor uses for a few of these zoning categories. And if that is the case, I believe that's something we need review for. I'm just checking with Mr. Kudrowski right now to see if there was any discussion of this, but I don't believe there was.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski. Looking back at the PC packet that was drafted for them, the board wanted to remove certain mixed light cultivation allowances for, say, medium sizes from RL and UR. I do not believe there was a broad consensus by the board to simply remove entirely mixed light cultivation of certain sizes from Appendix A. And not to keep passing that along, but I believe Ms. Krog's in agreement with me.
Yeah, that's correct. When we brought this item to the board and had discussion between the April 19th and the April 27th agendas, there was discussion about removing certain cultivation types out of specific zoning districts, but there was not board consensus for an outright prohibition on removal of allowances for mixed light tier 1 and 2 or indoor, or a full cap on the amount of either plastic hoop houses or greenhouses that a particular site may have.
So just to be clear, Mr. Chair, what that means is that the item was not sent and considered by the Planning Commission because it wasn't part of the prior board direction, and therefore, if the board wants to change that direction at this point, we need to go back to the Planning Commission.
Alternately, if we approve the ordinance as is, we could schedule a public hearing later this summer to further restrict the ordinance, i.e. we could eliminate the plastic hoop houses.
That probably would be the thing to do. I thought that we gave instruction to remove the plastic hoop houses and stuff from pretty much anything that's new. That we would go ahead and work with the phase 1 cultivators, if they already have existing infrastructure, but not to allow any new hoop houses and really minimize greenhouses in future. So if we can have a hearing in the future on that, I think that would be wise.
Supervisor Hashak, is that something you would like to see?
Yeah, I guess that's the way we need to go. It's not a good way to make public policy, but you know, we're being rushed into this. So
I agree with you. It's not a good way to make public policy, but there's so much here, you know, that we can't. Some things do, you know, they're falling through the cracks, but we still need to address them. So I think this is worth bringing back. If it's okay for us to change things to something more restrictive in the future, then yes, let's do that.
Okay, I would support it, but I would like to see it be as clear as possible to county staff so they know what they're bringing back.
Mr. Chair, I have had my hand raised and it's a little challenging, I think, probably for you to see me. So if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
This board has actually restricted the mixed light tiers several times since I've been on it this year. I believe that the reason we are doing this ordinance is because the use permit process will vet projects on a case-by-case basis. And that is my understanding of why we did continue to include some projects that would be in RR10. And I really would just like to see an opportunity for those projects to come forward through the major use permit process before we start restricting projects that might make sense. So again, as one side tends to go towards really large and you know, this vision of just cannabis everywhere, I think we need to let this ordinance play out and see where we are before we continue to restrict businesses that might have locations that make really good sense for these kinds of projects.
Okay.
If I may, Chair Jurdy, I would just like to tag on to what Supervisor Mulheron was saying, and I can just give the insight that between the board meeting on April 27th and the Planning Commission meeting on May 6th, at the April 27th board meeting, the board had directed that staff strike allowances for small indoor cultivation and medium indoor, as well as medium mixed light tier 1 and 2 in the RR district, ag, rangeland, and UR districts. And with the exception that medium mixed light was allowed to remain with a major use permit in the ag district. So there was previous discussion amongst the board in April on this point, but outright removals of those allowances for those types of permits was not agreed upon.
Okay. Supervisor Hashak, then McGordy.
Well, I would support bringing this back in the future along the lines of what Supervisor McGordy said about eliminating the small mixed light tier 1 and 2 for rangeland, ag, everything except the industrial and the Pinolville, I guess. So it'd be rangeland, ag land, rural residential 10, and upland residential. Because that's what people are very upset about, is the proliferation of hoop houses and the plastics going into, and the visual impact.
So we would have to take this up at a later date, but I would support that.
Okay, well, I would support having that public hearing soon this summer.
If I may, Supervisor or Chair Jurdy, one point I just want the board to be aware of when talking about removing allowances for small mixed light tier 1 and 2, that presently is something that phase one applicants may be already operating at, because there is allowance under phase one to go up to 10,000 square feet of mixed light tier 1 and 2. So my concern from a staff perspective is that we're going to not necessarily have parity between the allowances under each of those ordinances, whereas phase one applicants have been allowed to go to 10,000 square feet, but new cultivators would not be allowed to go to 10,000 square feet. So when we're thinking about this, I think it's important to remember that we also have phase one applicants that would still be operating at levels allowed under Chapter 10A17. Thank you.
Supervisor Williams?
That said, I can't imagine us prohibiting it and allowing phase one operators to scale up if they haven't already scaled up. We would stop this practice for all. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think we would. So if there's an existing operation that has an application, and I think since we've let them go for this many years, we can't tell them to stop, but I wouldn't allow them to expand.
So that we're clear for staff when this comes back, what about cultivators who have scaled up, but they haven't permitted the endeavor? Are they allowed to get their permits and come into compliance, and yet nobody else can perform the same? Or is it a matter of if they have a permit today, they're good to continue, but otherwise no?
If I may, this is Kristen Nevedal, Cannabis Program Manager. Under 10A17, cultivators currently can scale up to the full 10,000 square feet of plant canopy allowed under the ordinance. They can do that during the renewal process. Passage of 2218 would not preclude them from doing that under the 10A17 program currently in place. So I imagine if you were to come back or make an agreement to come back and remove small mixed light, you're probably going to get a lot of change requests, frankly, under 10A17 to scale up. And then you're going to have 10A17 embossed receipt holders and potentially permit holders scaled up, and then no one else will be allowed to meet that same square footage as Julia mentioned just a moment ago.
See hand raised in the chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of things. First of all, I think there are going to be some legal issues that come in terms of addressing the vesting and other questions that may be related to what can and can't be changed in 10A17. But then just the other point that I might make is that I think we're starting to get into the substance of the 10A17 changes in the future item. It may be more appropriate just to have that conversation when it's agendized for a future meeting.
Okay, so looks like that will come back. That piece will come back at a future meeting. Could we go on to item number 3?
Absolutely. So item number 3 here, this addresses phase 1 permit applicants who may be transitioning into applying for a land use permit under Chapter 22.18. And there's some revisions to asterisk 7 as is detailed here in number 3 that would essentially state that you cannot apply or you cannot seek a land use permit under Chapter 22.18 for cultivation beyond what you are allowed to do under Chapter 10A17 and 20.242. So that's more clarification within that asterisk, and that way there would not be the ability to increase beyond what is presently allowed for phase 1 applicants without compliance with the zoning district and parcel sizes stipulated within Appendix A. And I'll pause there for any comments. Should I go ahead and move forward to the next item then, if there's no comments on that?
Looks like it. Go ahead.
Okay, great. So then the next item, number 4, was about the definition of till. And so again, that definition that the commission recommended was for tilled to be defined as land which has been turned or stirred by plowing or harrowing or hoeing. And again, this definition is only applicable to cultivation in the rangeland zoning district. Were there any concerns on that definition of tilled? Okay, hearing none, I think then we'll go on to number 5. So number 5 here, this was about the definition for previous crop history. Now the discussion that occurred earlier discussed having instead using the language about the agricultural activity as defined by the state, which I did share on the screen earlier. And I understood that that was the definition that the board was looking at. So as I understood it, the board was seeking to instead, rather than having a definition of previous crop history, was instead to include the definition of agricultural activity. And I'll pause there if staff has understood that direction correctly.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I would also ask for clarification. I think there was discussion of it being the definition of agricultural activities with clarification that that was explicitly including cannabis. And I think we just need clarification as to whether or not that is the board direction.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yeah, that I believe should be included.
Yes.
And I'm not sure if I heard a third on that. I heard Mulhern and Williams.
Yeah, I think I agree with that, but I thought we also stipulated that there had to be some sort of a legal sanction on it, that it wasn't just because people did it, but they actually have a track record of being involved in either the zip tie program or something else that kind of made them a little bit more legitimate. Did I hear that incorrectly?
Yeah, just to be clear, I explicitly did not want to do that. I think that there are many reasons why somebody may not have entered into some of the programs that have existed in the past. And I don't want to preclude any licensed business or business that would like the opportunity to be licensed and legal in a regulated market from that opportunity.
And if I may, just Mr. Chair, I'm not sure if this is going to help at all, but since this factor is focused on the land having been previously disturbed, I guess my question for the board would be, essentially, does the board care whether the disturbance was for a lawful crop, potentially including cannabis, or whether it was disturbed for an unlawful crop during the relevant time period? Because if it's only about environmental concerns going forward, frankly, the property might have the same characteristic, and it may not be the same owner at the time of the application for the permit.
Supervisor Heshek?
Thank you, Chair. Jody, another consideration would be, what if these people were planting in pots and the soil wasn't disturbed? So would that be considered, previous crop history? And, I don't think it would be. So I think that there's lots of considerations here. Our intent is that the soil was already disturbed enough that, tractors were going over it. There was cattle grazing, the whole thing, that it was very much in agricultural production. And if we're just talking about pots, I don't think that is.
No, I would agree with you on that. And I guess the other question I have for you is, looking at the date and as it goes to cannabis, if somebody cleared their land in 2016, I don't think of them as qualifying for this to plant cannabis, because I know that there's been illegal planting on rangelands since we've started the program of legalization, especially in the Hopland area. There's multiple sites where people went in and illegally put in grow structures and roads and things without permits. And would they qualify? I don't think so. I don't think that that's what we're looking to give a valid permit to.
Okay. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I agree with Glenn and John, but I also agree with Mo that this is the discretionary use permit process. And the Planning Commission will have an opportunity to look at the evidence of what they're claiming. And if they had 12 plants in pots, I don't see the Planning Commission deciding that was disturbed soil as agricultural activity. So rather than us trying to architect the perfect language to lasso the exact cases we want, I think we need to leave it to the discretionary review process to make a determination. And we can't possibly consider every parcel that may have had disturbed agricultural activity across this county. But the Planning Commission, one by one, I think they can make the right decisions.
Well, to address the specific issue that I heard from Supervisor McGorty, your point, or one of the points there was that you don't want to see a site that was disturbed in rangeland after January of 2016.
Right.
So it seems to me that the date that's in the proposed ordinance, which is January 1st, 2000 to 2020, could be rephrased 2000 through 2016. So.
Yes, and I thought that's how we had it originally. I didn't realize it became 2020.
So looking at county staff, could that simply be revised, the time period be a 16-year window instead of a 20-year window?
I know that the question had been posed to the Planning Commission basically as to what was the appropriate time frame, and this was their recommendation coming back. So I don't believe that should be an issue if the board wishes to change that time frame. It just reduces it to a 16-year period from a 20-year period.
Well, I would support that. I think it's still pretty wide open with that, but it's more clearly defined.
I'll go with that.
Okay, so I think we got resolution on number 6.
Yes, and I'm sorry, did we hear a definitive on number 5? I apologize if we're backtracking a little bit. Was that to include cannabis cultivation activity as part of agricultural activity or not?
I think yes. I think we pretty much decided that the point was prior disturbance of the land.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. I apologize if I missed that. So then on number 6, yes, I've heard the direction to instead have it be January 1, 2000 and January 1, 2016. And then I also want to go back to Supervisor Williams had brought up after the staff presentation to clarify that be at any point during the 20-year period. And I just wanted to affirm with the board if they are in agreement with that additional language.
I'm fine with that.
Could you repeat that one more time? Be sure I've got it right.
Sure. It was just to ensure that you demonstrate during that period of January 1, 2000 and January 1, 2016, that at any point during that 16-year period, you had this existing agricultural activity occurring on the site.
Yes.
Okay, so that I hear 3 then for that. So I will capture that. So that is clarifying number 6, that it would be a time frame of January 1, 2000 and January 1, 2016, and at any point during that 16-year period, a demonstrated history of agricultural activity. Great. So then number 7 is to revise section 22.18.050C3 to require the cultivation site be limited to the footprint of the site that has been previously tilled with and what previous said prior crop history would now say a prior agricultural activity. Was there any concerns with this recommendation, noting that the dates would obviously change in the staff comments below?
Other than the dates, it's fine.
Yeah, I think just amend the dates to correspond to number 6.
Agree.
Okay, thank you for that. So on to number 8. This was the item that clarifies about the one land use permit for cannabis cultivation being able to be applied for and granted on a legal parcel. And that one land use permit could be comprised of one nursery, one outdoor, one mixed light, and or one indoor cultivation type pursuant to the limitations identified in Appendix A. And that additional outdoor canopy may be allowed so long as the parcel qualifies for *6 of Appendix A. Was there any comment on whether or not to proceed with that recommendation from the Planning Commission?
So let me be sure I understand that. So what you're saying is our total area that we allowed was 2 acres. If we were to adopt that you could have a mix of any activities as long as it didn't exceed 2 acres. Is that correct?
No, it's actually that for each permit type, you would not exceed the allowable cultivation area for that particular permit type. So say in the instance that you had an outdoor cultivation permit, but you were seeking to go with, let's say maybe the small as an example, which caps at 10,000 square feet. You couldn't have more than 10,000 square feet of outdoor cultivation, but you could also apply for perhaps a small indoor permit and have up to 10,000 square feet of indoor cultivation as well. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so it's additive, but at some point, do you reach a limit?
Well, yeah, you can't go beyond that permit authorization that you have based upon the Appendix A limitations. So, in the most extreme case, I'm going to use the ag zoning district as an example, and I'm going to go for the maximum allowances that you could have. So for the most extreme, in an ag district, you could apply for a major use permit to have a nursery. You could also have a medium outdoor operation up to 2 acres in size. You could also have no medium indoor, actually, in ag. And then you could have a medium mixed light, tier 1 and 2, up to 22,000 square feet. So altogether, you could have potentially a nursery, 2 acres of outdoor cultivation, and 22,000 square feet of mixed light if you were in an ag district.
Mm-hmm.
And over 10 acres in size, I should clarify that.
So you would actually be able to exceed a 2 acre limit, but not 10% of the area of the property, correct?
Yeah, you would not be able to exceed 10% of the parcel area for outdoor cultivation. But in addition to your outdoor cultivation, you could apply for a mixed light cultivation, which would not discount from the cultivation area you're allowed for your outdoor. So, if you pursue a mixed light, it doesn't mean that you get 22,000 square feet less of the outdoor cultivation. It's added on top of that. So you could have 2 acres of outdoor cultivation and 22,000 square feet of mixed light and be compliant, subject to, of course, all the findings and obtaining a major use permit.
It's Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I went back and listened to the Planning Commission meetings on cannabis, and this one in particular, I believe the community conversation as well as the Planning Commission conversation was really about it's best to have the full picture of what a property could have and then work backwards from there than to have people adding things a bit at a time. And that makes sense to me that if somebody came forward with multiple types of permits, that the Planning Commission wanted to have some mitigation measures that they would only do 1 or 2 of the 3, then at least they started with the full picture and worked backwards from there, than to have 1 or 2 come forward with amendments.
Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair. So if you're on rangeland and you have 20 acres and you can grow 2 acres of outdoor cultivation, then you could also add 22,000 square feet for a nursery, plus you could add 22,000 for mixed light. So all of a sudden you've increased your facility or your footprint by 50%. Is that a correct way of seeing it?
Well, with rangeland, actually medium mixed light is not permissible on the rangeland zoning district. So you could potentially have 2 acres of outdoor cultivation. And if you were looking to include a mixed light, you would be capped at no more than 10,000 square feet of mixed light cultivation based upon the current Appendix A table.
So you could throw in a nursery too.
Oh, yes, and a nursery. My apologies. I forgot to.
So your 2 acres becomes 2 3/4 acre all of a sudden.
So that's my point. That's more than 10%, and I think 10% would be the maximum allowable area.
But according to this, they are keeping it at 10% because the 10% would be the outdoor cultivation is limited to 10%.
Mm-hmm.
Am I understanding it correctly?
Yes. Outdoor cultivation is the only cultivation that is subject to that 10% of the parcel area or 2 acres. All other cultivation is subject to the limitations within the Appendix A table.
Yeah, well, it goes back to my point that
I think again, we're having this issue of we're throwing the scenarios out. We don't know what's going to come forward. And there's this assumption or this presumption that if somebody applies for something, they would automatically achieve that. And I don't think that's to be the case, depending on slope, depending on water resources, depending on, frankly, the capacity of the business and how they would actually choose to operate. So again, having opportunities for businesses to bring forward a plan and have it vetted at that time, it just makes more sense to me than these assumptions that we should limit properties that we haven't even seen yet. We don't know.
Supervisor Hashak.
Well, I guess our role is to set the policy, and that's what we're trying to do. And I don't know if the Planning Commission is going to have the opportunity to go out and walk each of these properties themselves. I doubt it. And so we do need to be thinking about these different scenarios.
So look to County Council for a question. The ordinance as written only limits the 10% to the outdoor cultivation. Is there a reason why the ordinance could not limit all activities to 10%?
So if I understand correctly, the question is essentially whether this, as described, these caps would be additive or cumulative. So I think Supervisor Hashak's articulation is correct, that it would be the 10% plus whatever other permit types were also applied for on the same parcel. Yes, it would be possible to craft language that would impose it as sort of a hard 10% cap that cumulatively that could not exceed 10%. We may need just a little bit of time to figure out whether that would have to go back to the Planning Commission or not. I don't know the answer on that right now. I need to look to Mr. Kudrowski and possibly Ms. Acker in terms of the scope of the discussion at the Planning Commission.
So and again, going into the future, would we have the opportunity to change it if we wanted to make it 10%?
Yes, that's stuff. You definitely could do that.
Because I think 10% is to me it's cumulative. How I've always viewed this.
Well, and if I understand correctly, this would also be something that would effectively eliminate an incentive to create a mixed light or indoor cultivation on a parcel that might otherwise be cultivated entirely outdoors. That essentially you're looking not to necessarily incentivize someone to have more area by having building a structure that might not otherwise be desirable.
Correct.
I have to say, I thought the 10% was cumulative, not 10% plus the other items as well.
So if that's the direction the board would like to go, if you just, we could come back to this item maybe after a break, after we have a little bit of chance to review, and then we could advise whether that's something we could do today or whether that's something that would need to come back.
Okay, all right, can we go to the next item?
Yes, so number 9 here is to revise the finding in section 22.18.070H1 to remove the word cleared and rely on the definitions of tilled, and then this says previous crop history, but it'd really be the previous agricultural activity. Were there any concerns with removing the word cleared from that finding? I'm not hearing any, so then I'll go ahead and go on to number 10 here. So this was revising the finding in section 22.18.070I1 to replace the word unintended with the term growth inducing. I think we can move past this one though, as the Planning Commission ultimately chose to strike that finding entirely, and we could address that under item 16, if that's acceptable. So then looking at number 11 here, the recommendation was to revise section 22.18.050B3 to include the sentence that this paragraph shall not be construed as permitting phase 1 applicants that do not currently utilize water delivery to begin doing so. Was there any concerns on that? And I do know that the Supervisor Williams had posed a question to the board earlier after the staff presentation about whether or not the board desired to allow water hauling as part of this permitting program at all. And I don't believe there was consensus on that yet.
So with the current date, I think it's a mistake to allow water hauling at all, because by the time somebody gets through the Planning Commission, it'll be over. And we're just wasting staff cycles.
I agree.
I agree with that too, is that the timing doesn't seem to mesh. So we might as well not go there.
Okay, that's 3 people.
Okay, so then the direction would essentially be to not allow any level of water hauling during phase 3. So I think we'll have to work on a little bit of language for consideration of the board on that. So then on moving on to number 12, the Planning Commission recommended to revise section 22.18.070J to include the following additional finding. Medium indoor and medium mixed light shall use renewable energy sources for heating, cooling, and energy light loads. And after the staff presentation, there was discussion amongst the board about instead looking at the state requirements related to the restrictions on and the need for renewable energy sources. So I guess just affirming with the board whether or not they wish to see this additional finding maintained, or strike that and just default to the state requirements.
So my understanding from staff is that the standard then would be the default energy source for Sonoma Clean Power, because that's the predominant energy source outside of the cities, and where the ordinance would take effect, and that at the moment is about 91% carbon free. So that's a pretty high standard. So I think if that's the standard that we're going to use, I think that's perfectly fine.
I agree.
Agree.
Okay, great, thank you. So with that, then this additional finding would be struck then on number 12. So then on number 13, the Planning Commission recommended revising section 22.18.070J2 to refer to cultivation structures as opposed to cultivation sites, and then end the sentence before the word however. So what this essentially does, as we discussed, was modify the finding to read the proposed cultivation structures will not project above an existing ridge line, and removes that flexibility related to cultivation structures, but still sun-grown cannabis could be located on top of a ridge line. Were there any concerns with this recommendation?
No.
Okay, not seeing concerns.
Okay, Okay, great. So then it looks like we have consensus on that one. Moving on to number 14, this would revise section 22.18.070 to include the finding cultivation structures will be sited and designed to avoid or minimize visual impacts from public rights of way. And staff just recommends, instead of using public rights of way, to instead use the terminology public roads, just because it's something that's more often used in the zoning regulations.
Okay.
So just to clarify, was that support then for including public roads rather than public rights of way within that finding?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Just want to make sure I have it clear in my notes. Going on to number 15 then, revise section 22.18.070 to include the finding, lighting should not leave mixed light in indoor cultivation areas. Security lighting shall be shielded and downcast. And I do want to note that Supervisor Hashek had brought up during the previous discussion a question of whether or not the should after lighting should be changed to a shall. And I would recommend that the board give us that direction to change it to read lighting shall not leave mixed light in indoor cultivation areas. Security lighting shall be shielded and downcast. And then also, staff would recommend changing cultivation areas to cultivation structures, since we're talking about mixed light and indoor cultivation, which would be within structures.
Yes.
I agree with that.
Yeah, agreed about the shall, and it shows Supervisor Hasjack's background as a teacher, trying to use unambiguous language.
It's helpful in the implementation, I have to say. Ambiguity about questions. So good. So it sounds like we have consensus on that, including changing should to shall and adding cultivation structures in replacement of cultivation areas. So then next we had the Planning Commission recommended deleting finding 1 from section 22.18.070I. And, initially they had recommended wording revisions, but they found that really it was a duplicative finding to others contained within that same section, which really talked about limitation of growth-inducing impacts. So were there any concerns with deleting that recommended, that finding in I1?
No.
I'm good with it.
Okay. With no other concerns, then I think we're going to talk next about oak woodlands. So the Planning Commission had recommended to strike the clause in finding 22.18.070B, the section that read to the maximum extent feasible. However, as I mentioned previously, when we rewatched the video, we saw that that wasn't quite correct, because what they really were discussing was more wanting to see an outright prohibition on the removal of oak resources. So staff has, during the discussion before we went to public comment, there was discussion back and forth about having an outright prohibition, but allowing for some level of flexibility for removal that may be required for public safety or some level of, other disease or something like that related to a particular oak resource. So staff has, for the consideration of the board, and I have it on the wrong computer screen, but I can pull it over there and it would take me a couple minutes, that we could add additional language to the findings suggested by staff here that read, the proposed cannabis cultivation site will not result in removal or impacts to oak woodland resources. And then add in addition to this, the following language. This prohibition shall not include the removal of such oak woodland resources if necessary to address safety or disease concerns. Such removal shall be supported by a report and recommendation from an arborist certified by the International Society of Arboriculture, a qualified wildlife biologist, a botanist, and/or a registered professional forester. Such removal shall be reviewed and approved with the required land use permit. And then alternatively, the board could also consider sticking with the original finding that was presented to the Planning Commission on May 6th, which read as follows. The location and operation of the cannabis cultivation site will, to the maximum extent feasible, avoid or minimize its impact on environmentally sensitive areas, including hillsides exceeding 15%, oak woodland, and timber resources.
No, I actually like the original language better.
My thought simply was, it's almost like you combine the two. If you took the the original language from the Planning Commission, but then added for the removal of, and pick a number, 3, 5, whatever, trees which are dead, dying, diseased, etc., then it would have the analysis by the arborist or the forester, etc. It just seems to me that if you're only dealing with a very small number of trees, that it doesn't need, a significant, analysis that might come with the first requirement.
Yeah, I think that's logical.
I'm in favor of both. Do you need the number 3, 5? I mean, I personally, if you need to cut down a tree and it's part of your business and there's this really important reason why you have to do it, then get the study and make it legit. I don't care if it's 1 or 3 or 5.
You bring up an interesting point, because it could be you've got actually a small group of trees, tan oaks, that are infected with sudden oak death, and they often occur as clusters, not as single trees. So if they are infected and they're dying, they're going to be a problem, and they would eventually have to come down.
So if I may, I would recommend that perhaps the board consider sticking with the original finding that had been presented to the Planning Commission on May 6th. And then staff, as part of our guidance document that is accounted for within the ordinance, could also provide that if there are trees that need to be removed, that your application should be accompanied by a report from an arborist, a biologist, a botanist, or a registered professional forester speaking to the need for that tree removal, and also maybe any recommendations in terms of replantings or any mitigations to be followed.
Great.
Yeah, I would go with that.
Good.
Yeah, sounds logical.
Okay, wonderful. So then we'll stick with that original language from the May 6th meeting. Moving on to, oops, sorry, scrolled the wrong direction. Moving on, I want to pause here though, because we have now completed the items that the Planning Commission had given, specific changes and direction to the board back on. And now we're getting into the ones that are additional comments and considerations of the board. So rather than going through each one of those, I'm wondering if there's any particular ones that the board would like to discuss or take up on those remaining items, and those start at 18 and go through the end of the memorandum.
Mr. Chair, I would also just note that these also might be areas that are vague enough that they may be appropriate if any of the board members want to make changes to bring them forward as part of any future modification process, rather than try and hash out right now.
I support that.
Okay, Supervisor Hashak.
Well, this was part of the discussion we had about stacking permits. And so I'd like to know what kind of, what we can do to prevent the stacking of permits.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, so if you prevent the stacking of permits, I think you're going to be capped at 10,000 square feet. Is that what you're asking for?
And if you don't, we end up like Santa Barbara.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, Santa Barbara doesn't have the protections, as Supervisor McGorty pointed out this morning. We may have one of the most restrictive ordinances in the state of California.
But
right?
if you,
We're doing away with a lot of mixed light. We're doing away with hoop houses. We're stopping the water hauling. I don't think you can compare what we're doing today to Santa Barbara.
no, but if you talk about the consolidation of a bunch of permits, 10% permits into quite a few different parcels, unlimited number of parcels, then we're opening it up to the multinationals to come in and just take over our county.
Yeah, I really agree with Supervisor Hasjack on an emotional level that this is what we don't want, and I don't, let's turn to our council, our county council, to advise us. How do we work for this?
If I may answer through the chair, if the board wants to put a limit as to the number of permits that an individual owner can hold, it is possible to look at something like that. I just don't know that we're going to be able to feasibly do it today. I think that's something that we'd need to roll into any future ordinance change for the reasons that I had touched on previously. Now, it would help, frankly, to know whether the board is interested in that or not. Because if you're not, I'm not going to spend the time sort of doing the research as to what the most appropriate mechanism of tackling these things are. But it's not as simple just as saying that an individual person shall not own more than so many permits, because there's so many sort of loopholes or ways around that. We'd need to be able to craft more detailed language addressing things like ownership, ownership percentages, corporations, various sorts of proxies, trusts, other mechanisms that might be used to have the permits essentially in someone else's name, because there would be so many ways to circumvent just a simple limitation on the number of permits that could be issued to one natural person. It can be done. If that's the direction the board wants to go, I'd need some time to do some research, and I think we'd need to bring that back as part of what sounds like it's going to be a round of revisions after this ordinance is passed.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Thank you. I do believe that there are some state protections for this, but again, I'm going to sound like a broken record. We need the opportunity to see which projects are coming forward. From talking to people in the community from all of the districts, we have some people that want cannabis to stay in the hills where they can't see it at all. And then we have other people, of course, that understand that the environmental protections mean that we want cannabis out of the hills and in ag land, which may mean stacking multiple owners on one piece of property. So I really just don't want to see us get in a spot where we're trying to choose people's business models for them until we've seen some projects come forward.
Oh, so, if I may, Supervisor Mulhern, would you agree that, though, basically you'd like this to be a locally owned industry if at all possible? And I realize there's all kinds of, legal ramifications by saying that, but I kind of personally would like this to be Mendocino's industry, not someone from the outside coming in, because when people come from the outside, they don't care about our community or us, and that's my concern about trying to find some way of keeping it so that we don't have a Santa Barbara situation occur.
Well, since you asked, we're never going to be Santa Barbara. I mean, we just aren't. And there are corporations that take over wineries all the time. They still pay good wages to their employees. Their employees still contribute to our economy and sponsor our Little League teams and are at the grocery store just like you or I are. So no, I don't want to see large foreign corporate cannabis come and take over Mendocino County in any way, shape, or form. I just don't think it's going to happen. We're not setting up an ordinance that is easy for something like that to take place, or inexpensive, or any of the reasons why somebody would choose to come to Mendocino County to do business. And there's a lot of regulations across the whole state of California, but also, the Ordinance Council has done good work in protecting the brand of Mendocino County. So I think that we're headed down the right path, and I maybe have said it 500 times, I'm not sure. I really just want to see which businesses come forward, what the models look like before I discount things that will make sense.
Supervisor Williams?
For a lot of environmental reasons, I think we want to try to pull cannabis expansion, maybe existing cannabis, out of the hills. Doesn't mean all of it will be pulled out of the hills, but going forward, where do we want to see it? I think we want to see it on appropriate ag land that's already been disturbed. On a 100-acre ag parcel, how many acres of industrial hemp can be grown today? My understanding is basically the whole parcel. And so imagine if the THC is slightly higher, we're going to say, no, you can only grow 2 acres. That it's no longer becomes about good land use and good policy. It becomes about preventing competition. And I don't think that's our role. I think our role is to mitigate neighborhood conflict and protect the environment primarily. So, I have a hard time with these arbitrarily small limits for the same plant. I would like to see cooperatives thrive. I think it's one way folks who can't get their state license and an impacted watershed in the hills may be able to afford relocation. A lot of those people can't afford to buy an ag parcel. Look at the price of ag parcels in the valleys. They can't afford it, but if you get 10 of them to go in together and they can each grow an acre, suddenly it's viable. If we're not careful, we're going to outlaw that potential.
Supervisor Hashtag?
Well, we're looking at the vision for our county right now. And like Supervisor McGordy said, who do we want to be who should have the ownership of the cannabis, Mendocino County cannabis? If we can prevent the stacking of permits, that would go a long ways for, towards keeping it small, and keeping it Mendocino County, brand. And I think that that's what people want. I think that we should do everything we can to limit the stacking of these permits in whatever way we can. And I think that we should give county council direction to research what can be done to limit the stacking of permits.
So I'm hearing kind of two different things. Stacking of permits is a little different from cooperative land management, which industries like, for instance, the strawberry industry does, where basically strawberry plantations are often leased and sharecropped. And I know sharecropping has visions of poor people in the South, chopping cotton, but the strawberry industry in Watsonville and Salinas depends almost entirely on leased land. And they have people who agree to be growers of part of it. And it's actually a very efficient way of growing strawberries, which are similar to the cannabis industry in this respect. It's very expensive to do a planting. So the growers might have $30,000 or $40,000 an acre into the ground before they pick the first berry. So that's really different than someone coming in with a bunch of foreign Cayman Island shell corporations and stacking permits. And I don't want that. I would be okay with people leasing property and working collectively, but I would not be okay with, kind of shadowy figures, sort of somewhat deceitfully taking control of land to grow cannabis. So I guess I'm with Supervisor Hashtag. County Council should give us an opinion, probably at a future date, as to how we keep that from happening.
I would support that as well, to come back to us with the other items.
All right, I think I'm hearing direction from a majority of the board. I will research the issue and I will come back to the board with some more detailed analysis as to sort of what can be done in terms of controls on the number of permits that may be held by a single manager, investor, or owner.
Okay, are we on Where are we on 1819 or are we somewhere else on the chart?
Sure. So remember, starting at 18 here are items that the Planning Commission had given for consideration of the board. So if there's any particular ones that any board members would like to discuss, I was not intending to go through each one of those again, unless there's specific ones that the board would like to discuss, or if you'd like me to run through them, I can.
Could you please just refresh our memories, go through them real quickly so we don't miss anything?
Absolutely. So the first one here was the Planning Commission suggested that the board may want to consider adding a separate definition of parcel from what is presently contained within the county zoning regulations. And then for number 19 here, they recommended that you consider further defining emergency situations for the purpose of water delivery, but I think this may be possibly revised to not want to see any water delivery at all under phase 3. And then the number 20 here was about considering allowing a cultivation site to use a water source on a separate parcel if there is an easement or other form of water sharing agreement. Number 21 was consider requiring applicants to provide the documentation showing their legal right to access the property. Number 22, consider adding a requirement for the priority processing of applications from phase 1 applicants that are complete. Number 23, recommend the establishment of a mechanism allowing phase 1 applicants applying for permits under chapter 22.18 to continue cultivating during the application process of chapter 22.18. And then the last and final, recommend that the Board of Supervisors prioritize identifying mechanisms and resources to identify groundwater supply and security for Mendocino County communities. And then I believe, sorry, excuse me, I was just going to add, I do believe there still is a need to go back to number 1 as well on the memorandum, which is the big ticket item of the 10% at some point here.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thought that there was discussion amongst the board for water hauling for disasters, not emergency situations, but perhaps that wasn't the composition.
Yes, Supervisor Mulhern, staff had presented 2 potential items for the board to consider, and we were utilizing definitions that are contained within the coastal zoning regulations. The first is there's a definition of emergency in the coastal zoning regulations, which is a sudden unexpected occurrence demanding immediate action to prevent or mitigate loss or damage to life, health, property, or essential public services. And then alternatively, there is also a definition for disaster within the coastal zoning regulations, which is that a disaster means any situation in which the force or forces which destroyed the structure to be replaced were beyond the control of its owners.
Yeah, thank you. I do think it is important for the board to clarify. I do not want water hauling to be a source of water for a cannabis site that is applying for a use permit. And we do realize that that is actually allowed and allowed use by the state. But what we've heard from the community, and I think what we've heard from the board, is that we would rather have people have their own water on site if they're going to operate in this commercial activity. I am not opposed to the potential for having hauled water during a disaster to maintain at least a portion of a crop or something like that. So maybe I'm alone on that, but I think we should have the discussion.
Okay, so it sort of depends when the disaster happens. We're technically in a disaster, a drought disaster now, disaster emergency. So I think it would be a mistake for someone to plant cannabis this year thinking they're going to supply their crop with a water truck. And that's way different than if, as they're in the middle of their season, we have a PSPS or wildfire that cuts the electricity to their site. That's different. That's a different kind of disaster situation. So I guess what I'm kind of thinking of sort of the temporal scale of how we look at this. Is it short-term, long-term, or how do we define this? I think short-term is the way that I look at it.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yeah, I agree that there needs to be some kind of emergency consideration because there's lots of stuff that can go on the PSPS and you can't pump water without electricity. That could be considered a sudden unexpected occurrence. You know, we don't want to create situations where people are just water hauling as part of the business plan. But if there's an emergency situation, and I think maybe someone sent language from Humboldt County, they had some language that seemed all right. We should be considering this.
I agree.
So I guess the question is, which one do we want to, or how do we get the language that we can live with?
So I'd like to ask a question of staff. It seems to me, just my thinking is that a disaster is something that the government might declare, like we declare a drought disaster. And so now we're in that point. And to Supervisor Mulhern's point, that in a disaster, maybe we allow for some water hauling so that someone could maintain part of their crop, but it's not to maintain, you know, zero reduction in their crop because it's all being hauled, it's hauled in water. So that seems like it'd be really difficult to administer, but I mean, I agree with the concept. I just don't know how it would be administered.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Sure.
So if the intent is to just limit this to situations where there's emergencies, I just note that there's another mechanism you could use to address this, which is simply that when you declare an emergency, you could also enact either through an urgency ordinance or through temporary suspension of local ordinance. You could lift the requirements during the course of that individual emergency, and the board could essentially make that determination on a case-by-case basis. That essentially, when you have a particular wildfire, a drought, you know, whatever the state of the emergency is going to be, the board could then enact emergency regulations at that time, which would suspend the limitations on the water hauling.
So I guess looking back to the board, does that cover this then? Supervisor Hashak?
Well, I guess the problem with that would be such as what happened with the Mendocino Complex fire. And, you know, okay, it's a declared state of emergency, but, you know, does that give people the right to take all the water they want and, you know, continue on like nothing's going on, you know, in the community? Does that make sense at all? I guess.
Yeah, well, I mean, in the fire example, the disaster could only be declared after the fact. So in the case of a drought, you can kind of see it coming.
Right, a PSPS might be a special situation.
How much of this can be solved with infrastructure planning in advance? Is it possible to have water storage to last during a weak PSPS?
Well, sure. It's just how much money you got. You know, it just depends on the scale of your grow as to what you're going to need.
Well, how much water storage is necessary on site for a 10,000 square foot grow? We're talking about tanks. So, you know, I think it's somewhat foreseeable that the electricity may be shut off for a few days, maybe a week.
So how many plants are in a 10,000 square foot grow typically? Anybody have any idea?
Perhaps that's a question for the cannabis manager.
Could you just repeat the question for us, please? Thank you.
Sure. So how many plants would be in a 10,000 square foot grow?
Well, that really depends on your planting density. So if you're cultivating outdoors in a full-term manner and you plant a little bit later and you're expecting each of those plants, 10,000 square feet to get to be about 5 by 5, you'd have about 400 plants. But if you are expecting them to be much larger because you were starting them earlier, you could have, what am I saying here? 10,000.
Sorry, we're doing math.
You can have, you can have as few as 100 and upwards of probably 500. But, water is not based on the number of plants you have. Water usage is based on the area you have cultivated. Similarly,
it's based on canopy size. I just know that and maybe you can correct me if this is a misconception, but I've heard that your average healthy cannabis plant is using about 6 gallons per plant per day. So that at least gives you a place to look at.
Yeah, I mean, that number, I have some embarrassment around that number. That number was drafted in 2009 as part of a white paper that I helped draft, and it's based on a model where we took very high water usage from the 99 plant program, and instead of tiering the water usage in an agricultural manner, we blanketed the water usage at high water usage rates. That number was then picked up by Fish and Wildlife and has become, kind of a mainstay number that, I hate to say it has pretty little merit, if any at all, except for during high water use periods. And there's absolutely, if we think about it this way, there's absolutely no way to have a small plant in a 5-gallon pot in its early stages of life consume 6 gallons of water per day. So
I totally get it, Kristen. I guess what I'm thinking, just based on, if let's just throw it out. So if we had 6 gallons of water per fairly healthy plant and there was 400 in the 10,000 square foot space, it means we need about 2,400 gallons of water per day. So, you probably want to have 20,000 gallons on hand to be able to water through an emergency. And as part of your forbearance, you should have that kind of water in reserve. That's not a huge amount of water, because that's what I have for my domestic system. And it's 4,000 or 5,000 gallon tanks. So I don't think that would be a huge problem for someone in an emergency. If they had to get by all summer, they'd be in trouble. But for an emergency, that seems a reasonable amount of water for someone to build into their infrastructure plan.
I'm looking at staff. We might, I know we're talking about taking a break at some point. Are we kind of nearing that point? Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I would suggest that it may be appropriate to answer number 1 before we go to break. And then I think staff will likely have what they need to be able to put together a draft document to present as a proposed final.
So what I have done here is brought back up item number 1, and I think the board is well aware we were having a bit of different suggestions made around how to handle the 10% of the parcel area for the ag and rangeland zoning districts, and whether or not to include a cap of 2 acres on that 10% of the parcel area.
Supervisor McGordy.
So having reflected on this, I think we want to come back and revisit this. I think it would be a mistake to just have a solid 2 acre max. I think also 10% probably should include all cannabis facilities on the property, and that's the cap for a single parcel. And that's kind of my view on it. If we're able to review this at a later date, I think that would be wise. I support a phased-in approach, so I wouldn't say that 10% is what we're going for, but it could be we start off with 2 acres, and it could be that we look at it 3 years down the road and then move it to 5 if things are going smoothly. But I would like the idea that if things are going well, we have the ability to expand the industry in an orderly way And if we can't, pick out that number today, then let's do it at a later date and come back and revisit this.
I support everything you just said.
So I would support that too. So if it came back to the board, what's the time frame that staff would see this coming back?
Mr. Chair, I don't want to speak for the planning department. I do want to note that I believe this would need to go through the planning commission. So if we use a similar process to what the board had previously used, I think we'd have the board sort of making a determination as to what cap or what mechanisms it wanted to go with, send it to the planning commission, which would likely be about 45 days for them to review and make a recommendation, and then it would come back to the board sometime after that. So I just want to highlight that this will be probably a process of at least 3 months, and I do understand from clerk of the board that calendars are booked up probably till at least July at this point. But I think planning department would need a little bit of time to work with us to get a draft. I don't know if they'd be ready to go by one of the July meetings.
Thank you for that, Council Curtis. I agree with everything you said, and then just adding to that also staff would need to be conducting our environmental analysis as part of this, and with an unknown sort of scope as to what would be included. I'm not quite sure right off the top of my head what that environmental analysis would entail, whether or not we can just utilize an exemption or whether or not we need to prepare an initial study and such. So anyway, just making sure that that's on the table as well.
Supervisor McGordy.
So where does that put us, though, in terms of meeting our deadline for this process right now? What are the implications if we don't go with the 2-acre?
So if I could speak to that, I think really the choices that the board has, or the choices that the board has discussed, are pass it with the 2-acre cap, and then after a few years, maybe engage in an EIR or other environmental review to consider possibly increasing the cap, or pass it right now without the 2-acre cap, and some point during the course of this summer, begin a process of an ordinance amendment that would look at phased-in caps and imposing those on the ordinance. So you would have what that would mean is that you would have on the books an ordinance without the 2-acre cap that just has it limited by the 10% of the parcel size, and then you'd be looking at a process of a few months at least before you have any other sort of cap imposed on there.
Can I float this idea? So I think generally, if we're trying to go in the sun-grown direction with fewer structures, but right now we've got an ordinance that on ag land or on the rangeland, on the appropriate rangeland parcels, they could go to 2 acres plus some of these other activities which are in structures. It seems like one modification that could be made, which would require environmental review later on, would be to say it could go above 2 acres, but then you can't have these other structures. So another way of looking at it is we could keep the ordinance the way it's drafted today with the 2-acre cap, but with 10%, but with the structures being additive to the 10%. And then we could essentially offer a swap out at a later amendment where they could go above 2 acres, but they don't have that being in exchange for those structures or some of the structures.
So that means that they would be able to add up to 3/4 of an acre, because that's what we figured it would be the max that they could plant is about 2.75 acres.
It'd be one way of looking at it. I'd like to hear from staff. I mean, it could be that the structure, they may be able to grow more in the structures than they can grow outside. So maybe in order to get anybody to take that offer, they might want to grow 2 acres outside for every 20,000 square feet outside for every 10,000 square feet inside. I don't know the math and the economics of it, but I'm just guessing there's got to be some value to having the the structure growth.
Yes, I believe, structures and such would allow you potentially to have more growth and more harvest during the year. So it's a little bit of it's a financial benefit and allows you to cultivate additional cannabis than what you can do with sun-grown.
Should we perhaps take a break right now?
I think that'd be good.
So I'm sorry, before we do, can I just contemplate that a little bit more? So you're saying, do you mind repeating what so it was a 2 acre, you could have 2 acres cumulative over in ag and rangeland over 10 acres. You could either have 2 acres cumulative for all your permits, or if you want to do more than 2 acres outdoor only, then you're up to the 10%. Is that what you said?
So if we kept the ordinance as it is right now, it's not cumulative, it's additive. So it's 10% of the parcel size up to 2 acres of outdoor, but then it's also, I think it's 3 different additional permits that could be acquired, the nursery, the et cetera, it gets close to 2 3/4 acres. We could come back later this summer or as soon as possible and say, an amendment could say it's either the existing ordinance or people could have a choice and they could have more outdoor, but then they would be giving up some amount of indoor cultivation. And so we'd have to see what that is. And again, we could phase it in terms of later years, but it might give people the incentive to stick with outdoor and not build a bunch of structures.
Well, I think just by the very process itself, because of the use permit process, it's going to be easier to do sun-grown, and that's our intent. It's going to take them more time if they want to have structures.
Yeah. Supervisor Hashak?
Yes, thank you. One additional issue was on Appendix A, which was the upland residential small mixed light tier 1 and 2. And thinking that should be a major use permit instead of a minor. And I was wondering if staff had checked on that.
Yes, I have checked on that, and that was a change that was brought about by the Planning Commission, actually, that had recommended that previously staff had all of the permits in the UR district as minor use permits, and what they did was the Planning Commission recommended to increase the permit allowance for small outdoor to a major use permit, but did not make any amendments to the small mixed light tier 1 and 2. That's why that remains as a minor.
Well, it seems like that should be a major, if outdoor is a major use permit, that the mixed light should be a major use permit for that district.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you on that because of the nature of those properties.
I mean, it is a residential area. And if we are trying to limit the number of hoop houses that go up, then this is one way.
Okay, I would support that.
Okay, great. I've captured that in the direction to modify the land use permit for the small mixed light tier 1 and 2 to a major use permit.
Okay, would this be an appropriate time to take a break?
Yes.
Do we need to answer one for staff so they can work on it during the break?
I don't know if we've got an answer.
Yeah, it would help. I would just say if you don't answer, just know that we might need another short break to incorporate the language after you do.
So Supervisor McGordy had an idea. I was a second. in the straw poll. Are there two more, three more?
You want to restate what the proposal was?
Go ahead.
Yeah, as I recall, I said the idea would be we'd leave 10% in place, or how did I say it? Was basically to revisit it. Now I'm completely forgetting what I said.
I think what I seconded was leave the 10% in place and come back this summer and give staff direction on putting restrictions in place that would facilitate a slow phase in over several years.
Yes.
So just to be clear, that would be passing it today without the 2-acre cap. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, that's certainly an option. Okay, can we now maybe go into a break and come back? It's 3:05. Maybe we can come back at 3:20. staff could take us back to the remaining 1 or 2 items.
Sure, let me go ahead and share my screen again, and we'll return back to the memorandum here. And so there still is, I think, additional discussion to occur on number 1 here. And then also number 8 is the other one that we were still having discussion on. And I believe, and I may want to ask council to weigh in on this as well, it may be that at present, to avoid going back to a planning commission for additional recommendation, that it may be necessary to maintain the language as presently written. But of course, the board can give us alternate direction on that on number 8 here. And I don't know if council has anything additional they wish to add on that point.
Thank you. If I may just add, Mr. Chair, I would concur. I think that the direction that I think the board wants to go is to go ahead and impose a cap that would be more restrictive than the additive cap. That being said, I don't know that we're going to be able to craft the language for that without sending it back to the Planning Commission. So it may be most appropriate to leave this as recommended, and then have staff directed to come back with language that would impose a restriction that would be more in line with what the board is contemplating. And I will note in particular, I've heard the board speak about wanting sort of the 10% to be a hard cap, if you will, but we're also going to have to figure out what that means, where multiple permit types might be applied for in a zoning district that doesn't have or doesn't allow for the 10%. So this might be a multi-step process where we come get some direction from the board and then go ahead and draft the language, send it through to the Planning Commission, and come back.
Okay, just given that bit of information, I think the fact that it, as written right now, as it can be adopted today, that it's 10% and it's 2 acre maximum with these other permits possible in the same parcel. I personally would like to keep the ordinance as recommended by the Planning Commission with the 2 acre cap, and then if we when we do come back and look at capping the number of some of these other amendments, that's when we would look at some sort of swap for the 10% of the parcel in exchange for more outdoor in exchange for less indoor. Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, Chair. I'm okay with the 10% over 10 acres on ag and RL using the use permit process to make sure the projects are vetted. I'm fine with the phased in approach, starting at 2 acres and going from there and continuing the conversation for the timeline that was discussed at the beginning of the meeting. I think that if we cap all cultivation at 2 acres, we might see all kinds of things like the shell game of stacking licenses, or I don't know. I want for businesses to be able to come forward with a viable business plan that may include phasing up and starting a little bit slower at 2 acres. But I just don't want to limit the projects, again, when it might make good sense for it to be a scaled up project.
Supervisor McCartney.
Is it an option to leave it at 2 acres for now, and but at the same time say that we will revisit this in the future to possibly raise it based on how things are going, or is that going to trigger an environmental review, or what would happen?
If I may respond to the chair, so any change from what is passed today is going to trigger environmental review. I think that the question is essentially how onerous is that review going to be? Part of the concern, as I understand it, with if the 2 acre cap were left in, is that expanding the cap from 2 acres to some other number might be enough of an impact that it might require an EIR. We can't know exactly what's going to require an EIR versus what's going to be adequately handled through a negative deck or exemption. It's a little bit hard to prejudge this since we don't have all of the details. I think one of the things that Supervisor Jurdy raised is that if there's a trade-off, essentially, that if the going above the 2 acres is a trade-off for losing the ability to cultivate in other areas, in structures, that essentially the environmental impact might not be as significant, and therefore it may not trigger a full EIR. That may well be the case. I think we'd have to look at what the actual proposals were at the time that they come forward, but yeah, there is a possibility that it may be less than a full environmental impact report, but it's difficult to say these things in advance.
And again, to understand what we've talked about as it goes to all of the plastic grow structures, we could go with what we have today, but review in the future if it's more restrictive.
So you can become, so again, to respond through the chair, the board can choose to be more or less restrictive in the future. I think the benefit to being more restrictive is that it's less likely to trigger an environmental impact report. And that's been part of the discussion today. Essentially, if you're being more restrictive, the foreseeable environmental impacts are going to be less, and therefore it may be possible that it may be less likely that you end up tripping that requirement to do the full EIR.
So just to reiterate, based on that, I would like to just stick with the 2 acre that the Planning Commission recommended and revisit that later.
Well, there's some obvious advantages. I mean, and expediency is one of them. So I think the other question is, does this stave off a referendum? Because the amount of work that's gone into this is extraordinary. And I think we have basically a pretty good product. I think that there is more room in the cannabis industry than restricting things to a 2 acre planting on any ag parcel, that's sizable. But I guess what I fear is creating yet more chaos in an already chaotic situation. And I think that even just get the 2 acre people started, getting them through the process, we're still months away before we could even take applications if we're following this kind of timeline that we've suggested. So that gives us I don't know, my thinking is that this could be revisited, and if we take a more conservative route now and build up some public trust, then I think we could move forward a little bit safer. I'm just a little worried right now. Everyone is just so mistrustful that if we say no, 2 acres is not enough, we need more, that it's a lot of people are going to really get upset. And we're all upset enough. We've been through a lot. And I kind of feel like we need to, there's some things that need fixing on this. Again, I'm really pushing for the idea of let's minimize plastic and have it mostly sun-grown, because I think that actually could be a selling point for Mendocino County, saying that this is a place where we really take the environment seriously. The quality of what we're growing is extremely high, plus also the way that we're doing it is highly sustainable in terms of what we're requiring for water use and minimizing plastic and renewable energy. And that gives us something, a common theme to take a look at. When we're fairly sure that we're on the right trajectory in terms of reducing unauthorized grows, illegal ones, then I think we can reopen this again. But I'm just kind of concerned right now, just the feedback that we're getting on people feeling like it's just the doors are going to get thrown wide open and it's going to be cannabis everywhere. That's how some people see this. I know that's not the case, but there's not a lot of public confidence right now that wouldn't happen.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, so I think we're mostly aligned, and we're all starting from a very difficult place where there's an existing ordinance and it hasn't worked. And trying to fit a county permitting process with state law that just doesn't really fit in a legacy industry. That's not what Prop 64 was passed to legitimize. So I hear all of the points, and I'm kind of teetering on the fence, but my worry is the bottom is going to fall out as other states come online and stop buying California product and other counties scale up. And are we going to get in a position where what we've allowed isn't enough to be viable? We see illegal activity at scale. We're back where we started, and now we're looking at $1 million EIR. And I don't feel good about spending $1 million or $500,000, whatever it may become, to address. So, I'm probably not going to support the motion in the end at a 2-acre cap. I would support limiting it to 2 acres in a way where the board, could lift it if it's the best for overall public benefit. So, I'm not against having a limit today. I just don't want to be in a position where a year or two from now, the county has to spend a significant amount of money to lift it.
And I agree with you. And I don't know if a counselor, is there any way that we can avoid, is there any way that we can adjust without having to go through a major environmental review?
I think that question was either to county council or planning staff.
County council.
And I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Sure. So Supervisor Williams brought up a good point. Would be great if there were if we could start with 2 acres and then have it built into the ordinance that could be reviewed. But I'm just wondering if there is that automatically trigger an expensive environmental review if we do that.
So to speak to that question, there's really no way to do that today. If it had been built in earlier on, it would be possible to have something like that now, where there would be triggers essentially for a phased-in approach over time automatically that would then allow the board to maybe pull the plug on expansion if certain indications were met. The problem is that trying to insert that today would require going back to the Planning Commission. As I understand it, essentially what Supervisor Williams had proposed was to pass it without the 2 acres and then later on impose some sort of restriction that would have this phased approach. And then hopefully by doing it that way, we would avoid triggering a full EIR because we would not be going from a 2-acre cap to more cultivation. It would be restricting, which would then hopefully then have less significant environmental impacts and thus be unlikely to trigger an EIR.
Yeah, I think that captured it. My idea was a motion that approves without the cap and simultaneously direct staff to bring back a 2-acre cap as soon as possible with a commitment that we pass it.
And I would second that.
And what's your reasoning, Supervisor Williams?
Well, that it gives us the flexibility or gives the board the flexibility at some time in the future. We can remove that cap if necessary. Say we find that there aren't enough ag parcels and we have people who aren't getting state licenses in the hills. They need somewhere to relocate. We need to use more of our ag parcels. It would give us a flexibility to do it without an expensive and multi-year EIR. And it's not that I'm trying, I care as much about the environment as anybody, but when I look at an ag parcel that's fully utilized, that has existing crops and existing irrigation is being tilled, I think that's the appropriate place to put cannabis cultivation. And I have a hard time from a land use perspective. You can grow a large amount of industrial hemp, but if it has a higher THC, same environmental impact, we're going to limit it to 2 acres. I don't think it's good public policy, but I don't have a problem putting a cap in place today. I think 2-acre cap for a while would be appropriate. It's just how we get there. I don't want to do it in a way that ends up costing the county $1 million.
Okay, Supervisor Hashek.
Well, one of the things about the hemp program is that we have a pilot program, and this year we only have 1 grow site that was approved. So I'm going to visit that site tomorrow. But with the EIR, you know, I just heard from Hannah Nelson that she was at a conference with someone from the Bureau of Cannabis Control that said that out of that $18 million that the state is giving us to help people get through the permit system, that we can use that for an EIR. And I think that that's what people want to know, that, you know, we are going to have the water, and that what this ordinance does isn't going to really harm the wildlife or the natural beauty or, you know, the resources that we have in this county. And so I don't think that, you know, $1 million is that much to guarantee, you know, people, to tell them what the impacts are going to be. Sonoma County just went ahead and is going to use that money from the state to pay for their EI, or they're trying to, and it sounds like they'll be able to do it. They're going to do an EIR. They think it will take a year and a half to do. You know, I guess I'm not that worried about the EIR. I think that people want to know what the impact of what we do is going to affect them.
So can we check with our cannabis program manager whether the state money can be used for an EIR?
Yeah, thank you. This is Kristen Navidal, Cannabis Program Manager. And I think that there's, first of all, I just want to preference the entire conversation around the local jurisdiction grant program as a proposal. It is a proposal that is attached to the passage of this year's 2021-2022 state budget. So, you know, while that proposal includes $18 million plus in eligibility, potential eligibility for funds for Mendocino County, the scope of that program has not been fully defined, and we as a county would have to apply for those funds. Those funds are specific to assisting provisional license holders in achieving annual licensure. And currently, the way the proposal is shaped, the governor's office or the administration would like those funds to be spent over the course of 3 to 3.5 years. So I think it would be incredibly hard for us to receive those grant monies for a programmatic environmental impact report associated with an ordinance that doesn't issue provisional licenses, and additionally would not immediately assist our current provisional license holders in achieving annual licensure. I did have this conversation with the administration yesterday, and it would be a real stretch for us to, I think, convince the administration that that was the best, most expedient plan for us to assist provisional license holders that we currently have in achieving annual licensure.
Okay, thank you. Suraj Mulhern.
Withdrawn.
Mr. Chair, if I could just clarify something that was touched on earlier.
Go ahead.
I believe that the direction Supervisor Williams had spoken to was to not pass the ordinance without the 2 acre cap and then come back and impose a 2 acre cap. I just want to be clear, doing that, if what the board were to come back with is simply passing a 2 acre cap similar to what's here now, that wouldn't put the board on any different footing from an environmental standpoint. You'd still have the same environmental obligation if you were to subsequently attempt to remove that 2 acre cap. I think what Supervisor Jurdy had proposed previously was to have a 2 acre cap that was time limited, that essentially, there'd be a 2 acre cap for a period of 2 years, after which it might go to something else, which would sort of preserve that flexibility from the board, but also put the board in a position where it would have to take affirmative action in order to prevent a larger cultivation than 2 acres from occurring. So that might not make a huge difference in terms of what the board's doing. I do want to be clear. It would look a bit different if the goal is to be sort of preserving that option without triggering the same sorts of environmental review that would be required here.
So, Councilor Curtis, would you say that that's a what Supervisor Jurdy is proposing is a more conservative approach from the point of view of avoiding expensive environmental impact reports or other studies?
Well, and to be clear, I think Supervisor Jurdy is currently advocating, so I don't want to put words in his mouth, because I believe he was last advocating for passing with the 2-acre cap. What I was saying is that what had been the topic of discussion before in terms of the passage without the 2-acre cap and then some later action, as I understand it, it's intended to sort of keep some options open without necessarily triggering lengthy environmental review. And that's sort of an odd consequence of the fact that we have a time-limited CEQA exemption. That's not something that normally happens where the state legislature says you're exempt from CEQA, but only if you act by this particular date. The action that would have to be taken, if that's the intent, is not just pass without the 2-acre cap and then later impose a 2-acre cap. It would be to later impose something that's a bit more creative, I guess, than just a 2-acre cap. It would be some sort of time-limited 2-acre cap.
And to be clear, what I'm suggesting now, given the information that this 2-acre cap isn't really 2 acres, it's 2 acres plus potentially, theoretically, another 3/4 acres roughly in other activities, that what we could do instead is approve the ordinance as recommended by the Planning Commission. And then we could come back and with a CEQA analysis, consider something other than the 2 acres of outdoor and the 3/4 acres of indoor. We could offer up an amendment to the ordinance which could potentially allow more than 2 acres of outdoor, but then less than 3/4 acre of indoor. And I think that analysis could potentially show minimal, if any, environmental impact. So it's just another way of addressing it in a more phased approach. And that could be done at some later point. Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. So the phasing timeline that you gave earlier was 25 to 26. And I think, when we're talking about the CEQA analysis, Supervisor Williams mentioned it, and it's been mentioned several times. If you were to do a CEQA analysis on cannabis impact today, before the code enforcement that the board has said is a priority, that may look different today or 6 to 8 months from now than it will in 2025, 2026. So that the timeline for the analysis to really clean up the illegal cultivation that has been happening in our county, one of the reasons why we need phase 3 to get people either in the legal market or not. If you were to do that analysis now or even next year, it would not be an accurate representation of what the future of cannabis in Mendocino County really should look like, and what it may even look like as early as 2025.
Supervisor McGordy.
So Supervisor Mulhern, what's your recommendation?
So I still would like to approve the 10 acre, it was the original Jurdy proposal, I suppose, the 10 acre on 10% on over 10 acres, and bring back later this summer a phased approach that would start at 2 acres and then go from there. And we could have that conversation in July, and then we can, lay out a timeline for potential applicants. Nobody's getting a permit until 2023. Nobody's putting any plants in the ground this year or next for any kind of expansion. But from there, at least businesses would know in 2025, 26, you can have 2 acres, and then we're looking at a 10% scale up per year or 25% scale up per year, whatever the proposal might be for phasing in of the scaling up for the property, without saying you get to go do 20 acres of cannabis, which we really don't think is going to happen anyways.
I support that.
Well, I do by default. That's not the perfect thing, but we have all of these obstacles to come around, and I think that the time is a bit of the essence here, so we really can't afford to be sending this back and forth to the Planning Commission and continue hearings and still stay inside of our guidelines.
Well, can you phrase it as a motion?
Sure, I can give that a shot. So my motion is to approve the Appendix A without the Planning Commission recommendation to limit the acreage to 2 acres, and instead to direct staff to bring back with a public hearing over the summer the phased in rollout starting at 2 acres with no new licenses until 2023, and then to add more acreage. You can add to it if you'd like, Supervisor Williams.
No, I think you captured it, but Glenn may have been in front of me.
So what I'm trying to understand, are we approving mostly of what's in this ordinance without having to trigger further environmental analysis? That's what I want to avoid.
I think we can go to county council for that.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure that I understood the question. The motion, as I understand it, would delete the 2-acre cap and would come back with a potential ordinance change. There would have to be environmental review for that ordinance change. However, because it's being more restrictive, it is less likely to trigger a requirement for a full EIR, and therefore it may be easier for the board to go that route. I do just want to be clear, we're not doing no environmental review for the ordinance. We still need to go through that step. There's just a bit of an assumption here that environmental review is going to be a bit easier than if it were expansion. But that still has all the same implications. It still takes the time for the staff to prepare the environmental review, whether that's an initial study, whether that's a notice of exemption, or whatever that document's going to be. And there still is a possibility that someone, relatively unlikely, but still a possibility that someone could bring a legal challenge challenging the sufficiency of that document as a way to prevent the phased caps from coming into place immediately.
Glenn, I'm going to second it unless you want to.
No, that's okay.
Second.
Okay, any additional discussion on the motion?
Chair Jurdy, this is Atlas Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. Once more, just to make sure that we've captured it correctly, can you please give a clear restatement of the motion?
Supervisor Mulhern?
Sure. This is as it pertains to item 1 of the Planning Commission recommendations, and it is to approve parcels in the AG and RL zoning districts that have a minimum parcel size of 10 acres or larger may cultivate up to 10% of the parcel area. Direction was given to staff to bring back an ordinance starting at 2 acres that will then include a phased approach for those zoning districts.
Supervisor Hashak?
Well, I've said it before, and I'll say it again, is that, we heard over 400 comments from people for the Planning Commission and also for the board that this is not what they want. So go ahead and vote on it. But, this expansion, whether we do it like, cutesy-like and manipulate the system or whatever, but it's not what people want. So I'll just leave it at that. Our commitment should be to the people who've been in the system, who haven't been able to get through because of the county's, mishandling of the whole ordinance. And also, okay, we can have a, new process for people to get through, whether that's the existing ordinance or the new one. There's good environmental things about this new ordinance. Whether they could be incorporated into the old one or not, that's a question. But people do not want this expansion. And there's a myriad of reasons why. Just look outside with the drought. That's one. And, I think that if you do pass this, then we do need to look at the stacking. And I appreciate the majority vote giving direction to look at that later on in the summer. Because I think that's critical for how we want the future of Mendocino County to be. And as far as a referendum, I don't have a say in it, but the people will. And I'll just say I'm staying out of it right now, but the people will decide whether they want to go forward with something or not.
Okay. Any other comments on the motion? Okay, let's have a roll call.
Supervisor McGorty,
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern,
Yes.
Chair Jurdy,
Yes.
Supervisor Williams,
Yes.
and Supervisor Hashak.
No.
The motion carries with Supervisor Hashak dissenting.
Okay, all right, well, that concludes today's items. Do we have any last comments from staff?
Mr. Chair, what I'd like to do at this point is I think we've got direction on all these items. I would ask if the board could break for 10-15 minutes, let staff prepare a red line and a clean version that incorporates everything discussed today so that we're very clear as to what has been approved, and then we can bring that back for the final adoption on the 22nd, I believe. But if you give us about 15 minutes or so, I believe that'll be sufficient time to upload it.
And,
okay, great.
And Chair Jurdy, I just want to just check in with the board on one point that I think we may have forgotten to come back on, and I just want to make sure we're clear before we take the break. There had been discussion amongst the board related to defining emergency circumstances for which water delivery or water hauling could be done. And I don't have clear in my notes whether or not there was any clear direction on that. So I just want to make sure before we take a break that we have everything captured.
Mr. Chair, I do just want to highlight the direction on the from the Planning Commission on these items was a bit nebulous, or the recommendation was. I would have some concerns if we're drafting specific language that it might trigger the need to go back. Since we're coming back anyway with some other changes, I would suggest it may be appropriate to get direction from the board at that time and bundle it in with those rather than to try and tackle it right now.
Okay. I think that works. All right. So all right. So it's 3:55. Come back. Let's see at 4:10. Okay, we have a motion that passed, and county staff was going to bring back a couple items.
So Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, what we have done over the break is finalize a red line of both the actual ordinance adopting 2218 and making changes to other county code chapters, as well as the Appendix A. I forwarded that to clerk of the board for posting, and I'm going to screen share that ordinance red line now with the board to review those changes so there could be a motion on adoption of the ordinance. Julia Acker-Krog will be doing the Appendix A in terms of our document control. 1 second to pull up the correct screen. Is my screen coming through?
Yes.
Excellent. So going through the ordinance for our changes, we had no changes on page 1.
Matt, if you could zoom into your screen a little bit.
Let me, hold on 1 second. Thank you. It should be full page width.
Yeah, that's much better, yeah.
Excellent. So nothing in 030. In the definitions section, we've added a new paragraph A for agricultural activity. And this was cut and pasted from the definition as defined in the Planning Commission's staff report. Separately, we also have put in including cannabis. So this includes the growing and harvesting of any agricultural commodity, including cannabis specifically. The rest of that section has then been re-lettered, and then we've deleted the phrase previous crop history. And then I made slight revisions to the definition of tilled, changing it to the word tillage, as that's what's used in the definition of agricultural activity. So this is just changing it for proper tense. If there's any questions by board members, please let me know. Keep going down into, this is section 050. We've just simply deleted paragraph 3 here regarding water delivery. Pursuant to the direction of the board. So there's no longer any allowance in this new ordinance regarding water delivery. If there's further changes in terms of whatever is being allowed or not allowed under 10A17, that would be dealt with separately under that ordinance. Continuing onward. This is the first of our changes regarding the definition of prior crop history. And I'm seeing, we use the phrase previously tilled as opposed to tillage. County Counsel Curtis, let me know if you think I should try and revise that on the fly or if it's sufficient here. But it's whether it's previously tilled and can show evidence of agricultural activity at any time between the dates of January 1, 2000 and January 1, 2016. Going on for 070B, we have added in the phrase that have been recommended for deletion by the Planning Commission. So it's the location and operation of the cannabis cultivation site will, to the maximum extent feasible, avoid or minimize its impact. And then there was direction from the board regarding the guidance document that would flesh that out. And here in paragraph H1, again, changes regarding evidence of agricultural activity at any time between the dates of January 1, 2000 and January 1, 2016. There was direction on deleting this finding 3 regarding medium indoor and medium mixed light cultivation sites shall use renewable energy sources, so removing that to instead rely on the state. In finding 3, lighting shall not leave mixed light indoor cultivation structures. And in 4, changing the phrase rights of way to the word roads. And those are the changes to the ordinance itself. If there's no questions, I'm going to stop sharing my screen and let Julia Krog share hers.
Perfect. So I will go ahead and share my screen now with the Appendix A. So what you should be seeing here now is the revision under the small mixed light tier 1 and 2, increasing the permit type in the UR district from a minor use permit to a major use permit. That's the first change. And then the secondary change is pursuant to item 1 on the memorandum and deleting the cap of 2 acres. So that *6 footnote would now read parcels in the ag or rangeland zoning district that have a minimum parcel size of 10 acres or larger may cultivate up to 10% of the parcel area with the issuance of a major use permit. And that is all the changes to the Appendix A.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. So I believe that there was direction given to staff to bring back the mixed tier, the small mixed light tier 1 and 2 for rangeland, rural residential, and upland residential, and ag. You know, that was going to be brought back. Is that correct?
If I may respond to the chair, I believe that's correct. I believe that was part of the direction as to what would be considered. If I'm misunderstanding that, please let me know.
Okay. Yeah, that was my understanding too. Okay.
And pardon me, Julia Krog, for clarification, that's at a future meeting date, is that correct? Not as part of the changes today?
Right, that's for a future meeting.
Thank you. Just wanting to make sure we have it correct on the table.
And I guess that along those lines, does Supervisor McGorty want to bring back the medium mixed light tier for ag land?
I would.
Okay, I would too.
Okay, so I would support that as part of that future agenda item. Supervisor McGorty, would you like to give any additional feedback to staff so they, I mean, is the concern about using plastic in the mixed light, or is it just mixed light in whether it's, glass greenhouse or a, plastic tarp?
It's really kind of all of the above. I just, just thinking about structures is my concern. Hoop house is definitely out. And trying to minimize any type of growth structures outside of industrial areas is kind of my big concern.
Okay, all right. So does staff feel that they have clarification on what to bring back for that future discussion?
I believe so. With respect to the draft documents just presented, if those accurately capture the changes the board wants to make today, I think we just need a motion to introduce and waive first reading of the ordinance as amended. But if there are any other changes, we can make those first.
So let's just be clear on the process of what's going to happen in terms of acreage limits.
So what we would do is, if we're agreeing to the language here, introduce waive first reading as amended, and concurrently, or at a separate motion, but concurrently direct staff to bring back at the soonest, we'll get clarification. Does this go back directly to the board or directly to the Planning Commission?
So this will need to go to the Planning Commission. That being said, it's sort of the board's discretion as to whether you would like to give some direction first and then have the Planning Commission opine and make recommendations upon that, or just have the Planning Commission study it, make their recommendations, and then consider at that point. So whatever is the pleasure of the board on that front.
So so the motion, as discussed earlier, could be the 2-acre cap. Would the Planning Commission be asked to bring in a 2-acre cap, but with the effective in 2023, with the ability for the county to raise the threshold to 5 acres, some other higher number, as early after public hearings are held, as early as, and I'd say 2026. That would give 3 years to see the program up and running. I mean, you could potentially have a 2-acre cultivation site in effect for 3 years, and you could see how things are going.
I think it's really clear to communicate to the public that we have not okayed 10% of our total area to cultivation, that we basically were following the planning commission, but allowing with a 2-acre recommendation, but allowing potential expansion in the future. I think it's really clear to communicate that, because otherwise people figure that we disregarded the planning commission, which we have not done. What we're trying to do is to honor their suggestions, but also build an industry that's capable of expanding if it makes sense. And that would all be provisional in the future. So I hope everybody listening understands that we're not saying that we're going to disregard the planning commission on their 2-acre limit. As suggested, we are following that, but we're also allowing the ability to expand in the future. Is that clear to everyone?
It's clear to me. Let's see how it's clear to the people watching the meeting. So I think someone needs to make the appropriate motion.
I think maybe we need some prompting from either Matt or Christian.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I think I'd last suggested that there would be a motion to introduce and to waive first reading as amended if this accurately captures the changes the board has made today. And then if you want to do a second motion for the direction, that may be clean, although I believe clerk of the board might have already captured the direction to come back from the prior motion. I would defer to the deputy clerk of the board on that one.
So for the prior motion, we have the direction to staff to bring back an ordinance starting at 2 acres with a phased approach for those zoning districts. So we did capture that portion in a previous motion.
Chair Jordy?
Yeah, go ahead.
I would move the recommended action, including the updates to the ordinance and the zoning table as presented today. I'm sorry, it's not in front of me, to waive the first reading. One more time, Christian, sorry.
I have introduced and waived first reading of an ordinance adopting Mendocino County Code Chapter 22.18, Commercial Cannabis Activity Land Use Development Ordinance as amended, and making corresponding amendments to Chapter 10A17, Mendocino Cannabis Cultivation Ordinance, and Chapter 20.242, Cannabis Cultivation Sites.
That's what I meant to say. Thank you, Atlas.
And I'll second that.
Okay, all right. Can we have a roll call?
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
No.
Chair Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
And Supervisor McGordy?
Yes.
The motion carries with Supervisor Hashak dissenting.
And before we conclude, maybe we could just get any final thoughts from staff about the time frame for bringing back these items.
I might defer to planning on building as to how much time that they're going to need. I think realistically, we're probably talking about probably early August, just knowing the clerk of the board's calendar. But I don't know if that's going to be sufficient for the planning department. I'd defer to what they have.
I will want to take a look at our calendars for the Planning Commission. I know we already have, I just have to think through the timelines a little bit, but my expectation would be we'd probably go to Planning Commission sometime in July and then coming to the board in August, as Christian had stated.
Okay, great, thanks.
And Chair Jurdy, this is CEO Angelo. We could make room in August, I'm sure, for this item since we know the importance here for the board. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. Well, then I think we've concluded our business for today for our special meeting at 4:25. All right. Thanks.